those, once those half-hour ones, like they're on like a laptop, and it's like,
Yeah. Well, I would hope so.
so that should stay set up.
Yep.
Is this it left here?
No, these are for me to throw out in the audience.
You're gonna throw that.
Probably not.
I want to see it.
No. I've only hit somebody in the head once, and it was with a stuffed animal.
These ones are really
Fabulous, thank you.
And
Like a really light.
yeah, and this has
A rump on it.
Like I could probably get some distance.
Yeah.
Well, wind resistance.
this.
1, 2. I know this one's hot. This one is not. And is this one is hot? Testing 1, 2.
We patted it gently and we tried to practice.
This one is now hot. And last mic. Good.
See, I feel like I'd be getting yelled at by Jen if I were this late for our panel, and so I'm just going to give her shit about it later.
Okay, so you are the 4 panelists, and Jen is not here yet?
Yes.
She's around. We know she's...
Okay. The people in the hallway, like in front of the stage, the ability to move. And other than that, just have fun. And you all, to confirm, you are all okay being recorded and being internet streamed?
Yes.
Okay.
Not legal advice.
You do, you move.
Yeah, I'll just be in it. I might. Where did you see her, Lenny? Where did you see Jen upstairs, or?
I did not see Jen upstairs.
I saw her upstairs.
Oh, you did? Oh, good.
But some time ago. She was on site about an hour ago.
An hour? Well, that's...
This car. Yeah. There you go.
You were like,
Never mind.
fearless moderator.
Hello, Governor.
So who's going on the Moose Fest?
None of the above. Because these are designed for people that weigh a lot less than us. So we have 4 mics and then one presenter
Okay, that's
mic.
fine. I just wanted
So-
to put things down. That's fine.
Let's see. So real quick, see the 2 people with green shirts? One of them will hold up a sign when it is. Yeah, that sign. That's you've got what, 10 minutes?
Yeah.
And then they'll be like, oh, you have 5 minutes left. And then, yep, 5 minutes left.
Perfect.
And then when you see the red stop sign,
Right, that means get the fuck out.
yes.
Right.
The other thing that you asked,
And are we, it's 50 minutes or 60 minutes?
50 minutes. We're going to get started just in a second. I have got a little bit of announcements.
Okay.
You're welcome to take your mask off while you are on stage.
Yeah.
As soon as you are done,
Yep.
and people are coming up to ask, coming up to congratulate you or whatever. You want you to
Mask.
have
Mask.
After this talk, you can visit the events. We have a number of events going on today. The RF CTF, ShmooCon Labs, as well as the Lockpick Village. T-shirts are available for a donation. So again, we don't sell any of our T-shirts. Those are, you give us a donation to one of 2 charities, either the Sloan Kettering Cancer Research or for the EFF. You give us a donation, we give you a T-shirt as thank you. We also have a number of past T-shirts that are available from past conferences. We also have bags of crap. So past conference bags, but we stuff it with additional stuff. Sometimes there's moose in it, sometimes there's old vendor swag. Those are also come up to the registration. Those are, again, a donation. You give us a little bit of money, and you're donating to a good cause, and we give you a box or bag of crap as a thank you. Those are available at registration starting at 2 o'clock. So before we get started with our first talk in Bring It On, I've got a couple of things to throw out into the audience. So I'm going to toss this moose.
It's on.
Wow.
Winner!
Yeah, we have Heidi to make a quick announcement.
More of a flip.
Just really quick, I'm not sure it applies to anybody in this room right now, but tell your friends, or so everybody here does know, including Brian, who will continue to announce this. That lift is not working right now. They are going to try and fix it. They just tried to fix it. They're going to come back during the lunch break and fix it so as not interrupt the talks right now. The ones on the side rooms are working, to my understanding. So with apologies to our friends who are in need of the lift, but hopefully they can just read things in reverse for a little while, I guess.
I mean, for us it makes a difference. Yeah. Thank you.
Great. Awesome. Thank you. We've got ShmooCon. This is a luggage tag. I actually did try to throw that to you. I'm sorry. All right. So the next thing we have from one of our vendors is anybody actually drinking water this morning? All right. You with a white mask that's drinking water, your hand raised. You can come have a mug.
Who?
So one of the best things to do at security conferences is to actually drink water, not just alcohol.
That's true.
So thank you very much for taking care of yourself. Thank you. All right. So without any further ado, I'd like to introduce the first talk of day 2 of ShmooCon, Hack the Planet Gently with a Code of Practice. So please give us a warm ShmooCon welcome for our first panel of the day.
Okay. Hi. Thanks for joining us this morning. I'm Jen Ellis, and I will be your compere today. No, that's a lie. I'll just be moderating this panel. Okay, so I'm Jen. I have worked extensively on what I would call researcher rights, I guess, for the past, 10-ish years. And I've worked with many of the people who are here on this panel around things like the DMCA and the CFAA. So that's who I am. I'm going to go down the panel and ask everyone to introduce themselves, and then we'll come back and we'll start talking about the topic, okay? So I'm going to hand off to my friend Casey.
Excellent. Good morning, everyone. Aside from sounding like Barry Manilow this morning, this is not my normal voice, but here we are at ShmooCon. My name's Casey Ellis. I'm the founder and chief strategy officer for BugCrowd. BugCrowd did not invent vulnerability disclosure programs or bug bounty programs, but we were the first to come out with this idea of basically building a platform to try to better connect all of the potential that exists in the hacker community with all the problems that we've got on the defensive side. So sorry, and you're welcome on that side of things. Also the co-founder of the Disclose.io project, and yeah, I think Jen summed it up well. This is a group of people that I've definitely been a part of for a number of years who've just been working to make the relationship between hackers and everyone else safer and more productive, and I think this talk's kind of reflective of elements of that, so great to be here.
And I'm Katie Masouras, founder and CEO of Luta Security, and we work with companies like Casey's to do end-to-end vulnerability disclosure and bug bounty management programs. But my history in this industry is about 25 years old, which is impossible because I'm only 25 years old. And I've been a hacker. I've been a strategist for Microsoft. I created Microsoft's very first bug bounties a decade ago. And I was helpful in creating Hack the Pentagon, the first bug bounty program of the US government. And I've also helped renegotiate things like export controls to allow for vulnerability disclosure. And I'm still an active hacker. A couple years ago, I hacked Clubhouse. I didn't mean to. My cat made me do it. But I tend to scribble outside the lines sometimes, and I think we all do. So I'm looking forward to this discussion.
Good morning. My name is Leonard Bailey. I'm Special Counsel for National Security and head of the Cybersecurity Unit in the Computer Crime and Intellectual Property section. Thank you. One thing I wanted to make clear at the outset, the topic we're discussing today, I'm here as a DOJ government official. The department is not advocating that there be code of conduct, accreditation, or any of the other things that might apply to creating norms of conduct in the hacker community. This is really the product of sort of a decade-long conversation that we've been having. And so just to clarify that this should be just an interesting chat.
We're already in disclaimers.
Get ready for another disclaimer.
Sorry, we've reached the lawyer part of the panel.
That's right, there's the lawyer end of the table. I'm Harley Geiger. I'm a cybersecurity attorney. This is not legal advice. That's my disclaimer. But I work for a law firm called Venable, and I've been working in the area of privacy and cybersecurity law and policy for about 15 years. In this particular part of cybersecurity, I've worked on hacking law, specialized in that for over 10 years. So I wrote Aaron's Law. I helped strengthen the DMCA Section 1201 protections and promote CVD all around the land. Thank you all for coming.
Awesome. So it's kind of a legit lineup on this panel. Okay, so why are we here? What are we talking about? Just quick show of hands, how many people in the room do security research or consider themselves to be security researchers? All right, so we're here for you. Again, as Casey said, you're welcome. So about 10 years ago, a researcher that I worked with a lot, who some of you may have heard of, his name is H.D. Moore. He got threatened with prosecution by a state prosecutor, and it didn't go anywhere. It's okay. But it took a toll on him, right? And if any of you guys, just out of interest, another quick show of hands, how many people have been threatened with legal action for research? Okay. I like the fact that it's a gray area and you're not quite sure. He was pretty sure, and it took a toll. And he was like, I don't really want to do research anymore. And then I became indignant. And an indignant gen is a bad gen. And I learned all about anti-hacking laws in the US, and I learned about the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, which is the main US anti-hacking law, and it's a little bit broken. And I learned about the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, DMCA, and I thought, wow, this is a bad scene for researchers, and we should try and do something about it. And fortunately, I was not alone in thinking this. There were some lovely other people who also felt the same way. And eventually, I met Leonard, and he then, brilliantly, he would come and meet regularly with the security community. He would talk to researchers. He's spoken at DEF CON and Black Hat, which for a man from the DOJ is a big deal, right? And he listened. I think this is the critical thing. He really listened to the community. And so the Department of Justice has done a few different things to kind of show support for researchers. I don't want to steal Leonard's thunder, so he'll talk about those in a little bit. But in May of 2022, while we were all trying to figure out whether we could go out and what the masking situation was, etc., the Department of Justice revised its guidance for charging violations of the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. And what they basically said is that federal prosecutors should not prosecute good faith security research, right? Now, some of you may have picked up on the fact that I'm a bit not American. And I've also been working in the past few years with my own government, the UK government. We have something called the Computer Misuse Act. It's similar to the CFAA, not quite the same, but similar. And equally, British researchers, are there any British researchers in the room? I'm guessing it's a big fat no, but just good to check? No, okay. British researchers also feel like the law is not particularly on their side and does not recognize the value of good faith research. So we've been having conversations with our government about that and looking at how that might change. And one of the questions that we get a lot, whether we're talking to the US government or the UK government or any other government, is how can we tell? How can we tell what is legitimate research and not something where people are doing nasty things and they're making an excuse that it's research, or they're stepping over a line even if they've got good intent? What's the sniff test look like, right? And it's potentially been pointed out a time or two that the security community is not known for its, how do I say this, conformity? Perhaps not even known for its alignment on topics. And so it's actually quite hard for people to say, here's a line, and we recognize that line, and you've told us that like anything on this side of the line is people being legit. And so, you know, one of the questions that's come up is, do we think that the security research community might ever create alignment of some kind around what decent norms, principles, practices, whatever word you want to use, look like for legit good faith research, right? We're not talking about regulation. We're not talking about something mandated. We're not talking even about a code of conduct. We're talking about something completely voluntary, but that people would look at and go, yeah, okay, I agree that that sounds like it probably is legit. And that would make it easier for people not in our community, not dealing with this every day, not buried in the nuance of it, to also kind of go, okay, that sounds like it's legit. So that's what we're here to discuss today. Whether it makes sense to have something like that, whether the community can ever actually come to agreement on something like that, whether there is harm to having something like that. To kick us off, I'm going to ask Harley to kind of give us a bit of an overview of what the legal landscape has looked like.
So the legal landscape for security research has improved a lot in the past 5 years, certainly from where we were 10 years ago or so. And Jen has already touched on some of this. So we have a couple of major anti-hacking laws in the United States, the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act and Section 1201 of the DMCA. I wish Section 1201 of the DMCA was easier to say, but that is a big one. Funny enough, in that weird copyright proceeding around Section 1201 of the DMCA is where a lot of cutting-edge conversations about what security research legal protection should look like. And over the course of 9 years or so, folks like EFF, myself, the Center for Democracy and Technology, Blake Reed, Andrea Matwishin, and a bunch of other heroes were going to bat in this, copyright office hearing room to try to come up with what that protection standard should look like. Where we are now is it has been adopted for Section 1201 of the DMCA, meaning that you have an escape hatch from liability under that particular law for security research, if it's done in good faith.
Right.
Yeah,
Thanks. Yeah.
good job. Yeah. And it took many hands. I want to say shout out also to Leonard Bailey and the Department of Justice for weighing in not once but more than once in favor of strengthening those protections. I mean, it's not something that they needed to do. They did it because they support the community. And following that, the Department of Justice then put out a charging policy, as Jen mentioned, for the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. Before that charging policy, there was a great deal of fear around the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act that it could be used to prosecute good faith security researchers because the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act in some places does not distinguish between malicious intent and ethical hacking. The Department of Justice has made clear that they are not trying to go after ethical hacking, and they use that definition from the Section 1201 proceedings. Where we are now, though, is we're relying on sort of a vague code of vague understanding by the private sector. The CFAA charging policy the Department of Justice put out does not apply to private lawsuits under the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. It also does not apply to the states. So if you remember that whole episode not that long ago where the governor of Missouri was accusing a journalist of hacking the Department of Education, the Missouri state computer crime law is actually broader than the CFAA. And there is no charging policy, there is no security research or protection. At the same time, the private sector is adopting coordinated vulnerability disclosure, which is wonderful. There's increasing adoption of bug bounties. I think the federal government has done an amazing job, actually, in leading the way. If you'll pick your favorite government agency and put that name plus vulnerability disclosure policy, and you'll find they have a vulnerability disclosure policy. They're ahead of the private sector on this. So adoption's increasing, but it's still spotty. I'm sure that other folks on the panel will have better statistics as to how far the adoption has gone, but still spotty. Overseas, I think less progress. There's, I think, more understanding kind of in a soft way about protecting good faith security research, but it is not yet codified. I will say one more thing, which is sort of, this is more on the cutting edge area of things. where other types of cybersecurity laws, like incident reporting and security safeguard requirements, are starting to build in this concept of good faith security research. So there was a major critical infrastructure incident reporting law. So if you have a cyber incident in your critical infrastructure, you have to report it to the federal government. But they've excised, they've made an exception saying if it's good faith security research, you don't have to report it because it's not an attack. But these are good things. I think overall the trend is moving in a very good direction, and it is to the credit of the community for organizing itself and standing up for itself and for doing good work that benefits the public.
Awesome. So then I think probably it makes sense to bring in DOJ and talk about what the department's history with researchers has been. I'm sure that everybody knows it's been a beautiful history, right?
We think. Let me back up just a touch to explain kind of where we came into the cybersecurity kind of landscape. Back in 2015, we started a cybersecurity unit to kind of harness what we were learning about prosecuting and investigating computer crime into prevention of computer crime. We did a number of things, a lot of outreach, a lot of briefings, presentations at B-Sides, ShmooCon, DEF CON. But one thing that I think everyone thought was important was that we do concrete things and not just talk and meet. And so in 2016, we released our SCFA charging policy so people understood what our priorities were around charging offenses. In 2017, though, we produced a white paper that we released, which was a framework for vulnerability disclosure programs for online systems. And it's something released in June of 2017. We were kind of at sort of the vanguard of propping up the importance of VDP. And that document actually became something of a baseline. It was used by, for example, CISA in creating their binding operational directive that applies to all federal governments and requires VDP. Since then, there are other things that happened, but in 2018, Jen came to us and said, are you aware that there's this thing, this triennial process every 3 years under the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, which is a statute that, among other things, makes it unlawful to circumvent technological measures that are used to protect copyrighted materials, think digital rights management, some encryption, region coding, things like that. Did you know that there was this triennial process and that there were exceptions that the Library of Congress would adopt where people identified what were non-infringing uses that would advance essentially the public good? No, we hadn't, I'm for the computer crime and intellectual property section, so the intellectual property section side of the House really hadn't been engaged in this process before. And they took a look at this. And what we found was that the computer security researcher exception that was created in 2015, in 2018 there was an effort to expand it. We actually thought there were some very good reasons to do so, because at bottom we actually do believe that computer security research can drive cybersecurity improvements. So, in that process, we ended up weighing in and publicly submitting a letter in support of most, not all, of the suggested changes that were in support of security research, and those were adopted. We kind of felt like our voice would kind of have an outsized impact because we are the component of the government that actually enforces criminally the DMCA.
It did. Oh. It wouldn't have happened without you.
We're not sure, but we hope that we had positive impact. So in 2021, again, came up, and there were also arguments for expanding it a bit further, and there are some things we didn't like in the 2018 proposals for expansion that we found actually were appropriate here. Something else happened, though, following all of that. In February of, in May of 2022, as Jen suggested, we had released what was a change in our charging policy. There had been, in 2021, a Supreme Court decision, in the case Van Buren versus United States, that narrowed the application of the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. And contrary to positions we had taken before as a department. So we felt we had to provide guidance to our prosecutors across the country, about 300 that are trained specifically to do computer crime cases. So we sent out guidance to that community on that case. In the course of doing so, though, we also took the opportunity to make a pronouncement about charging security researchers. And what we said was essentially prosecutors should decline any prosecution of good faith cybersecurity or security research. Now, that begs the question, what is good faith security research, which is part of this discussion, but also the policy did identify something that was extracted from the DMCA and that process. And it essentially is accessing a computer solely for investigation, testing, or correction of a security flaw or vulnerability when it's done in a manner that does not cause harm to an individual or the public, and the information derived from that is used to protect a class of machines, devices, or online services. So that is the sort of the safe haven that's been created. And with that, I will stop.
Okay, so before we move on, and I just want to clarify one thing, because we're talking a lot about law enforcement, and it's really, that is a really important piece. But I'm guessing that for some of the people in the room who kind of said, well, maybe I've had legal threats, it might have been not from law enforcement, it might have come from the vendor world, the people you're actually disclosing to. In the US, the CFAA and the DMCA both contain civil causes of action. And so what we're looking at here, yes, we think it will potentially help around the law enforcement side, but we also believe that it could potentially help if you are in a situation where you're getting threatened by a company to kind of say, well, hang on a second, I've been following best practice, and I know everyone hates the term best practice. I should put like a TM in the back and say I am a certified thought leader when I use that term. But still, for the purposes of defense attorneys, it's quite useful to be able to say, no, look, there is an industry-recognized way of doing things, and that's what we've been doing. So just to be clear that we're not just talking about law enforcement. All right, so with that, I will turn to Katie and Casey. I guess the first question, before we get into like, is it a good idea, will it work, what could happen, is do the norms already exist? Do we already have them?
It's your word. I'll Rochambeau you for it. Norms. I think they do. I don't think they're codified into anything that could be, accurately described as a code of conduct or a code of practice. But the thing that I've seen happen and that we've had to really drive as a part of what we do, particularly with BugCrowd, is basically educating this kind of ballooning community in what's going to not cause the entire thing to catch on fire.
Right.
Like, I think on top of the legal changes and the different things that have happened in the policy environment to just make hacking safer and allow the internet's immune system to do its thing. The other side of it is that I think hacking is better understood as inherently dual use now in a way that just wasn't true 10 years ago, right? Like 10 years ago, everyone thought it was bad. The first 3 or 4 years of BugCrowd was literally just going out and repeating over and over again that hackers are actually helpful, not just harmful. Hacking in itself is not actually, it doesn't have a moral loading. It's just a skill set that has an upswing and a backswing. So in the course of doing that, it really, seeing a whole bunch of new people come into this, people in this room that I know are very active in security research that weren't 10 years ago. There's also people that were. There's almost like these different generations of hackers that have kind of joined in over the past 10 years. And the thing that we've needed to do there is to basically help the whole thing not run off the rails. Because it's still, at the end of the day, it still is inherently scary to have someone come in from the outside world and tell you that your baby's ugly. At the very least, it's uncomfortable and awkward, right? Yeah. If you're not, prepared for that as an organization, just on the tort side, forget about what the law says about it. That experience is an inherently confronting one. Katie's done a lot of talks about that side of it as well. So I do think the norms exist on, what is going to reduce the likelihood of misunderstanding in that process. Yep. And I think the community in general tends to educate each other on that. If they see someone kind of skipping outside the lines, they'll bop them on the head because they want to protect the herd.
Right.
It exists in an informal capacity, I guess is what I'm saying.
Okay, I
So-
know Katie's got.
Yeah, I've got a little, because I'm, a pink-haired old lady, and I have old lady memories of different attempts at this from the security community. How many of you remember a certain hacker by the name of Rainforest Puppy? Literally, okay, there's a handful in here. So Rainforest Puppy wrote a vulnerability disclosure policy called RF Policy, and he published a couple versions of it, but the one that we normally reference came out in 1999, and it originally gave sort of an outline of how he would conduct himself when it came to vulnerability disclosure to entities that he was doing research on, and how long he'd give them before he publicly disclosed technical details and possibly proof of concept code. The original RF policy actually only gave 5 days for a vendor to fix vulnerabilities before he went public. He was convinced by running it by a few friends that maybe 30 days was more fair, so it became 30 days. And that was actually the norm for a long time in terms of vulnerability disclosure. When I worked at Stake, one of the first AppSec companies that did application penetration testing and code review in the early 2000s, we adopted a similar policy. And when Stake was acquired by Symantec, we found that we were the only hackers working at Symantec at the time, a security company, and it was one of the biggest security companies at that time. And they had no policy, so I adapted the at-stake policy, created Symantec Vulnerability Research, which you will all know the concept is something closer to Google Project Zero. That is where internal researchers to a company are doing security research and publishing their findings. But essentially, we've had all these different iterations of attempts at these norms, and in fact, the original vulnerability disclosure policies originated with hackers, not with organizations receiving vulnerability reports. So that may be, how many of you are surprised by that? It's original vuln disclosure policies came from hackers. So yeah, so there was always this attempt to say, we come in peace, mostly, unless you take too long, in which case we believe the best way to protect the internet and protect the users is to publish. And that's really the piece where everybody gets all tangled up. When I worked at Microsoft, in fact, we had online services, and in 2007, I published one line on Microsoft's security web pages that said, if you come gently at us, if you hack us gently with a code of practice, if you come at us and give us time to fix an online service vulnerability, we will not pursue legal action against you. It was one line, and it was the very first time a vendor had publicly said that they weren't going to, use those. Yeah, exactly. Use those, laws for good faith security researchers. And nobody really noticed, honestly. Actually, there was some reporter in the room when I gave a presentation on it that I thought was sort of a private presentation, and I used a colorful phrase that in Korean got translated to, if you report vulnerabilities to Microsoft responsibly, they will not call you a pervert. That is not what I said. But that taught me some things.
It's
anyway,
probably true, but it's not.
it was also true, but definitely not what I said. Lost in translation. But I guess the initial question is, has it been attempted before? Yes, piecemeal. Have we all agreed on it? Absolutely not. Are there researchers inside corporations that have to abide by some sort of code of practice? Yes. And do these corporations often disagree on what that should look like? Absolutely, yes.
So thank you, that was a great history. And you'll note that the panels have all been very polite and very kind to this point. But now I'm going to get into the big question. Can this work? Do we need it? Is it going to be beneficial? Fight. Who wants to go first? Oh, yeah, okay.
So I'll start by saying this. I'm something of an outsider to this community. But from the outside, I think I have a vantage point on certain issues. So first, if I'm a business and I am saying, please come find vulnerabilities on my system, if I'm not taking assurances that you're doing that in a manner that's not going to disrupt my business operations, result in the loss of personal information, otherwise, cause harm, I am facing a world of problems in a number of ways. And so how do I do that? I can do that on faith, or I could see some indicia or have some understanding of the way in which this discipline is actually engaged in. Separately from that, if I'm the government and I've got entities that are, let's say, critical infrastructure, and the disruption of those causes some danger to public health, safety, economic security, as a government we have an obligation to try to make sure that those types of activities that might cause those harms are curbed. Now, I think you can do that at the same time as building out vulnerability disclosure programs by creating some sort of transparency and some sort of norms about the way in which these activities are conducted. And I think, in fact, there's a lot of pressure to do that. I mean, I think many of the current sort of VDP platforms that have hackers on retainer have contracts, and those contracts outline circumstances under which they will or won't operate, or how things are done in scope or out of scope. And I think those are actually the seed for this sort of understanding about how this practice is done. That suggests to me that there actually is something of a discipline that exists. There is some sort of understanding about how you do this in a way that doesn't cause unnecessary harms while you're discovering vulnerabilities and flaws. And the question is, how do you sort of flesh it out and make that better known so that people have greater confidence that they can allow people to do this sort of thing on their systems?
Yeah, I think with that, like, is it beneficial? Like, you touched on a really important point there, because this comes up a lot, and it has, pretty much the entire time over the course of the last 10 years. There is a distinction between crowdsourcing and basically vulnerability intake, and what I think of as disclosure management, right? Like, crowdsourcing in terms of reaching out to the community and saying, we're coming to you and saying, would you like to do this thing? And as a part of initiating that conversation, being in a position where you can put parameters around it, that's a thing. That's not the same as, like, sometimes you're going to have a bug in your stuff because people write code and people make mistakes, and sometimes lightning's going to hit your house. So it's better to put up a lightning rod. I think, from a norm standpoint, just coming back to what you were saying before, one of the things that we did with Disclose.io, kind of building on top of the RF policy work and some of the stuff that Katie did as well, is just to basically get that safe harbor piece out there into the corporate space and say, hey, listen, like, you can't, using my lightning analogy before, you can't run out to the thunderstorm, yell at it, and expect it not to hit your house with lightning. Like, that's not how this works. If you're going out there and saying, from a legal standpoint, we don't like you, doing security research on our staff, and our ability to cloud up on and rain on you is actually going to prevent vulnerabilities in our systems. That's ostrich risk management. That's not how you actually create a safer environment, right? And I think trying to drive adoption of that and make that process easier and better understood, the more it's socialized, I think the more inertia those ideas get. I think that's something that I've seen be quite effective in that particular area over the past 10 years. And I think the same things can apply in terms of educating hackers on how to be better at getting the right information into the hands of people. We've seen folk come in, as newbies, they've watched, Tavis give a talk or seen kind of the full disclosure thing, and they just think it's how it's done. Yep. They don't necessarily understand the equities that are involved in making that decision. They just see it, they model it because they lack the context, right? And all of a sudden they're creating additional risk in the process. That's not to say full disclosure is a bad thing. I think it's kind of like death and taxes, right? But for a rookie, they've got to actually understand how mechanics like that work. So, I think to me, like, can it be beneficial? I think having a conversation around the fact that these are the things that we have to solve in this space in the first place, I think that's incredibly beneficial. I do also think that, this sort of thing can very easily get over its skis as well. So there's a bit of a balance there.
So, go ahead.
No,
go ahead.
No, I was going to go after you.
Oh,
okay.
God, you guys are so polite.
All right,
I said fight, damn it.
All right, I'll fight. The root of all bug evil is from vendors. that is that's who wrote the bugs. That's who's responsible for fixing them. That's who's responsible for responding to vulnerability reports or not. And they're the ones who cause all the friction in this arrangement. And I guess that's an unpopular opinion sometimes, and it definitely was when I worked for a vendor. But I've got to say that, some of the things that I find problematic about this ideal, it's an idea and an ideal, is that, one, if we look at saying, well, if your intent was to do this, then it's okay. Well, accidents happen. How many times have I used to live on a street with an apostrophe in the name. SQL injection, verbose SQL errors would just drop out of forms out of the sky. I would never had an intent to do any security research, but it kept happening, and it was very annoying. So would I have been protected under, norms that say you have to have this intent? I'm like, I'm just trying to fill out a form. I would just like my driver's license to be, renewed or something online. I didn't mean to hack the government. So there's an intent problem there where accidents do happen. And then there's another issue where, quite frankly, how many of you have ever just done a simple Nmap scan and knocked something over? Like it just went belly up. Yep, this happens a lot. Pay attention to this. This happens a lot. So the fact of the matter is, if you have that clause of as long as it causes no harm, well, let's get back to the principle of all bug evil is rooted in vendors making crappy products that can't stand up to even casual use, let alone security research. So I do have strong opinions about this. Am I willing to have the discussion about what norms could look like? Sure, but I also am faced with those really hard realities, those harsh truths, and the fact that, we may not intend to set out to do security research, and it happens anyway, and we may encounter systems that aren't prepared for even the most rudimentary scanning and probing, and we weren't even targeting them necessarily, and we could cause real harm accidentally. And then finally, we've got all these vendors and government agencies and all these things where they've stood up a policy maybe at best, but they've got no real capacity to handle the bugs that you throw over the fence. And that is the problem that we still see today. That is going to be an ongoing problem, the long tail problem of vulnerability disclosure and bug bounty programs. And over to you.
Yeah, I think
Over to
so.
you.
Just quickly on that, there is a reality to this, that the internet's way more broken than most people realize. That's kind of really what it comes down to. Like the number of vulnerabilities that are out there. Even with what you're saying, Katie, I agree about Nmap scanning stuff and it falling over and that not being a good thing. But anyone who's done work on industrial control systems knows that you can drop safety critical infrastructure by doing that. So there's got to be. It's not to say that that's the hacker's fault necessarily when they do that, because ultimately it should be less shitty in the first place. But if you're taking a power plant offline, like, okay, someone's going to get called to the mat for that. So this idea of like, okay, how do we better understand, the problems that we're actually trying to solve here? Realistically, the vulnerabilities that we have aren't all going to be solved, I think, ever. Like we need to be thinking about this through a risk management lens, not a technical purity lens.
So I'm not going to take a firm stand for or against this norms or code of conduct because I have mixed feelings about it. And maybe that is reflective of many of you in the audience about whether this is a good idea. And when we say this, we are talking, I've heard it alternately described as norms, not a code of conduct, although code of conduct is in the title of this panel.
It's not code of
Never mind,
code
I'm wrong,
practice.
code of practice. But hearing it described in different ways, I think there's a big pro in my mind and a big con in my mind, and I'll describe them. So the big pro is that it might, having a code of practice might increase trust, right, between security researchers and the subjects of their research, organizations that they are researching. If they are following this code of practice. And it might cause the community to self-regulate a little bit better by following the code of practice. I think that it is a lamentable thing that we have people who are doing things that we think of as outside the norm, claiming to be security researchers. We saw this with Paige Thompson, not that long ago, where a tremendous amount of information was exfiltrated. There's evidence that she was trying to monetize that, and out of the gate claimed, no, this is good faith security research. At the same time, I think it's also lamentable that the security community will sometimes say, you know, that what this person has been arrested for is not security research, but because they have done security research in the past, they should be protected, right? That, I think, is also unfortunate and starts to erode trust. We do have these legal protections that we've talked about, but they don't cover everything. Right, so Leonard described the definition of good faith security research. In that definition, which I won't rehash, but the idea of exfiltrating information is not in that definition of good faith security research, although it is there, you know, as your safe harbor. So the question I think the security research community needs to ask is, what do we get out of it? And I think that your best chance is that it will increase your potential safe harbors, your potential for trust with organizations you're researching, and maybe better self-regulation as a community. Now the big con, right, the big drawback, which is we can say, you know, stand up here and say that this is not going to be used in legal settings. It will be used in legal settings, 100%. Yeah. And it's not going to be at the principles level either, right? So if you come up with a set of principles for security research, there's going to have to be, in order to be accurate and protect security research in practice, it's going to look more and more like a legal document. There's going to be, well, you can't exfiltrate data unless. Don't go full disclosure unless. And, you know, there'll be different factors. I know because I have written things like, you know, exceptions to the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. It's going to get increasingly complicated. And it will ultimately be more restrictive than the status quo. That could be a feature or a bug, depending on how you look at it. But people like me, lawyers like myself, will use that, you know, in cases like Paige Thompson, we'll say, like, well, no, that clearly wasn't security research because, you know, it's outside of the norms. So I've already used things like that in legal settings. Now the con, though, if you were at my talk yesterday, the Security Research Legal Defense Fund, which I coordinate, we use the definition in law for good faith security research. If there is a code of practice that is generally understood to be what good faith security research is, it is likely going to be more restrictive. There will be some pressure on entities like the Defense Fund to say, well, we're not just using the legal definition, we're using the code of practice. So it will be more restrictive. To my mind, big pro, big drawback.
So I guess taking that as a kind of a launching point, I think that's probably right. It would be more restrictive. There are some questions as to what form this would take, right? There are things that are more general principles, you know, do no harm, things that are more specific. Here's how you will do that. I don't see this taking the form of a statute that would outline, you know, with every tick exactly how you would do something, but rather much more like what you see in other industries. And on the what will you get out of it, I think there are a couple things there. So with maturation, I think you see in different industries things like a code of conduct forming. You know, and whether it's law, medicine, engineering, science, there are codes of conduct about how you do research. And this is, again, I think part of the maturation of the industry. The benefits to the individual, I think, are a fewfold. The first is they can protect you, these codes. So if it's properly done, and you're absolutely right, there are accidents, and I think you'd have to recognize that, but if the notion is, if you follow these steps and bad things happen, that's internal to the code of conduct. That should take that into account, that accidents will occur, as long as you follow these steps that are intended to do things like minimize the disclosure of private information or cause undue damage to a system. You know, if you are following steps that are intended to avoid that and mistakes are made, in other areas and other programs, that's taken into account. The other thing I think, for me as someone who enforces the law, is somewhat important here is the education component that people kind of, I think, alluded to earlier. there is something, well, first I divide what we're talking about here in kind of VDP between discovery of vulnerabilities and disclosure of vulnerabilities. The discovery portion is kind of the computer fraud and abuse and accessing systems. The disclosure is other stuff, which includes potentially extortion. And the reason I want to touch on that is because with the advent of bug bounties, there's been what I've seen as a shift in some of the practice, where individuals who find vulnerabilities and flaws may feel entitled to compensation for that. And that means that they may be contacting entities, for example, that haven't invited them in, they don't have a VDP, and there's this discussion that occurs with this person who has no reason to understand why you're on their system and is opposed to that, that results in a referral to us. And I can say that we've had more than one referral of this sort. We have backed some of those out with an understanding of exactly what was happening there. But there are clumsy conversations that are happening that do stumble into problematic areas.
And it's Casey's fault. That's what you're saying.
That is
right?
100.
Yeah.
That is 110% a thing too. Like, and it's oftentimes, to your point, it's oftentimes people that are coming in again without context. Their view is, okay, this vulnerability data has attached value to it. I should be able to recover that attached value. Which, when you think about it, that's a pretty rational kind of thought process on their side. What they don't realize is that if you're getting initial contact from someone for the first time, you don't have any of this stuff proactively published, and it's like, oh, I can hack your stuff, by the way, you should pay me for it. That feels kind of like extortion, and you're going to have a bad day.
Yeah, and that's just an area where I think, for example, concretely, norms and having folks who are in this
100%.
Industry understand how you do that would be very important, and keep hackers out of the crosshairs.
We're coming towards the end of our time, and I'm hoping that we might have time for a question. So if you have a question, go stand at a microphone. But I'm going to abuse my role as moderator and give my 2 cents on this, and try and pull some of these threads together. So I'll start with sort of picking up on some of Katie's themes. I agree with Katie that the vendors are largely the ones in the hot seat on these kinds of issues. And I think that we probably all agree that we should not be moving responsibility away from them and onto researchers. And in fact, if we did, it wouldn't work, because ultimately the researcher isn't going to fix the problem, the vendor has to. I think the thing to understand here is that a proposal around some understanding of norms and some alignment behind norms isn't about moving that responsibility. And in fact, if you look at the legislative landscape, more and more governments around the world are recognizing the importance of vendors taking better action. We are starting to see requirements for secure by design and secure by default. We're starting to see requirements for VDPs and for vendors to report vulnerabilities. And so there is a really big shift in policy circles around vendors being required to take responsibility. This isn't about moving the responsibility on researchers. This is about protecting researchers and making researchers giving researchers a better position to kind of have, as Casey said, the idea of where are you coming from on this. And then I also want to pick up on, I really liked the point around, this sort of idea of we don't want to be regulated. Policymakers, that's kind of where they go, regulation's sort of their thing. And part of the problem is that security is seen as a young industry. It is a young industry. We are just coming out of our first generation, if you will. And a lot of focus is going into the idea of professionalization of security, this idea that we'll have to be certified to do certain jobs and that kind of thing. I don't want researcher to be one of those jobs that has to be certified. And we're much more likely to avoid somebody handing certification to us, handing regulation to us, if we're perceived as being self-organizing and self-governing, I guess, is probably the wrong word, but like that idea that we've decided for ourselves and that we've created some level of alignment and conformity. Right, I could talk about this for a long time, you probably gather that. I'm gonna shut up and
Jen, I got to say, though, that's probably the best argument I've heard, is that if we don't do this ourselves, they're going to do it for us. Yeah. And honestly, it's you might have changed my mind right now, live streaming.
I am the champion.
Because, and I will say this, back to the root of all bug evil, that is the way the software industry has avoided software liability, is they self-police themselves. They self-started publishing what they're doing to be secure and what they're doing to be responsible stewards of technology. You got me, Jen. You got me. Surprised. I'm surprised.
I just
Have we got
wanna
time for
say-
one question?
I just want to say, however it's written, make sure that it's something that you'd be comfortable seeing in regulation. Just make sure it's something you're comfortable seeing in regulation. The software industry has avoided liability in part because of their terms of service and their shrink wrap contracts.
Because of their lawyers, yes, they have avoided
But it's going to happen where that code of practice, somebody's going to introduce it in the triennial process of the DMCA, saying, we need to modify our definition of good faith security research to fit this code of practice now that it's established. So be careful to make sure that it's something that the community wants.
All right. Do we still have time for one question? One. Okay. Is that Winona? Hi.
Hey, so you guys have talked a little bit about how we should self-regulate, and so when we're going back to the communications between a hacker and a vendor, especially one that doesn't have a proactively published VDP, how would you, as BugCrowd or your experience at DOJ, or as potentially somebody's future lawyer, how would you recommend that a hacker who hasn't had experience with this before draft their comms initially to reach out?
All right. Who wants to jump in? We've got to be quick because we've got to get out of here.
I think there's an opportunity for norms around that communication side of things. I think in general, our advice is respect is key. I think honestly, if there's a baseline understanding that empathy in both directions is actually the thing that's most likely a predictor of success, and that's the starting point, then you cover a lot of ground just with that recommendation there.
My usual approach with vendors that I don't see a published VDP is I say upfront that I'm trying to disclose a vulnerability. Are you the right contact? I point to the ISO standards on vulnerability disclosure and vulnerability handling processes that I'm the co-author of, but I point to them and say, this is the process I'm hoping you're following just secretly with no published anything. And then if I don't hear back, I start escalating. The policy itself, the ISO standards themselves have suggestions on points of contact to try if you don't see anything published. So, if folks haven't seen, I have a 20-minute YouTube video out that's been out for a decade now on the VDPs, the ISO standards, but essentially saying, I come in peace, I'm trying to report a vulnerability, point to standards that vendor should be following, ideally, and then escalate as necessary. If you want to avoid legal action, definitely talk to a lawyer, but that's generally my approach when I see people with no VDP.
Okay, so we're at time, so I'm going to say thank you to our amazing panel, and thank you to our amazing audience. As I said, lots of experience and smarts here. We'll be heading out of here and we'll be around, so if you guys want to talk about this more, it's a big topic, please follow us out. But otherwise, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Did you give me this? Is this yours?
No, it was on the end. And I thought it
Okay,
was funny, so
weird.
I
I was like,
Gave it to me, and then I just figured I'd pass it.
no, I'm like, what is this weird?
It's a hot potato.
It's a panel snack.
It's a hot potato.
It's some kind of weird panel. It's a
Hot potato.
it's a panel snack.
It's a hot potato.
It's some kind of weird panel.
I will take it to the lost and found. Thank you.
All right.
All right. Okay, you're up.
Okay,
So
perfect.
let's take a step back so I can talk to you through things. You see so is this your first time presenting?
No, I spoke in 2020.
You spoke at ShmooCon 2020? Oh, just before the pandemic. So that's good. Right, so you may or may not remember how the things we do here. So see the people in green?
Oh man, they're way for
Right.
okay,
The mid-tier.
Yeah.
So they are our streaming team. You have 15 minutes. left, they will hold up a 5 minutes left sign and they'll wave it until you like give them a minute. At times, they will hold up a red stop sign. That is some things that we remind for requests. Somebody asks you a question, please repeat it on microphone. That way, there is a microphone if people wanted to. There's two of them, one on each side. If people wanted to ask questions on the mic, that's fine. But otherwise, just before it's time for you to start your talk, you are welcome to take your mask off. Not required, but you are welcome to. Once you are done presenting, you can put your mask back on. And we ask you to, like, as soon as your clock is up, you to pack up and ask people to meet you off out in the hallway if they want to continue to converse. You're totally welcome to do that, but we ask in the hallway or somewhere not. Because we want to give the next person a chance to get set up. We have a little bit of announcements. The same thing we did for you a couple years ago, and then we'll get started. And we make sure that we start on time, but after the streaming is up set up.
Can I see if I can get the...
This phone is yours. Do you have a way to unlock it?
I mean, I'm thinking it right now.
Do it one more time. Yeah.
Thank you.
No, yeah, somebody gave it to me to text to Lost and Found, and I wanted to make sure it was good. You're good.
All right.
All right, so you were good. Yep. All right, and we're gonna check, is this mic is hot, good. Yeah, you're welcome to adjust it as you want.
Oh, okay. Check. Okay. How about that? No. Okay. Right there. All right.
So I'm gonna just introduce you as Mark. You can do a full introduction as you see fit.
Okay.
Just a minute. Far. Okay, that is a thumbs up. All right, good. Streaming is up and running. So before we get started with our next talk, we have a couple of announcements. As you may have heard, we have t-shirts still available. Many of the sizes for this year's t-shirts are sold out. They're all gone. But we do have a number of t-shirts from left, many in women's and children's sizes. Go up to registration. You can make a donation to either the Sloan Kettering Foundation or to the EFF. Our t-shirts are not for sale. Again, you give us a donation to one of these two wonderful charities, and we give you a t-shirt as thank you. At 2 o'clock, t-shirts from past years will be available, as well as what we call bags of crap or boxes of crap. So bags or boxes from previous conventions for previous ShmooCons. We add a few additional things in them. Sometimes they're t-shirts, sometimes they're mousse, sometimes they're random other stuff. Again, those are also available for donation. You come up, give a donation to one of our two wonderful charities, and we'll give you a bag or box of crap as thank you. Again, we don't take any of this money. All of this money goes directly to the charities, and we buy the stuff and give those to you as a thank you. So please come support these two charities. After this talk, we have a number of events that are happening today. Visit the RF CTF, ShmooCon Labs, or the Lockpick Village. So if you make your way basically past all the vendors, the hallway on the other side of the vendors, there's a number of events. Please go check those out. Check out Hackers for Charity. We have, if you are parking in the hotel and you are not staying in the hotel, come by registration. We can give you a little coupon that will reduce the amount of parking, the cost of the parking by a little bit, but only if you are parking in this hotel and not staying here. If you're staying here, you can do that via your room and it'll be handled automatically. All right, I have a couple of things to hand out. This one is a little sharp. So is somebody actually drinking water today out of a water bottle? Would you like, I have a stainless steel tumbler. I want to say thank you for taking care of yourself. So come get no, not you, that one. I see a water bottle in his hands. Thank you. And then I have so we give out stuff before every talk. Sometimes it's stuffed animal moose, sometimes it's vendor stuff. That's a ShmooCon branded stainless steel mug. If you want stuff, sit closer to the front. All right. So I'm going to throw this over there. All right. What time do we have? All right, we have just a minute left, so all right. Let's go ahead and give a warm good morning welcome to Mark, who will be presenting Cosmic Turtles of Code, its graphs all the way down. So please give Mark a warm welcome.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. Hey, everybody. I'm Mark. I'm super excited to be here. Today I'm going to be talking about this cosmic turtle that we all write atop and how its graphs all the way down. So I'm going to start by giving you a little bit of introduction. I've been working in code security for over a decade now. 2 jobs ago, I was working building fuzzing tools. A job ago, I was doing security consulting. And then I went and started my own thing, doing a little security consulting, but also writing tools for both security folks and developers. But about me personally, I've always thought that visuals are super exciting and really helpful. But as a security consultant and security reviewer, really the motivation for this talk came from the intersection of those things, because I was always interested in how can we understand code better, faster? Like, what tools can we use? What are we not doing? And like, what's the limit? How could we get to the point where we can understand code as fast as humanly possible? Which, like, security reviewers obviously get that. And so this talk is really exploring a lot of the ideas and sharing the ideas. And so I didn't come up with the foundational concepts of this, right? A lot of it's old stuff. But I want to share it because I don't think it's talked about enough, and I think it can really help people. A lot of it is visuals, but it's not just visuals to make a pretty picture. I think it's cool when we can make something that is both useful or beautiful and useful, especially in the security context. A lot of the security or RE problems, they're really just understanding code problems. And maybe it's understanding it better than the person that wrote it, but maybe it's just understanding it so we can apply our own lines of thinking against it. And keep in mind, everything that I'm talking about here, I'm not talking about completely replacing everything we always used to do. I'm talking about doing things in a new way that might help as a supplement. So first things first, let me talk about when I say graph means a lot of things in the English language. Not talking about bar charts. Sorry if you came here to learn about graph databases. We're talking nodes and edges, or vertices and edges, if you prefer. And even within that, I'm talking more specifically about directed graphs. There's different kinds. This shows sort of a range from generic to specific. DAG's always stuck out in my head. I don't know if it's just me. I think that people like the word. It's easy to remember. But actually in practice, cycles are really common. And so I don't end up using them a lot. So when I say graph, I'm talking about directed graphs pretty much for most of the presentation. But let's talk about how we write code. So this is how we write code. We write functions. It's text. This is nice because it works the same way that we read. It follows the normal rules of reading and writing, top to bottom, left to right. But if you wanted to actually sort of draw out how this code can execute, how we flow through, you'd actually end up with a picture, right? This is a control flow graph. It shows that if and else conditions as lines out of these nodes. And this, I think, is pretty helpful because it actually shows like what is the structure of the code. But everybody's used to reading code one way. Except if you're in the RE community, you might be really familiar already with control flow graphs. This is the same equivalent function as it would be shown in the control flow graph view for IDAPRO, Binary Ninja, and Ghidra. And so they all follow the same rules, and you can see the same general like layout decisions. You have blocks. You come in at the top of the block, go all the way to the bottom, and then potentially there's multiple ways out. So that's if you're looking at a single function. But if we're looking at multiple functions, this is where things get tricky, because to read this code and understand the flow of it, your brain has to jump between the name of a function to the definition of the function. And that's just a little bit harder. And so even though this code has less lines of code than the previous one, this one's actually harder to put together in our heads what that picture is. Like, how many of you have that picture in your head after reading that code for 10 seconds, right? For me, my brain just relaxes a little bit when I know what the picture's supposed to look like, and then I'm just matching the text to the code. And so this is a call graph, and they can flow either left to right or top to bottom. It's really just a preference thing. So I want to try this out. Read this code, but don't focus on understanding what it does. Instead, think about how you're reading it. And if you can't read it that well, the token highlighting has very helpfully highlighted all the function names in yellow. But this is what the graph actually looks like. And so if you were like me, when you started reading this code, you were looking for those function calls. You were looking for the relationships between functions. Now, maybe you started looking at arguments and how they flowed through the functions, or you were looking at how the return values bubbled back up. But really, this is a great example of how if you started with this map, it's a lot easier to read. And actually, I can make this example a lot harder to read without changing any of the contents of the code. So I want to note real quick that this is kind of a static call graph because it shows what can happen. But if we recorded what happened when we ran it once, that would be the sort of dynamic as it ran view. And so when you run it, you can only ever execute 4 of these 6 shown functions in a single run. So that's kind of the difference between static and dynamic. Static shows everything that can happen. But if I'm going to make this harder, the first thing I'll do is I'll mix up the function order. So if I had shown you this at the beginning, it would have been much harder to read. And it's just because your brain has to keep track of locations, and now these locations aren't order. The next thing I could do that would make it harder to read would be to split these functions across files. Because the further we separate these functions, the harder it is for our brains to understand the connections between them. And then the last thing I could do is I could insert functions that are similar but not actually related to these ones, and that would even further throw you off because then there'd be a whole bunch of chaff that you'd have to pick through to figure out, okay, but the functions that I care about, which ones are those and how are they connected? So this may sound like I'm exploiting the weaknesses of the human brain, and because really that's what those problems are, they're brain problems. But this is just how people write code. In a normal code base, nobody is out there topologically sorting their code in call graph order like this. But they could, I guess. I mean, if somebody wants to write a linter for topological sort, go nuts. So this is sort of the structure, right? So there's a lot of other graphs, a lot of them especially related to behavior of code. But I'm going to focus on call graphs and control flow graphs because those are what really describe the structure of code. And I think that that's sort of the first place to start and the most helpful thing to talk about when we're talking about understanding code, because understanding code is really the motivation here. Now, to talk about where we are, it can be helpful to say, how do we get here? Now, control flow graphs, control flow graphs, I mean, those date back to the 70s. So that idea has been around forever, and people have been writing tools to sort of show what code looks like for about that long. And so there are a ton of tools out there that make either control flow graphs or call graphs. This is not a new concept at all, tons of them out there. But I think that the RE community is probably the ones that really went hardest after them and made them part of their core workflows, because the control flow graphs work even at the machine code level. So you don't need to have anything about the code. You can be looking at pure assembly, and control flow graphs still work, and they do help you understand. At least I think so. I know that there's some people that learned to RE reading linear assembly, and they still prefer that. But so IDA Pro, I don't know when exactly they added these features, sometimes in the aughts, had both a call graph view as well as a control flow graph. And then a few years later, these Dynamics folks came along, and they had some really awesome ideas. They built tools around these graph ideas. And this was, I'm trying to remember exactly when they started, 2008-ish, 2010-ish. They worked for a while, maybe even earlier than that. I know that they'd been developing these ideas for a while, but so these came basically with IDA, but a little bit after. And these guys were way ahead of their time. I found myself, I discovered their work a little later, and I found myself reading these ideas from a decade ago, and I'd be like, dang, these guys already had this idea. They made it work a long time ago. But they were very focused on RE. They did a lot of great things. But the thing in particular that I think that both IDA and Dynamics did really well is that they saw this idea that if we can take this information and make it accessible to be scripted around, then that makes it so people can build all sorts of crazy things on top of what we've already built. And that's super powerful. And so that brings us to today. One of the things that I wanted to do was play with graphs. And I wanted to do that with Binary Ninja because that's my RE tool of choice. They have a really nice API. But I didn't know what graphs I wanted to see in the beginning. So I knew that I needed to make it scriptable, something that was easy. I also wanted it integrated already with what I was doing. So I wrote Ariadne, which is a plugin. It uses NetworkX, which is like the standard Python graph library. So if people are familiar with Python graphs, they probably already know these things. And you can see a screenshot on the right. The idea was to make it inside of Binary Ninja, but at some point they stopped shipping a web browser inside of Binary Ninja. So now, so now you have to run it in a browser beside it, but it still works, right? And the one thing that I'll call out on this graph, just in terms of explaining the visual, is you notice that the node sizes are different. And just for Ariadne, I was writing it for fuzzing purposes, but one of the big things I noticed was it kind of helped me to be able to zero in on bigger, complex functions. And so this view is larger nodes are more complex, which is also heavily correlated with size. But so this was a graph helper for a tool that already had a graph API. I get it, right? More than one person was like, why did you bother writing something? Yes, lots of graph utilities exist. These ones on this slide, there's graph utilities and RE frameworks that have graph utilities. And you can do whatever you want. I just wanted something that had sort of live updating with Binary Ninja, and I could customize it. So really, as long as you can customize it, like use whatever you want. But this is a quick GIF of the basic workflow, which was like, hey, as I navigate around on the left side in the Binary Ninja UI, I want the graph to change. So this is sort of similar to IDA's proximity view, except it's live updating as I move around. And the visualization itself is pretty interactive. I can click on nodes, and it'll highlight the functions that it calls as well as the functions that call it. You can see at the beginning, there are some nodes that are orange colored. Those are imports, and then I can hide those. And so it's all about sort of being able to do a couple of tweaks to get to the graph that I wanted. And so that shows like the basic use case. One of the big motivators for me was, hey, can I use this to RE faster? And this is one of the things I figured out because I tried this out on CTF challenges, and I was like, well, CTF challenges are real small, and so I can end up seeing like a lot of the whole challenge real quick. And so you can see on the left, this is like the normal decompilation view, and then if you were to graph out what you can see from that one view, you get that middle picture, and then on the right is kind of like what I actually wanted to see, which is the quick overview of this tiny binary. Now, if you're like me, your first thought is, well, I'll just graph the whole thing, especially if it's small. But this is that same binary, which is a toy-sized challenge binary, and it's like, oh, wow, that's a lot of code. Well, luckily, it's interactive. I can just zoom in, right? And like, okay, let me zoom in a little bit more, and like that's like all the way zoomed in, and I can see main, like maybe a couple other functions. Clearly, this is, you can't just look at the whole call graph, right? And you might be tempted to think that this is a layout problem. So this is, the same graph with a different layout, and it's like, well, okay, this is a good layout, but what is good? It's optimized for certain things. It turns out call graphs are just kind of ugly. Like no matter how good your layout is, this is like a tool that was custom written to show gigantic graphs. And I think this is a beautiful picture. If you look in sort of the middle to the right, you can see a star being born, I'm pretty sure. But so this is a really cool picture, but my question is what could we use this for? For the code understanding purposes, I don't think this is useful. But the question of usefulness is helpful. So again, talking about workflows, what does this help us do? I think that the find and grep workflows, those are great. Those aren't going away. We're really good. We've been trained by all of our tools to navigate forward and back refs, whether that's in source or in an RE tool. But I think that graphs give us a different view, and they do take a little getting used to. It's a little bit more interactive, at least until we figure everything out. But honestly, this is about adding potential tools in the toolkit, and use Ariadne if you want. It's open source, so you can look at it. And but use whatever works for you. Like that's the big takeaway here. I'm just trying to show these ideas. And so let's talk about applications for these ideas. On both the sort of attack and defense side, we have this idea of reachability. We want to understand, okay, there's this piece of code, but how do we get there? And static control flow analysis is kind of the first start for a lot of this. You know, how do we, this is the code of interest, how do we get there? And you can do this within an RE tool or within an IDE, right? You can say, okay, show me all of the references. Where does this get called? But as soon as you start to go a couple layers back, then it's hard to keep it organized in your head, especially if it's just text. So let's talk about an example. This was a real piece of code from a binary that I found a bug in, an old CVE, where I was like, oh man, this is definitely an injection vulnerability. But it starts with a receive, and so the question is, like, how do I get here? And so the first thing that you want to do is that static control flow analysis, source sync. Start here, get there. And so we can actually show in this binary, this is how entry point all the way to the function that you care about. Great, okay, first question answered, it's reachable. This is a simple example. It's not always this easy, but this is a real example because it was that easy. Now, on the defensive side, you might be coming out from a different view, which is, hey, maybe there's a function in a dependency that has a vulnerability, and we want to understand what's our exposure to that vulnerability. The first step of that analysis is typically what we just talked about, find the back references, what functions call it, and then start to go back from there, understand those paths. That's what we saw in the simpler example, but sometimes you end up with more complex things. And this is the same CTF binary I was talking about, and this was based on a real issue that I was trying to look at in this binary. And the question was, how are these two functions related? Because they both access a file, and we can see that because they both call read. And so the question was basically, can data that's read in read token, does it ever end up in send file? Because this could potentially indicate privileged information that would later get leaked out. But this graph doesn't show that answer. And so in order to figure out what graph we want, this is where the interactivity and the experimentation comes into play. So I'm not going to, a lot of this is done via scripting, and I'm not going to focus on the scripting. I have, if you go to the Ariadne repo, there's an example that's very similar to this. And so I'm doing this with scripting, but I'll just show the pictures because I feel like it's a bit easier to follow the pictures. So the first idea is, what if we sort of zoom out a layer and start to look at the local neighborhood? We can see these same two functions, and I've used those two colors to try to keep the association clear. We can see, yeah, there's a connection. On the right-hand side, I've highlighted the read call, and you can see, yep, those two functions, they still have that same shared connection to read that we saw. But if you look to the left at the parents, you see that there isn't a clear connection between them. Like, we don't see a shared parent or ancestor node. And so my first thought is like, well, maybe the connections between them, they'll travel through the graph, but it might not just be, you know, source sync, because it's not always related that way. And so if we treat the graph as an undirected graph and then just use network X and say, show me the shortest paths, you can do that. And you'll find that there is a short path, but it's not the one that you want. And so, all right, step two, we don't want to look at the descendants of these functions. We want to look more on the parent side, the ancestor side. And so how do we describe that in graph? Well, if we take the ancestors of both of these functions and then show where they intersect, I just realized that I put union when I meant intersection. How embarrassing. That is the right thing that we want. We want to see, well, I guess it is, it's not either of those specifically. But so this is the picture that we wanted, long story short. And so you can see, okay, they do have a shared parent, and that's main. And so really, if we want to understand the data and see if there is any way from stuff that gets read in read token to ever end up getting sent out via send file, this is now the graph that we need to look at. And this is where you would dive in and look at the control flow graphs and really try to understand. That's where the RE work or the code understanding work comes into play. But once you have this as a starting point, it really makes it a lot easier. So let's take a step back and talk about this. You still have to read the code, right? I ended by saying, well, now you have to go figure it out. the grep and the forward and back references, still viable, still useful. But I think that one of the trends that I've seen is that a lot of people want to just turn this over to static analysis, sort of automagic tools. Like, well, they just tell me where the bug is, and then I go look at it. And the problem with that is that static analysis is a really hard problem, like capital H hard, right? It's not solved. Static analysis is imperfect. So you're either going to always, so it does help, right? You should try to find stuff automatically if you can. But there's going to be times when you either miss stuff that you should have found, or that it tells you something is a problem and it isn't actually a problem. So you still kind of always need to have these manual helper tools. And that's really where I think that that graph workflows can help, because they help the human understand the problem. And that's really what I'm about. So if you were looking for LLMs, sorry, there's another talk. I'm about empowering the humans. So the next application is one that really motivated Ariadne in the first place, which was I wanted to find bugs with fuzzing. And one of the observations I had, well, if you can find complex code that hasn't been fuzzed and you fuzz it, chances are you find bugs. I don't think that that's earth-shaking news to anybody. But so if we look at it, if we wanted to see the picture of it, the fuzzer, by its nature, coverage-guided fuzzers are always going to try to discover more code. They want to try to reach more code. They generate random inputs and run the target to try to tell when that's happened, but that's what they do. So in theory, we should just be able to throw up a call graph and then see where the fuzzer has reached and where it could reach. And so with Ariadne, using bncov, which is another plugin I wrote, we can bring in coverage data. So in this case, it's block coverage data. It just records what was the code that actually executed when you ran the target in this way. And so in the context of a fuzzer, you have a specific input, you run the target, you get the coverage information to show what code actually executed when I ran it with that input. And so so we use bncov to get that data, and then we overlay it with Ariadne. So we've got our static call graph that shows everything that could happen, and we use the dynamic coverage data to show what actually happened. And the reality is that if you run fuzzers, you will discover that you miss a lot of code. And a lot of that code you miss is either because it's dead code or just because configuration issues. Like if you look, a lot of the first column of gray nodes, the ones that aren't reached, they're all related to sockets. And when I was fuzzing this code, I wasn't using the socket mode. So none of the socket code's ever going to run, no matter how clever I get with inputs, right? That's reality. But being able to see this at first allows you to say, like, OK, I get it. That's not important. But our goal with this kind of visualization is to find what's the code that hasn't been covered at all, or what has been very covered suboptimally, and find those things. And so the visual, according to the legend, the sort of vertical fill indicates what percentage of the basic blocks in that function are covered. And so we can see on the right-hand side, if we look at this node, it has several child nodes that are either uncovered or they have very low coverage. And so this one picture gives me a great, OK, where do I need to go to make this fuzzer better? First stop. This one picture did that, and like I think that's pretty powerful. That's pretty helpful. So if we want to walk through that workflow, though, of like, OK, so let's pull the thread on that. Let's understand why this is happening. Handle HTTP v1 is the function in question, where we've got one child node that's not covered. So let's start there. Let's try to understand that. If we look at the control flow graph, with bncov, you get basic block highlighting to show you all of the blocks that are highlighted. There are other tools that do this. Lighthouse is one. But in this case, basically everything that's colored, the blocks that are colored, and they're reddish in this picture, are covered, and the gray blocks are not covered. So we look, yep, there's one basic block in this switch construct. That's what the sort of horizontal line of boxes is. This one block, it contains a call to handle HTTP v1 post, and it's not covered. And so if we look at the switch to see why didn't we ever get there, the value to the switch construct comes as an argument. So we've got to go back up the stack in the call graph and figure out, OK, where does that value come from? And it doesn't come from handle HTTP v1. But if you go up one more level, you see its parent, handle HTTP request, has another child, parse HTTP request. And that is where the magic is. In parse HTTP request, it has a child, translate request type, that if we look at that control flow graph, we see a very similar thing, where we've got a lot of covered blocks, but one that's not. And if you look at these blocks on the left here, this is a succession of string comparisons. So it's comparing a string to specific things like head, post, put, delete. And if you're familiar with HTTP, those are the HTTP verbs. And so yeah, what this is showing is that out of everything the fuzzer did, it was not able to find an input that would get that edge to the gray box. And so post requests aren't being covered, and that's why handle HTTP v1 post wasn't being called. And this is the workflow. So we were able to cover sort of all of these nodes. The data propagation is highlighted in red here, and see, okay, in order to help our fuzzer get to the next step, we needed to sort of understand all of these functions. Now, if we start with this picture of having the overview, it's a lot easier to traverse those functions, keep in our heads where we're at, and understand what we need to do next. So I think that this is a really helpful thing. But I don't want to misrepresent and say that graphs solve all your problems. There are definitely times that things don't work out, and I want to share one of those. So understanding patches is a pretty common workflow, because in the RE community, if a patch comes out but it's not clear what the bug is, well, you can look at the patch and understand potentially what the bug is. The dev community, they just start with source, so that's a lot easier, right? Good idea, if you got it, right? Just look at the source level diffs. But I wanted to look at a complex bug. So there was this libwebp bug that had a fair bit written out about it last year. Ben Hawks had a good blog post explaining this bug. It's pretty complicated, right? It is a complicated bug. And so my question was, can we use graphs in any way to help us like understand the bug or the patch or the code? Or is there going to be something that's difficult here? So we start with the diff. 4 files changed. Now in the big scheme of things, this isn't a crazy big commit. Like, this is a decent bit of code. The picture on the right shows how far I had to zoom out to fit it in one window. So you can see that there's quite a bit going on here. But we do get some help from the commit message, which says like, hey, out of bounds right in this function. Okay, cool. Well, that's a good starting point. And we can go through and look at all of the functions that are changed. And so we can do call graph diffing or just map the changes from the commit onto a graph and simplify it, sort of say, okay, what are the functions that are affected? Now, with Ariadne, this isn't like a feature that's built in and easily works. I was able to do it with that, but essentially what I did was I compiled 2 binaries, one before the patch and one after, looked at the code, did some highlighting. It was a bit manual, right? But this picture at the end of the day, I think does kind of help cage your understanding to, okay, this is the code that we're talking about, right? These are all of the functions that are important, and these are the ones that are new, these are the ones that changed. So I thought, hey, let's look at the coverage, right? Let's run each of them, and you can see, yep, there's 2 new functions, and those new functions got called. Probably not a surprise. I was like, all right, well, let's keep working. If maybe we can look at CFG level stuff, see differences in coverage, and so same deal. The covered blocks are the red ones here, and what I found was you can see some differences here if you look really closely, but this is, it's not as helpful as I thought. And when I dug deeper into why that was, one of the big issues here is that for these functions, they get called multiple times. And with basic block, like highlighting these blocks on the control flow graph, they don't show the order that these things happened. It doesn't say, hey, this function got called 4 times. On the first time it got called, like these blocks executed. The second time, these ones. It's hard to show that ordering. And that's really like a problem with pictures and trying to cram data into visualizations. So I was like, all right, what else can we do? Let's reproduce the crash, compile the binary with address sanitizer, get our specific locations. It does give us very specific locations. This is where that data was allocated, and this is where the out-of-bounds write happens. If you look really closely at the text here, those are the same functions that we saw in that graph. So it's like, okay, that graph is helping. we can point to it on the graph and say this is where that happened. And indeed, in the control flow graph, same deal. We can point to like those addresses. But this is a complicated bug. And so overall, I would say that this was not really a success. The call graph diff does help, and there are other tools that can give you stuff like that. But let's talk about why it wasn't as helpful. So with this bug, it's focused on heap data, and so it's dynamic. It can be allocated and freed in different places, and the lifetime matters, like where it's allocated and where it's used and where it's freed. But it's harder to show these things on these graphs because they don't really show time, right? Also, the patch involved changing structs, just different data structure. And if you change structs, yeah, you might see changes in your graphs because like there's new functions that allocate and free those structs, which is what we saw. But that doesn't really communicate much about the bug itself or the patch itself. This is something that I think is pretty, it's a different problem, right? These graphs don't show, these structs don't show time. And so one of the big takeaways that I wanted, or one of the things that I wanted to investigate was time-dependent information on these graphs. So Microsoft's Windebug has popularized this phrase, which has caught on a little bit, time-traveling debugging. Very interesting. But all that means is that it records the trace of whatever you ran and then allows you to replay that trace to give you the feeling of forwards and backwards debugging. So the question is how do we visualize stuff like that? Well, yeah, you just break out your pie plot and just make yourself a graph there. We can record the address of every instruction that executes, and there's our scatter plot, right? And this is kind of interesting because you can see horizontal bands there, and in the lower right-hand corner, that's the actual binary that was being run, and those other addresses that are up higher is like all the libc and the setup stuff. So it is kind of funny. You do get some information about that, but clearly that's not the end-all be-all. So let's explore a few different things on this topic and see if we can collect some ideas here. One thing that I saw years ago that I was really interested in was in the DARPA Cyber Grant Challenge. They had this view that they called the filament view. And so it did the same thing as that graph that we just saw, where it's recording the addresses over time that are executed, but it's plotting those on a Hilbert curve, which is in the upper right-hand corner, and sort of extruding that to give you a 3D view. And so this is pretty cool to look at. I remember seeing this for the first time and being like, dang, that's a really good idea. But let's talk about what it's actually used for here. The primary use of this visualization is comparison. And so we can see that in the lower left-hand side. If I recall this, what's being shown here is two versions of a binary being run sort of in the same normal way. And then, so on the lower left, the red trace is a patched binary. And in this case, the patch broke the binary. And so what they're showing is, hey, the binary stopped running early, and then the unpatched version, it would have continued on and executed all those things. And so at a high level, yeah, you can compare those two binaries. And comparing the execution of two binaries, by the way, is kind of a unique thing. So it's kind of cool to see that they're able to do that. But this tool, it was really built so that the developers could make these really cool 3D like fly-through explanations of things. And that's kind of cool too, because it is sort of an animation, and it does explain sequence of things. But if you're just going to look at it as a static picture, it doesn't really work. But it does have a lot of information here. And if you look in the lower right-hand corner, it's hard to see, but they do have some pictographs that show when specific things happen, like communications, when the binary stops running, stuff like that. But there's actually already a pretty common way to show what code executed over time. And it's called a flame graph. I thought that this was like a really well-known thing, but I'm always surprised when people haven't seen one of these or don't know how to read them. So no shame. This is a really cool visualization, so I hope if you haven't seen this before or know how to read them that I can help. Basically, the amount of time that is spent in a function is represented by its horizontal width. So if you look at, this is the main function right here. I don't know if you can see my pointer. You can't. So the main function is about the fourth row up, and so there's like I don't know, 80% of the graph to the right, that's all that happens in main. And so what you can learn just from looking at that is like 20% of the time during this execution was not in main. It was in setup code. And so this is kind of a cool idea because it represents unique call stacks. It represents time. This is even, you could look at this as a representation of a call graph, a dynamic call graph where instead of edges, you see vertical stacking. So like main calls reader loop, and instead of having like a node with an edge, you've got main and then reader loop stacked on top of it, and then the size of the nodes corresponds to the percentage of time. So this is actually a call graph too, right? And that, I remember the first time I thought about that, I was like, oh, that kind of blows my mind. But what most people don't know about flame graphs is that they're interactive. And they have been ever since they started, as far as I know. You can zoom and filter. And so this animation here shows me zooming in on main so that main expands to take up 100% of the width, because that's all I cared about. I didn't care about stuff outside of main. And then what I do is I type in a package name, because this is Python code, and then I see all of the code in that package highlighted. And so this is actually like even more powerful than I thought at first. I think many people thought. And this is a great example of an interactive visualization. Now, this, I've said 100% of time and percentages of time. Flame graphs are built to profile code, so you can profile the execution of something, and whether that takes, 10 microseconds or 10 seconds, the percentage stays the same. It's meant to show us a profile. So it's not really meant to show multiple things. Like, it's not as good for comparison. This is a one thing at a time kind of view, but it is very cool. Another very cool view is a tool called Tenet, which was written by Marcus from Ret2 Systems. He's over here. This was inspired by Kira, but I think that there's a lot of really cool stuff that's done here. So one of the things that I want to call out is like the use of colors and controls is very smart, multi-tier timeline. I think that the big thing here is the ability to pivot. So if I want to see the next time this address gets executed, I want to pivot on the execution, or if I want to see, hey, when this address is important, is like it's a pointer, when's the next time someone reads from it or writes to it? Being able to pivot on addresses like that is a very powerful thing. And I think the other thing that I really want to call out is using an RE tool as your front end is a really smart idea, because all of the users of that tool already know how that works. Plus, those tools are meant for detail, right? And so a few more Tenet adds some widgets, but using an RE tool is a really smart idea for your front end, which it works. It was written for IDA Pro, but I have had people tell me that the Binary Ninja port also works well. So definitely check that out. I will say that this is another tool that is meant to explore one trace at a time. So the next question is, how do we explore multiple executions? So naturally, I thought of fuzzing, because I've done a lot of fuzzing work. A fuzzer runs the target multiple times, and it's literally going to discover new code as it runs. So like, let's show how it discovers new code. And this is something that I wrote, is proof of concept sort of animation thing, because I thought, oh, well, I'll just animate it. And so when a block is first discovered, it's red, and then sort of as it gets older relatively, it fades to blue. So this is interesting because it shows the idea, but again, without the concept of order, it's harder. I think that this is an instructive thing to look at, but without like literal paths, this can be a harder thing to reason about. So this is neat. I think that it's an interesting idea, but it also raises questions that I think are useful to ask about, like how to show time. So the idea of animation is kind of the first thing that a lot of people think of when they think of, oh, you're showing something over time, just make an animation. It changes over time. But the way that our brains work is that we're not great at recalling previous stuff. So if you make an animation, if you ask someone to compare in their head what 5 seconds in was compared to when it started, that's actually a really difficult thing to do cognitively. And so in this case, there's a little slider bar that I made so you can sort of see it tick over each time a new input is added. So being able to control that is nice, but then it's a question of like, well, how are you showing time? Because this doesn't show wall clock time. So it's an interesting question. And this view, you could expand it out to multiple functions, but then you kind of run into the problem of, okay, well, are you just overwhelming people with scale? Like, what are you really trying to show here? So this does show that coverage grows over time. Mission accomplished, but I think that there's other things to talk about. One thing that I wanted to, that I looked at is live CTF. So live CTF is a head-to-head speed CTF. This last year, it was held in conjunction with the DEF CON CTF. But the format is that you'd have two players playing head-to-head the same challenge. And we would record their screens, and so I helped organize this. And so we would record their screens and then show what they were doing like a live sportscast. And we had people give a sportscast-style commentation. And I thought this was a really awesome idea the first time I saw it, which is why I wanted to get involved. And this is super entertaining, and I think it does help to have people sort of talking through, hey, these experts, they're moving really fast at solving these problems. So it does help to have someone who knows something about it to say like, oh, look, they found the bug, and like this is what they're doing now. But the question is what can we show people to help them come along for the ride, both experts and lay people. So one of the obvious things is tool use. If you're familiar with the tools, you could understand, hey, these are the tools they're going to use. If you're not familiar, you could say, okay, so there's three kind of categories here. They're reversing an IDA, they're writing an exploit script in VS Code, and they're running and debugging the target. Those are sort of the three general tools. And so in the lower left here, I made a timeline that shows that idea, where just different colors show different tools that they're running. And then I added this idea of a checkpoint, which, again, if you're familiar with the problem, oh, it's a binary exploitation problem, they're going to have to like find the bug, figure out how to exploit the bug, and then capture the flag, right? Those are the three steps here. And so I made checkpoints that I kind of arbitrarily came up with in terms of what that looks like, went back and looked at the footage, and then mapped out every second to say, okay, this is what they did each step along the way. And this is cool because you can see, hey, player one who ended up winning, as soon as they got the crash, they never went back to IDA. They stopped reversing right there, and everything they did was all writing their exploit script and debugging the target. So that's kind of an interesting thing to say. But I was also thinking, like, well, how do we do this with graphs, right? So I had this idea, well, let's just take the call graph, and then maybe we can just watch the attention of these players. Because for at least, I don't know, almost 50% of this challenge, we've got people who are looking at IDA. And if all the viewer takes away is like, oh, they're looking at IDA. Like, great. What does that mean? Like, are they good? Are they making progress? And so I've put a red X on where the bug is, just in case you couldn't tell from the graph. But like having that sort of thing is neat because at least a layperson would be able to say like, okay, the bug is over here, they're not looking at it, but maybe they're like getting closer to it. I thought this was an interesting idea. And we can also put the terminal and VS Code as nodes on this graph, and then we can animate it. And I apologize for the potato quality, but this is a proof of concept animation. Now, it's kind of cool. Like, yeah, this is sped up a little bit. These guys do move really fast, though. But we can see that the idea of just putting a current highlight and moving it around is a little bit disorienting because it doesn't show history. And so this I thought was an interesting thing to do. We've seen other things in the past have either like fade red to blue or highlight intensity, stuff like that. I think that these are steps in the right direction. But the big takeaway is that there's a lot of cool things we can use graphs for. It is cool because graphs show the structure of the code, but ultimately you have to choose what you're trying to show somebody. You really don't get to show everything all at once. You want to choose, hey, is this an overview thing or is it an interactive thing that someone's going to like look at and then they're going to drill down? And really understand the task at hand. If you're trying to compare two things, like make a visualization that makes that comparison obvious and easy. If you're trying to drill down into one thing, make it interactive. And I think that we're going to continue to see this idea evolve, especially evolution of execution over time. This is a really cool picture I saw from an academic paper. But again, I was like, that's a cool overview. But so what we've talked about, graphs, call graphs, control flow graphs really help us see the fundamental structure of code. We can use a number of workflows leveraging these things. I think that these are great supplements. A lot of people like this stuff, but they don't have the tools to use it. If you're interested in these ideas, definitely come talk to me. I'd love to hear your ideas and figure out what problems you want to use them for. I think that there is a any tool works kind of philosophy. Yeah, there's a lot of graph tools out there, and all of them probably can do this stuff. So find what works for you, and I think that the future is just going to contain more interesting visualizations, and I hope to put out more stuff along those lines. So that is it for this talk. Do we have any questions? You just raise your hand and yell it out, or there's mics too. Anybody? Okay, question was, have you thought about porting this tool to Ghidra? Yes, I have. If you want to help me out or send me a pull request, please come and talk to me because I'd love your help. Ghidra, I will give it a shout out. Ghidra's built-in call graph thing is, I think, the best of the three major RE frameworks built in. Okay, sounds like there's no more questions. If you want to talk to me later, please. Oh, wait, we got one more person getting up for a question. Have I done any exploration of what in fuzzing? Flame graphs and fuzzing. Question was, have you done any exploration of flame graphs and fuzzing? A little bit. So the flame graphs are interesting because it shows where the code is spending a lot of time. And I think with fuzzing, you can fuzz for performance, but generally that's not what people are doing. Now, certainly, if you wanted to make your fuzzer more efficient, a flame graph could definitely be used for that, and that would be an interesting thing. I don't think I've seen anybody talk about that. Because like if your fuzzer's spending all of its time in some garbage function that you don't care about, then like make it so it doesn't do that. All right, thanks. Cool. Well, I love to talk about this stuff, so if you've got ideas or you want to send me pull requests or anything else, I'll be outside. Please come talk to me. Otherwise, have a great con.
Congratulations, that seemed to go pretty well.
Oh, thank you. Howdy.
I don't think there's a Ninja tenant plugin.
No, there is. Somebody ported it. It's third party. I mentioned it. Someone asked the question, and I pointed it out in the Slack. Marcus told me about it. Well, now you're glad you came and talked.
So HDMI cable.
Okay.
So go ahead and get set up, and then we'll talk through the stuff.
Yep, sounds good.
So while you're on stage for your talk,
Yep.
if you are comfortable, you can take your mask off.
Okay, yes. Yeah, I'll probably do that. I don't know if it's still going.
I'll hang out for you.
Okay. Do you guys mind if I take my mask off now, or?
It's fine. Go ahead.
Hey, Bob. So when Hotel Kit's here to clean up the coffee spill, this set of chairs, 9 rows back on the right side.
so let's take a couple steps back. So the mics are hot 100% of the time. Okay. So be aware. Great. So you see the two people with green shirts that are not really paying attention to us right now? Yeah. Right. You have a 15-inch rear talk. So they have signs that they will hold up. The first sign that they will hold up is and then they'll have a yellow sign and stuff. When you see the stop sign, that is shut up and get off the stage. Okay. It's time to roll over for the next talk. Okay. So the computer monitors you see there, there'll be people in shirts, staff there, and they'll be the ones that you sign. So first, make sure we're confirmed we're okay to be streaming the room, right? Next, we ask you if you receive questions to repeat them. If you were having a lot of questions, we have 2 microphones in this room, one on each side. You can see them about midway through the rooms on 4 aisles. I'm going to ask people to go to the microphones, otherwise just repeat them yourself. That way, people that are not near them or those that are watching on the stream can hear those. So please do that. Is this your first time presenting?
No, I presented also.
Okay. Is this your first time at ShmooCon?
First time.
Okay. So the only other thing that I would want to remind you, did you look in your bag?
I have.
So you saw one of the squishy toys?
I did.
Right.
I didn't bring it with me.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
So I'm sure the color tradition of ShmooCon is we have, so one of the things that, the Shmoo group, I've been a member of the group since before there was a talk. We went to so many talks that were just utter garbage. So like people got up and they basically spouted off a lie. So we wanted to give the audience the ability to participate without standing up and our model for that is this. So that's the squish ball. If you have that, if somebody's totally disagrees with you, and that is like a visual, visceral, but not vocal version of standing up and being like, I call bullshit. Spewing. That is intentional.
Yeah.
We don't do shmoo ball launches anymore, but we did for early on, like 15 years ago. But otherwise, we have a little bit of announcements to do. We have some stuff to throw out to the audience, and then we'll get started. Do you have any questions or concerns?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. It should be relatively straightforward. This is a good community, and they're very engaged and positive. So, as long as you are straightforward, it should be totally great. I've presented here before, and the feedback that we get about the presenters, as well as the attendees, is that this is a really relaxed and supportive and inclusive that we've been trying to foster. So you should be, in general, pretty good. If you have any, there shouldn't be any audio or difficulty issues. And like I said, just watch for the the green t-shirts by those monitors.
And I'll be keeping an eye on time.
Sure. And we've got a little bit, a decent amount of time before it's supposed to start. So, and there's one more talk. Oh no, I guess you were the last talk before lunch. Yeah, there is a break after you. So if you have a little bit long, it's okay. But we do want to make sure people actually get a chance to eat.
Eating.
People come to security conferences and they mostly just drink.
Yeah.
Which is
not healthy.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, sounds good.
Right. And like I said, mics are hot. It is a little direction sensitive, but you're able to adjust it. So if you want to adjust it a little bit such that it is better positioned for where you're going to stand. The other thing that we do ask is don't wander around the stage too much. You are on camera, and it's hard. They try not to have to try.
Yeah.
And it's better if you can generally stay behind the camera.
Yeah. And also the mics.
Well, we do have a radio mic if some people are very animated. So if you do in fact, these are all wireless, so if you have the need, pick them up and turn them on. There's a switch on the side to turn it on if you need to.
Yeah, no, I'll stay in front of it.
Okay. And otherwise, last thing. I know you were the last talk stage cleanup during your lunch break. And then eventually the next person will want to be able to get set up like you're doing now.
Yeah.
So after you've answered your last question, hold up your laptop, pack it up, and then tell people, hey, meet me outside. And you saw the last presenter, he had like people come up, say, hey, I want to talk to you. I'd love to talk about whatever you want to talk about, but let's do that out in the hall.
Get off the stage expeditingly.
Yeah, and then otherwise we're good.
Okay.
So
Thank you so much, Brian.
this will be great, and it'll be totally great. Like I said, everybody here, this is a great community and is very inclusive, so it should be no problems.
Awesome. Glad to hear it. Thank you.
No problem. All right, we've got like 3 minutes left, so I'll go ahead and get started.
Awesome.
All right, welcome back, ShmooCon. We've got a few announcements. If you've been to other talks, you've probably heard these announcements before, and we have some stuff to give away. First things first, if you want some of our giveaways, we're going to be throwing, or I will be throwing a moose out into the audience. And we do this before every talk. If you want some of the things that we're throwing out, you should be sitting closer. Right? I see people well into the back, and that's great for social distancing, but if you want stuff, there's plenty of seats up front. All right, so after this is the last talk before our lunch break, but there is a lot of activities going on today. So if you head out of this past all of the vendors, there's a number of event rooms that are going on, Hackers for Charity, the RFCTF, ShmooCon Labs, and Lockpick Village. Please go visit them. There's a lot of really interesting learning opportunities you're welcome to. We are still selling this year's t-shirts. There's not a lot of those sizes left, mostly women and children sizes. Come by registration and give us a donation of $15 and we'll give you a t-shirt in thanks. We take none of this money. All of that money goes directly to our charities and we give you a t-shirt as thank you for donating. At 2 o'clock, past t-shirts as well as boxes and bags of crap, stuff, previous conference bags. We stuff into them, so sometimes they're t-shirts, sometimes they're moose, sometimes they are mugs. Come buy one of those, donate money to one of the charities and we'll give you a bag or a box of crap as a thank you to donating to charity, and that happens at 2 o'clock. All right, so without further ado, I have a moose that I'm gonna toss out. All right. And then actually I was walking around with this and one of the speakers from last year pointed it out and we're like, that's the greatest toiletry bag that I've dealt with. My spouse and I use this, so I'm gonna toss this in that general direction. I have no idea how well it's gonna fly, so heads up, especially you in the orange. All right, so we only have a minute left. So without, we'll go streaming. Are you good? All right. So streaming is up and running. So without any further ado, I'd like to introduce Seth, who will be talking or presenting on driving forward with Android drivers, exploring the future of Android kernel hacking. So please give a warm ShmooCon welcome to Seth.
Hey, how's it going? My name is Seth, as you found out already. Let me put this right here. Yeah, today we're going to be taking just a brief glimpse into the future of what Android driver hacking might look like, and what we might see for Android kernel and local privilege escalations in the future. Just as a brief sort of agenda on what we're going to be talking about, I'll briefly discuss who I am. Then we've got sort of a couple fun segments here. We've got enumerating the attack surface. I'll explain how I went about the process of finding different Android drivers on Android phones, developing different techniques for discovering them and looking for interesting ones. Then we'll discuss some of the attack surfaces that I looked at and some of the bugs that I found. And finally, we'll take one of those bugs all the way to root. And then at the end, there will be a live demo against my better judgment. So yeah, my name is Seth. You can find me on Twitter or X. I'm an information security engineer at Google Project Zero. I primarily look at Android and Linux kernel research, focusing mostly on local privilege escalations. If you haven't heard that term before, I'm trying to get to root without using a password. One fun fact about me, particularly in this field, is that I love to turn bad bugs into good exploits. I love to find stuff that's particularly difficult to exploit and find a way to manage it anyway. I really live for good, innovative exploit strategies. So let's talk about Android drivers. What are Android drivers? They are something that is used to facilitate interaction between user-landed hardware devices. Basically all Linux uses drivers at some level. Even if you're using a VM, it's still using drivers. And it basically, every time that a user-land process wants to talk to a piece of hardware, it has to go through a driver of some sort. And all those drivers are sort of hosted inside of the kernel. They are a very well-known kernel attack surface. Particularly on Android, we've seen a lot of previous research in GPU drivers. That is Mali, Adreno, PowerVR, et cetera. We see that both in the wild and from the security research community. But GPU drivers aren't the only piece of hardware, or GPUs aren't the only piece of hardware that have drivers on the system. Other chipset components also have drivers. That is, by chipset, I just mean like all of the other different hardware pieces and chips that are on an Android phone. And they're usually accessible to userland in some method. Usually that's via character device files, usually in either devfs or procfs, also known as the /dev and /proc folder. And there's been a lot of research into GPU drivers, but not quite so much research into other chipsets drivers and what sort of bugs we might see from those sorts of drivers. And so I wanted to sort of look forward into the future. Right now, GPU drivers, that's sort of the bleeding edge. But what's going to be coming after that? If GPU drivers, if one day we enter this idyllic land where GPU drivers are perfect, where are attackers going to start looking for bugs next? What sort of other drivers might be available, and how can I get ahead of them? So I really wanted to dive forward. What other drivers are there on an Android phone? And to do that, I needed to enumerate the attack surface. That is, find all of the Android drivers on the Android phones. I developed a couple different techniques, some of which are really obvious, some of which maybe not so obvious, to find these drivers. The first one is file system searching. This is the most primitive version of it, and it works very well. And that is just to enumerate all the files in the file system, looking for interesting drivers. Another technique that I used was source code analysis. That is actually looking at the Linux kernel source that Android phones have published with them. That's a whole other story for another day about how to get that, but there's plenty of resources online to be able to acquire that. All above board, of course. And you can find calls to proc create or device create or et cetera, other kinds of calls that are used to actually create create those drivers or create those files on the file system that expose those drivers. And we also looked at SE Linux policy analysis, where I actually evaluate the sort of policy permissions of SE Linux to identify things that the developers expect userland to be able to access. So let's talk about file system searching first. This is the obvious one. I'm just going to use file system enumeration tools to look for interesting files and folders on Android phones, also known as using find and ls. Then I just check permissions and accessibility, and I do this using cat. Super fancy stuff, I know. But it's really effective. There's some pros to this. It's really easy. It's very real. There's a low false positive rate. If I can see the file and I can access the file, then it's a file, and it's potentially an interesting attack surface. There are some cons, though. It misses files in unsearchable directories. We'll talk about that a little bit later in like a slide or two. And also, it can be a little bit difficult because you have to be cognizant about what SE Linux context you're accessing the file from. There are occasionally files that can be accessible from some like debugging contexts, but then not actually from an untrusted app or vice versa. And that matters particularly when you're trying to find interesting attack surfaces. And it's also really tough to evaluate attack surface complexity quickly. So like once I find a file, I still have no idea, it's not immediately apparent how much code or how much of a driver there is backing up this thing. The complexity of that driver or whatever's backing that file in the kernel is fairly unclear. So there are some pros and cons to this technique. The other technique, well, here's an example of just seeing this in practice. You can see I use find. I'm listing all the files in /dev. And then I try catting a whole bunch of them. And you can see that a couple of them throw out permission denied, but one in particular throws out operation not permitted. That's kind of a misnomer. It doesn't mean that I couldn't access the file. It actually means I could access the file. I didn't get a permission denied error. Operation not permitted is something that the kernel is throwing after I've opened and accessed the file. So in this case, I've actually been able to open Mali0. And Mali0 is the GPU driver, which we've discussed before. And my goal is to find other files that may throw something like this. We're specifically looking for something that isn't permission denied. So another technique I used was source code analysis. This technique was also quite fruitful. We're basically examining the source of the Linux kernel itself for that Android phone, looking for character device creation function calls. And then once I find those, I find the file if it exists on the device. And then I'll just check for it if it's accessibility. Use cat. The real benefits of this is that it ignores outer directory permissions and that the attack surface's complexity is highly apparent. So I get to scroll through the code and be like, oh, wow, that looks like an interesting driver. Where is it supposed to be created? And then I can immediately sort of jump right to the risotto in terms of finding the interesting stuff. And I don't spend a lot of time finding boring drivers that I can see but aren't actually interesting, like /dev/null or whatever. I don't waste my time on stuff like that. Cons, it doesn't tell you a lot about the permissions on the files. So like, I'll see a driver be like, wow, that looks super interesting. I want to hack on that. And then go and look on the phone and be like, oh, it does exist, but like, I can't access it for reason X, Y, or Z. So you get lots of false positives. And it can also be quite difficult to tell whether the driver is actually being compiled into the device. You really just need to check each one manually to see if that's true. But here's a great example of this being of seeing this in practice. This is from MediaTek chipset phone. I could see from the source code that there was this directory called perfmgr, and then there were some files being created inside of there called using procreate. perf-ioctl, eara-ioctl, et cetera, et cetera. You can actually see on the right side that when I try and access this directory from an untrusted context, I'm unable to do so. However, if I try and access the file itself, either by listing it in the directory or by catting it, or I actually just stat it, is what ls-l is doing there. Or if I actually try and cat the file, you can see that it is in fact accessible. So this is something that if we were just used basic file system enumeration, it would fail. It could not find this. But by looking at the source code, I was able to find this and evaluate this attack surface. So it's a very odd permission setup. I have no idea why, but it exists empirically. The final technique that I used was SE Linux policy analysis. Discussing SE Linux is perhaps a little bit out the scope of the talk, but like one brief sentence is that it just allows for robust and granular permissions decisions at runtime based on process context, and it does this using a policy file that is loaded into the kernel at startup. And those policies usually reflect what the developers intend to be accessible. So by looking at the policies and looking for cases where files or where certain file contexts are readable or openable or IOCTLable from an unprivileged context, it sort of betrays that which the developers are expecting me to be able to access. And it suggests that I should do greater investigation into those files to see if they're interesting. I can look at the SE Linux policy from the device using a program called SE Search, and I can look for those interesting device files. Then I have to find the location of that file, which can be a little bit tough because nothing about the SE Linux policy betrays where the file might actually be. Well, maybe a little bit, but it's not immediately clear, that's for sure. But hopefully, if we can achieve all that, then we can get profit from that. Permissions on the files are immediately apparent is the really nice thing about this technique. And if I see it in the policy, the file almost certainly exists, which is also very nice to know. But once again, just like file system enumeration, the attack surface complexity is completely unclear, and it can be quite difficult to find the files on the device. Oh, there used to be another slide in here where I showed an example of. Okay, well, there was at least one bug that I found with this technique that was a bug in the Edge TPU on Google Pixel phones, on the Google Pixel chipset. Oh, I know, that slide's like just 2 slides later. I know where I'm at now. Okay, so let's talk about the bug hunt. So first we have this device list. I looked at 3 different devices, the Google Pixel 7, the Xiaomi 11T, and the Asus ROG 6D. 2 of them were MediaTeks, one of them was a Google Tensor chipset. I wish I could say that I was like trying to create some sort of, thorough evaluation, a survey of all of the major chipsets on the market, but that's not true. It was just what I had on my desk. So looking at the Google Pixel 7, I found fairly few accessible device drivers from the untrusted app SE Linux context. For the record, untrusted app is just the SE Linux context that most, if not all, of the files, or most, if not all, of the apps running on your phone are running under. So this is sort of the context that particularly matters. There are caveats to that, but I'll just leave it at that for now. The GPU was the big exception to this fairly few accessible device drivers, but SE Linux identified one particular other device of interest. It was this Edge TPU device, and I could see from the SE Linux context that I was able to IOCTL this device, I was able to read this device, but I wasn't able to open this device, which is like super weird. And sure enough, this file does exist on the phone. This driver is on the phone. What's going on with this driver? I wasn't quite sure, but so I did a bit more research trying to figure out what's going on. And the answer is that, there's an allow list of apps that are allowed to access this device, and an allowed app actually has to ask a service process for the file descriptor, and the service hands it back. So there's this entirely userland contract where an untrusted app will go and ask another higher privileged process, hey, can you open this file for me, and then hand me the file back, and that's like totally okay. But most apps aren't on this list. There may be some notable, interesting exceptions, like Google Meet and stuff, but for the most of the time, it's not accessible from your typical untrusted app. I did find one bug in this driver, and I reported it as CVE 2023-35645. You can go take a read if you want. I don't think it's all that interesting, really, though. But the MediaTek attack surface yielded some much more interesting drivers in there. Right away, I could see that there was more of an attack surface on MediaTek devices than there was on the Google Pixel devices. I found several different sort of drivers of interest. GED, which we're going to discuss a little bit later because there were some great exploitation primitives in here. The MTK JPEG driver, and also this perfmgr driver that I talked about earlier. The MTK driver, JPEG driver in particular stood out for me. It was odd because you could not access it from the shell context, but it could be accessed from an app context. And here you can see I try and access the file from the shell context, I fail, I change to an app context, and then I am able to access the file, which is very odd. I decided to do a little bit more research into what this driver and the source inside of it might look like. So the first investigation was like, what is this driver? Why does it exist? It's the MediaTek JPEG driver that the JPEG decode hardware uses. There's basically JPEG decode hardware present in the MediaTek SOCs, and this is sort of the driver that sort of backs that hardware. There's a couple things that the kernel does for this. It sets up memory mapped registers. It maps DMA memory into the decoder, and then it can start decoding by writing to a certain memory mapped register. And after decoding, an interrupt is sent back to the CPU to say, hey, I finished decoding. The JPEG decoding hardware sends back an interrupt. And so this JPEG decoding hardware is just used to accelerate decoding of JPEG, JPEG codecs. And there are 2 cores, which means that up to 2 JPEG streams can be decoded simultaneously. I found the driver implementation. There's actually 2, but the one that I was most interested in that backed to this file, mtk.jpg, was present in driver's MISC MediaTek JPEG. And inside of this, I only found 3 ioctl calls, so 3 really obvious ways to interact with the driver. That was the JPEG DEC ioctl hybrid start, the hybrid wait, and the hybrid get progress status ioctls. And so the hybrid start is simply used to start a JPEG decoding operation, and then once the decoding operation begins, the userland process will call hybrid wait, and then just wait for the interrupt to occur to get sent back. So there's sort of like this. It's just basically these 2 ioctls. There's one other, but it's uninteresting. There's basically for at least this talk, but there's basically 2 ioctls that are used, and they just bounce back and forth. Start, wait, start, wait. So let's take a deeper look into these ioctls, or at least 2 of them. Here is JPEG DEC ioctl hybrid start. If this looks like a lot of code, that's okay. You don't have to understand all of it. There's just a couple things I want to note. First is that you can see here that it gets userland parameters. That is where sort of untrusted input enters into the system. We also see this this code here, hybrid DEC lock, which is choosing and locking a core. As I noted, there's 2 cores, which means 2 streams can be decoded simultaneously. This DEC lock function has to choose which core it can access based on what other threads on the system are doing. So if another thread and another process chooses to decode a stream, then they can't both decode with the same core simultaneously. So it just has this function has to make sure that that doesn't happen. And we'll talk about that function a little bit more. Then we have this function hybrid DEC start that initializes and starts the core. And then we have a function which presents the outcome of that start to userland. And finally, we have this code at the bottom that, like, if for whatever reason JPEG hybrid DEC start doesn't start properly, will unlock the core if we failed that startup process. Here's the JPEG DEC ioctl hybrid wait. There's really only 4 things that are important here. First thing to see is that it confirms that the core is locked before doing any more additional work. Then it just checks to see if the interrupt has fired. If it hasn't fired, it waits for that interrupt to complete, and finally it unlocks the core. This is actually where bug number 2 is found. You can't see it in this example because this is the patched example, but on certain maintained versions of this code, this check was actually skipped, and that led to out-of-bounds read and write for older supported kernels. And I reported that one as well. We'll discuss that one a little bit more, but not too much. One thing to note, though, is that, like, I've highlighted it with this red rectangle here. There's this DEC hardware locked check, and then there's this JPEG DRV hybrid DEC unlock at the end. It seems that these 2 things are sort of playing, have a relationship between the 2 start and the waits. The start is supposed to lock the core, and then wait is supposed to unlock the core once the operation is completed, which makes sense. So yeah, there's this basically these 2 things are working in tandem. Let's look at how this function works a little bit more in depth. So you can see that it has this sort of mutexing to protect it, and it's just checking under the mutex if a core is locked, and if it is, then it locks it, or if it isn't, then it locks it, and if it is, then it checks the next core, and if it can't find a core, then it'll fail out, and if it can, then it'll lock it and exit out and release the mutex. That's important. We also see sort of a similar sort of reverse behavior in JPEG and the unlock function. So if it's not locked, first it takes the mutex. If it's not locked, then it just leaves. If it is locked, then it unlocks it, and it also frees a whole bunch of data previously associated with that core. That was data that was initialized during the start routine. And once again, I've noted that these are mutext. That is, these functions have been designed so they can't race with each other, which is nice, but really it's only the blocks in red that are protected. Nothing else is protected except for these blocks. Any of the other sort of parts of these ioctls can run simultaneously. So in practice, what does this look like? It means these two sort of like red areas are protected. Nothing else is. And just like start and hybrid wait, we see that the bottom is protected. Right at the end, it protects this one call to unlock, but none of the rest of it is protected. Right away, we see a correctness issue because you can see it checks deck hardware locked to see if the core is locked, and it checks that outside of the mutex. The state of that core could theoretically change at any time. So let's put it together. We're going to have two threads. One is running start. One of them is running wait. So the first guy who's running the start ioctl is just going to lock a core. Great. Thread B, which is running wait, is going to check to see if the core is locked, which it is, because I just locked it on thread A. Excellent. Now thread A is going to run JPEG DRV hybrid deck start. And that's going to fail for whatever reason. And because of that, it's going to enter the unlock, and it is going to unlock the core. Right away, we have a correctness issue, because now thread B is running on an unlocked core, which is never supposed to be an intended behavior. Thread B, nevertheless, is going to check to see if the interrupt fired, which it won't, because the core was unlocked and isn't being used. And then it will enter a timing out waiting for the interrupt to fire, which it never will, because the core isn't being used. And that wait will go for like 3 seconds. Finally, thread A will exit back to userland from the start operation, and then I'm going to have it enter the start operation again. It's going to lock the core again. And now thread B is going to finish its wait, never find the interrupt, be like, I don't know what to do, let me just unlock the core, and it's just going to unlock the core. Even though thread A is currently in the midst of trying to initialize the parameters that thread B is simultaneously attempting to free. This is just arbitrary, like outright racy. I reported this bug as 32832. This was a race condition in that driver. You can go and view this on our bug tracker. So let's now discuss getting from those 3 bugs to root. I was trying to find one that was like really interesting from any sort of untrusted app perspective. Right away, that sort of disqualified bug number 1. It could only be used with an allow list, so I don't care about that. So instead, I was most interested in these other 2 bugs. The out-of-bounds read and write, it looks like it should be super exploitable. It's a deterministic out-of-bounds read and write at a controlled offset. That feels like it should be good enough. That feels like it should be strong enough to exploit. But there's a couple of things that make it quite difficult. One is that the array that I'm accessing out of bounds is in the globals. So I couldn't really control anything about what was behind or in front of this array. The read was also very complex. It was reading entire wait queue struct, and it had to meet certain criteria in order to trigger the write at all. And the write itself was minimal and very, very difficult to control. I could write basically 0 and 1 and some stuff, and that was it. I did sort of develop this technique. I found that by overlapping the out-of-bounds wait queue struct with another wait queue in the globals, and then hitting a tiny 2-instruction race that I made easier with a cache miss plus a preemption, I was able to convert this primitive into a racy write of 4 bytes of 0 to a static stack offset in another process's kernel task stack, which is a great primitive, I thought. And so I actually wrote a tool to try and turn a backtrace into a pictographic of the kernel stack and have a depiction of where the write occurs in the task stack relative to the function frames of arbitrary system calls. And if that sounds really complex to you and you didn't understand any of that, that's okay. I couldn't find a way to exploit it anyway. But if this nerd sniped you, come talk to me afterwards, because I'd love to hear different theories for how this might be exploitable. Because I feel like it should be. It feels to me in my head like I should be able to exploit this, but I wasn't able to find a way. So I decided to turn to this other bug, this race condition, which we've spent quite a bit of time talking about already. Once again, we're having two threads. We're starting, we're waiting. There's going to be a locking. This lock is going to occur or it's going to check to make sure that it's locked. Then we're going to unlock the core. We're going to enter this interruptible wait timeout that eventually is going to end. In the midst, we're going to exit from that ioctl, enter the start ioctl again, lock the core again, and then thread B is going to unlock the core at the same time that thread A is trying to initialize the parameters. And this is what's racy. So if we actually look at these two things that are racing simultaneously, we see that basically the one on the left is initializing all of these parameters at the same time that JPEG DRV hybrid DEC unlock is trying to free all these parameters. And one particularly interesting behavior that you can do, depending on how you want to, you can basically overlay these functions however you want and find which version best suits your sort of exploitation strategy. And I found that if you just put the unlock completely before the JPEG start, then all of the freeing code will happen on the previously freed resources because JPEG hybrid DRV or JPEG DRV hybrid DEC start hasn't initialized any of them yet. So if start ran one time before and initialized a bunch of those resources to something, and then unlocked the core and freed its access to those resources, and then later on we have this sort of weird race. And then start is going to run again, but unlock runs first. Then unlock is going to run on the previously initialized resources, and it's going to free those resources a second time. So I was particularly interested in those puts that we saw over here on the right side, the JPG DMA buff put, because those are based on file descriptors. We see right away that underneath that it calls DMA buff put, which underneath it calls fput on the DMA buff file itself. This is just basically a ref count that's supposed to be sort of in tandem with the starts ref count taking over on the other side where it calls JPG DMA buff get. But once again, we're calling put twice while we've only called get once. And this is just a double ref count decrement. And that's just, if anyone is familiar with ref count exploitation, that just means that this is straight use after free. The kernel tracks these struct files, objects via ref counts, and when the ref count reaches 0, the kernel believes the object is no longer referenced, so it is freed. But one of these ref counts is spurious. One of these ref counts wasn't supposed to happen. The object is, in fact, still referenced. Where is it referenced? It's referenced in the file descriptor table of the process, because that's where start got it from. So now I have a dangling struct file held to a file descriptor that userland can still access, which is a great primitive, by the way. Once again, we see here in the JPG DMA buff get that it's accessing the file from the file descriptor. Now attacker userland has reference to a file descriptor where the backing struct file has been freed. This is a great primitive. There are so many different potential ways to exploit this bug. One big issue that you might run into right away is that files in particular are allocated from a dedicated kernel slab cache. That just means that when you free a file pointer, a struct file, basically usually the only thing that's going to be reallocated in that space ever is another struct file. There are ways around this. The typical use after free strategy for replacing this with some other object type involves a little bit of complexity. You can either use cross-cache exploitation, where you free it back to the page allocator and then get another kmalloc slab cache to take that page and add it back into its own slab cache and then utilize that to sort of achieve a type confusion of some sort. And then there's also a technique where you just free it back to the page allocator and use the page allocator directly. Example, reallocating with pipe buffer pages to grab this page and sort of put, say, arbitrary data in that place. But cross-cache and all these techniques, they do involve a little bit of complexity, and there are some reasons to hope that some of these techniques might go away soon. There's been some mitigation sort of added into play in some sort of off canonical branches that are trying to resolve this issue. My colleague Jan Horn's research has also gone into trying to solve this issue and prevent cross-cache attacks. So I was interested to see, we're looking at the future. Is there some other way to exploit this bug that doesn't involve cross-cache exploitation? The answer is yes, there is some other way. Let's discuss this some other way. So when an object is freed, that internal data becomes stale, but it nevertheless remains set. With the small caveat, unless a certain kernel command line option is flipped on, which it usually isn't. That means that once an object is freed, the data remains the same as before it was freed, except for any heap metadata that the kernel decides to introduce, which there is some. There is a free list pointer that's introduced into the chunk when it's freed. They put it in the middle. There's really good reasons for that. You can talk to Case Cook about it if you really want to hear why, or you can go read his commits online. But they put the free list pointer in the middle of the chunk. But other than that, the rest of the object remains intact. That means that this struct file can actually still be potentially accessed in a sane way. File operations might be performable, etc. There's nothing stopping this freed object from being just used like the object still exists. In practice, if we actually looked at one of these struct files, they have a private data field that is used to reference some type-specific data. And normally in a DMA buff file, that private data points to a struct DMA buff. We can see in the DMA buff get caller that once it actually fetches the file from the file descriptor, it returns the private data field, and it casts that private data field implicitly to struct DMA buff. So struct files might come from a special slab cache, but struct DMA buffs does not. And when the file was freed, the DMA buff was freed as well. And that DMA buff can be reclaimed with a different type object coming from a generic kernel kmalloc slab because it was allocated from the general kernel kmalloc slabs. So when I free the struct file, I leave a dangling file descriptor pointing to that struct file, which also points to a free DMA buff because that DMA buff was freed at the same time. Then I reclaim the DMA buff without reclaiming the struct file. I leave the struct file free and I only reclaim the DMA buff memory. And then I can call DMA buff operations on the dangling file descriptor using this dangling file descriptor to access a freed struct file, which has a pointer to reclaimed DMA buff memory that comes from the general kmalloc caches. But wait, the astute among you might ask, that struct file could be reclaimed at any time. Something else in the system could grab it at theoretically any point it wants it to. And that means that the longer it exists, isn't it going to disappear? Nothing's stopping that from disappearing. You're right. In practice, at the speed that my exploit will run, this isn't really a problem that happens very often, but even if it were, we can avoid this by burying that struct file in the free list by freeing a whole bunch of struct files immediately after it. And by doing that, we can make sure that the allocator doesn't see it for a long, long time. So now I'm left with a couple questions. I've talked about reclaiming the DMA buffer, but I have no idea what I'm going to reclaim it with. And what operations can I call on that DMA buffer to achieve any sort of interesting primitives? Once again, now we're going to go back a long time ago and talk about the GED file, which I mentioned had some really good exploitation primitives. And two really good exploitation primitives came out of this file. One are GED GE buffers, and the other is GED DMA buff set name. And we're going to discuss both of these in depth. So first, let's talk about what the GED driver is. It's called the GPU extension device. I've quipped that it's the GPU exploitation device. It has in it an array of GE buffers, or basically with this driver, you can allocate an array of GED buffers, or GE buffers. It's dynamically sized buffers. They're allocated in the generic kernel kmalloc slab caches. Their size is controllable. You can read and write the contents at will without freeing and reallocating those buffers. And of course, you can also free and reallocate them at will. And basically, this is the holy grail of heap sprays. It's controllable in size. You can control the data. You can read it and write to it however you want, whenever you want, without reallocating that memory. It's excellent. So once the DMA buff is freed, I'm going to reclaim it off that free list with a GED GE buffer. So now there's a type confusion. I have a GE buffer pointing to the same memory that someone else thinks is a DMA buff. The GED DMA buff set name is simply an alternative to another known canonical ioctl called DMA buff set name called the DMA buff set name ioctl. The only real benefit of using this particular call as opposed to the normal ioctl, canonical ioctl, is that it doesn't do any SE Linux inode checks on the file descriptor, because that'll crash on a freed struct file, but meanwhile, GED DMA buff set names will not. When this function is called, it will free a pointer to whatever previous name was in the DMA buff struct, or it won't free anything at all if it's just set to null, and then it will allocate a new name string. In the context of the fact that we now control this DMA buffer because we've reallocated with a GE buffer, what that really means is that we'll free an arbitrary pointer, and then we'll allocate a new name string. And that new name string will also be visible because it's in the GE buffer memory, which, as you might recall, we can read and write at will. Since the file descriptor still exists, we can also read proc self fdinfo n. That when we read the fdinfo of that file, it will call this function on the side, on the right side, which will call file count on that freed file. And that file count reads the ref count of the file. But once again, we reclaimed the entire DMA buff struct with a GED GE buffer. So when we grab the DMA buff from this file's private data, when we re-access that file through the file count, when we re-access that file through DMA buff -- file, it's actually accessing arbitrary memory that is the GE buffer. And that means I can set that file pointer that's used in file count to any arbitrary value I want. So in practice, I'm dereferencing an arbitrary pointer and printing an integer from an offset of that pointer. This is arbitrary read. As a recap, we now have some great primitives. We have an arbitrary read via fdinfo. We have an arbitrary free via the GED DMA buff set name. And we can retrieve the fake DMA buff struct memory via the GED GE buffer read. So we can read and write the GED GE buffer at will, which means we can read and write the DMA buffer at will. We have an arbitrary read, and we have an arbitrary free. Now we just need an arbitrary write, and I'm done. If we can gain arbitrary control of the array of GE buffers, then we have a very nice read-write primitive, and we'll very easily be able to get to root. We can use our arbitrary free to free the GE buffer array and then reclaim it with a GE buffer. As a brief reminder on what the difference of those two things are, there is a GE file descriptor that has a GE file. That GE file references a GE buffer array, an array of GE buffers, and then inside of that are GE buffers themselves. And that GE buffer array is really just an array of pointers to GE buffers. If I can type confuse a GE buffer array with the GE buffer itself, I can then set the GE buffer array and the pointers inside to whatever I want. And then this GE buffer points to wherever I want. And because I can read and write it at will, because that's just the feature of GE buffers, I now have a really great arbitrary read-write primitive. We will be able to arbitrarily free this array if we know where the array is. So the next question becomes, how exactly do we find one? There are three different ways that GE arrays are sort of referenced. So the hierarchy is that the GE arrays are referenced by a file descriptor itself. Then file descriptors are referenced by a file descriptor table. And then file descriptor tables are referenced by a task struct. If we were to keep going down, we could see the task structs are referenced by the task struct list or whatever, but we're not going to discuss that today. This is enough. If I can find any of these three things, I will win. I will be able to access and free and find the address of the GE array, free it, and reclaim it with a GE buffer. So let's try and find one of these. There's a couple different ways to do this. The way that I found that was fairly straightforward is I found out that FD tables come out of the same generic kmalloc hash as the DMA buff name pointers that I can cause to be reallocated and freed at will with GED DMA buff set name. Because they come out of the same generic kmalloc hash, that means that I could potentially predict the location of an FD table. If I somehow have a DMA buff name address, then I free that DMA buff name associated with that address, and then allocate a lot of FD tables, reclaiming that DMA buff name address with an FD table. And by doing that, I've basically predicted the location of an FD table. It's sort of backwards from your typical sort of strategy where you reclaim and then find the address. In this case, I'm finding the address and then reclaiming with a heap spray. I can use GED DMA buff set name to place a new pointer in the fake DMA buff struct, and then I can read that fake DMA buff struct because GE buffers are awesome. And I can use that to get the name pointer. Once I have the name pointer, I can call GED DMA buff set name again to free the name pointer, and then I can reclaim the name pointer as an FD table with references to a GE FD with an array of GE buffers. So the FD table that I'm hoping to reclaim it with will have an GE FD in it, and that will have an array of GE buffers in it, and then I will be in business. Finally, I will use my arbitrary read to find the array of GE buffers. Then I will use my arbitrary free to free the array of GE buffers, and then I will reclaim that array of GE buffers with another GE buffer. So now I've really achieved the type confusion. I've turned an array of GE buffers, and I've reclaimed it with a GE buffer itself, and we've type confused that array with a real buffer. And then we just have profit. So in practice, here's a little chart that maybe hopefully makes it a little bit clearer. On the left side here, we have got the DMA buffer struct file. As you may recall, this is free. It has been free the entire time. It needs to remain free, otherwise my exploit crashes. Or actually, it won't crash now that I think about it. But nothing interesting will happen. Next, I have this DMA buff struct, which I've reclaimed with a GE buffer. There are two sort of major members in the struct that you should be aware of: the file struct that I'm using as my arbitrary read, and the name buffer that I'm using as my arbitrary free target by calling GED DMA buff set name. Here's my arbitrary read at the top, and on the bottom is my arbitrary free primitive. So first, what I'm going to do to explain the sort of strategy again, I'm going to set the name pointer. That's just going to set it to an arbitrary location, and I think it's kmalloc32. I would need to check. Then I'll get the name pointer because it's just in the GE buffer now. Easy. And then I will free the name pointer by calling GED DMA buff set name again. And now I have a pointer to the active kmalloc slab, except that that chunk is freed. Then I will reallocate that free name pointer with a file descriptor table. In practice, this is very easy. I just create a lot of new processes containing a GEFD using fork. Then I'll read the FD table, and I'll be able to find the GE buffer array address. Super easy. I just call proc self fd info in after setting the file in the GE buffer to an arbitrary location. The arbitrary location in this case being the location of the name buffer. This is sort of a description of how that's going to work in practice. We've got the FD table, we've got the GE file, we've got the GE buffer array, and underneath that we have the GE buffer. This is just the references I have to go down in order to find this file. And in practice, what I can do now is since I know where the GE buffer array is, I can call GED DMA buff set name after setting the GE buffer array as the name in the GE buffer, or the DMA buff, depending on how you want to think about it. And then that will arbitrarily free the GE buffer array. Then I reclaim that GE buffer array with another GE buffer. Now I have two GE files, a blue one and a red one. The blue one has a completely canonical GE buffer array, and what to it is a completely canonical GE buffer. But the other GE file thinks that same thing that is the blue file's GE buffer is its GE buffer array. And so now the GE file, the blue GE file, can set the GE buffer array values to whatever it wants it to be, and the dereference chain for the red GE file will access any location memory the attacker wants. And then because of GE buffers, I can read it and write it at will. This is a great arbitrary read and write. The benefits of doing it this way: it's very repeatable, it's very reliable, and it's fast, and it's in practice quite easy. Finally, the goal is to get to root. That's what we're all here for, after all. To do this, I just write to my own process's cred struct to set the UID to 0. Because of Android, I also need to set some capabilities as well. And finally, using my arbitrary write, I write 0 to the SELinux enforcing bit to switch SELinux to permissive mode. And finally, I will exec lb system bin sh, and we're all done. I have a root shell. What are some good conclusions from this sort of research that I did? One is that Android kernels remain a really ripe source of bugs, and they also serve as a good place to find exploit primitives, for example, heap sprays. And we also see that, and this is something we've noted for a while, is that there tends to be pretty questionable code quality outside of Linux mainline. There can be questionable code quality inside of Linux mainline too, but particularly outside, we see that it's not getting as much research, it's not getting as many eyes on it as we'd really like them to, and so there are still significant and serious bugs coming out of these. Just generally, the code quality in these is just not as good as we would like them to be. And also, there are some really effective exploit techniques outside of just cross-cache and page allocation reclaims. And you don't always have to reclaim a use after freed object for it to be useful. Sometimes using it while it's free is just as good as anything else. Great, so questions in demo time. I'm gonna run the demo off my phone really quick. My exploit is maybe I don't know, 50% reliable. So it's a great candidate for trying on stage. In practice, that means it will crash the first time I run it 100% of the time, but we can hope. And if this does crash, then I'll just start taking questions while we wait for the phone to reboot. This is the process where it's trying to hit that race that I was talking about before. It needs to take a little bit because it doesn't always hit it immediately the first time. And pretty sure the phone just crashed. Yes, it did. Look at that. We are 1 for 1. So now is a great time for me to take some questions while this phone reboots. Questions? All right. How long did it take you to figure out this entire exploit chain? In terms of like actual amount of time, I spent from like point A to point B. It was somewhere in the range of 7 months or so. But the amount of time I actually spent working on this in particular is significantly less, probably in the range of like 3 to 4 months, more likely.
And would you say this is your most complicated exploit you found to also create?
No.
Okay.
Not
Thank
even
you.
close. And that's all I can say about that. Actually, if you want to see a really cool exploit that is public a while back, you can go look at the null pointer dereference exploit that I wrote a while back, where I actually changed a null dereference in the Linux kernel into an exploit, which shouldn't even be possible nowadays, but it totally is in practice. All right, so I would love to take other questions, but let's actually try and get the exploit working this time. Okay, so now I'm in the context, and by the way, I'm doing this backwards. Literally, I can see the screen just backwards, so hopefully the things on the terminal are working correctly, and I'm just typing from memory because I can't see it. So we're going to run the exploit again. I can see it's working. 50% likelihood. Oh, look at that. You can see I'm root. And also that SE Linux is in permission mode, or in permissive mode. And now the phone's just crashed, so that's the demo. Thank you. I have about 5 minutes if there are any more questions. Yes. Oh, some of the really questionable code quality in these drivers it's really astounding. Yeah, I mean, like you'll see stuff like int uint 830 or uint 32 variable name. They just named the variable uint 32 underscore something, but it's actually a signed integer. It's like, I don't understand. How do you do that? But yeah, I'd say in that I was like, wow, I've never seen that one. That's really creative. All right, any other great questions? I see one back here. Did you have source for the MediaTek drivers? I did have source for the MediaTek drivers. It's available online. You can access it. It's just available via GPL. That's all the questions I'm going to take now. If you want to come find me in the hallway, I'll be out there. I'm going to vacate the stage quickly. They had something else they wanted me to say, but I've forgotten what it is, so good luck. Yep.
I mean, that was really cool.
Hey Chris, how's it going? Good to see you. Thanks. It's good to see you. It's been a while. It's good. I mean, work from home is like sad. Is anyone else? No. I'm just which is nice and then also practice. I think it works out fine. I do miss seeing people. Yeah, I'm gonna head right out into the hallway, and I'm happy to meet people and talk or whatever. So yeah, just come find me and wait for me. I'll be right out as soon as I pack up. Hi, nice to meet you. What do you work on?
I'm in cloud security.
Oh, awesome. Really nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Ashley.
Ashley. Hope everything's going well on your team and everything else with everything that's going on.
My guy.
Hey, how's it going, Dave?
We'll have a drink about it.
Yeah.
I told you I'd get you an audience.
Yeah, did it work? It seems like I've got an audience. That's gone well. 1, 2. Okay, I put phones. No, I think I'm good. Did you take any questions now? I'm going to go right out to the hallway. You can come in the hallway. I'll be right there.
Oh.
I'm okay. You're so sweet. You're so sweet.
Everybody just looks like a dog. So you couldn't care how anybody reacts or exactly. You just look at your stuff and just treat us as if there's nobody there. Right. The moose. Exactly. Last talk tomorrow. Yeah, unlocking enterprise with security visibility. What about you? I'm doing the debug talk. Oh, yeah. Yeah, thanks. I was like, where are you? Yeah. She's like, I'm not worried. What is your, what's it called? It's going today. Nice. What's like one of the horrible things? You don't want to spoil your talk. Right, so no spoilers, but yeah, so basically, you can imagine from the exclusive going off the rails. Oh yeah. So unwanted attention. When is it on today? Right before. Oh, tomorrow, same place. Oh, cool. Nice. I know where I'll be tomorrow then. You guys get the little stuff. Yeah. The bag. Yeah. Stuff moves. Yeah. You did not a speaker. Oh. Yeah. Let me have yours. So we do the laptop then? Yeah. Oh, good. Yeah, I guess the grip is
Assume I have power. I love it's like. Okay, that is probably. Oh, I forgot this thing.
You can kind of see your projection. Yeah. You see it from the back.
Okay, and then I would do. I know. I already forgot. I even played you in my head. Going, there's this keyboard shortcut, but I don't know what it is. What's that? Okay, good. So I can wander all around the stage. Okay, beautiful. Thank you. Yeah, and then there's power, and then I guess once you can kind of have to see the thing. So it's funny, I don't have any more. You can't hear it yourself. Like there's no.
Don't yours? Doesn't yours? Man, you're lame. Oh, no, don't show other things. Okay.
It's on like a live stream on Twitch.
Yeah, my W2.
It's like your workday page.
Actually, it's there. My W2 two tabs away is my W2.
Click the share button and it should be like the hopefully.
What?
Top
Share?
right is
Why?
blue. That makes it full screen on the.
No,
we want
that's
the speaker notes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you there should be a way because you want to have full screen on the screens, right?
What can you see?
No, I see the speaker notes now. So it's a mirror. It's the big blue.
No, it's not. It's not.
You want to have a different screen here
yes,
than
yes.
this. Yeah. Well, can't you hit slideshow or whatever?
No, it's a setting. It's a setting thing.
This would the browser has no control over. But the
decimator.
I think it's built into Google's thing where they can share. I don't know.
At the moment, it's mirrored. You see the menu over here. How do you extend?
You go to
Man, Windows was so simple. Yeah.
the top one. Change mirror to.
Stop middle. And then what? Now it's dead. Or no, it's not dead.
No, it's good. That's your wallpaper.
It is. Oh yeah.
Perfect.
Okay. So presenter view. What can I? Where's the main thing? Where's the main thing? Yeah.
Swipe over.
Oh, there it is.
To one of the
And
other
then you have to
screens.
move it onto the.
Oh yeah. You have like 12 screens open. So it's one of these desktops is that one. I think.
Is it? No, I don't think so.
Why do you have 12
desktops? Oh, there it is. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Oh shit! How do I? I can't see what's happening there.
It's half on the screen. Oh. You go here. Decimator. What are the options here? Control resolution. Extended display.
Oh, so this becomes the Oh, that's actually good.
It's the opposite now.
No. I get it. But we can do this. Maximize it here. There's the presenter view. Now swap it. Where did it go? Oh shit.
Yes.
How do I?
It's funny. It looks like it's backwards, but we're looking at the back.
Yeah. Okay. Can you tell me where I should scroll? That makes sense. I mean, that's the extended display, right?
Interesting. This is insane. We're IT guys. What do you say? Right. Nice. But now it's not centered again. This is so wacky, man. Why would this not just work?
This is. I don't think.
This is why we have testing.
Yeah. But how do you get this full screen then on the other side?
Just do the same thing. You have to double click the top.
Yeah. So what we can do is you can stand there and you can tell me right, up. No. There's no way we're doing this in the right before the presentation. Yeah. I don't think we should do this, Frank.
What is the alternative? Get some paper, write all these speaker notes? No, you definitely can have the speaker notes. Let's do a mirror for a second again, just to get it all together. See the talk. How do you get back to... There, back?
To regular mode?
presenter view. There's mirror zone. Okay, so that's still the problem. Stop mirroring. I don't. कल है मेरा presentation आज copy. Okay, I mean this is close. You can see you can change it with this, right?
What
and
did you
left.
do?
I hit
This is the mode we want, yeah.
yeah. So where are the slides at now?
But still the presentation mode.
How did that? I hit presenter view and then it popped that up. This is so freaking wacky. Man.
Wait, it's not related to it.
Different one.
Yeah, it's a different window.
Working? Do you have any experience setting this up with Mac? I'm having a really hard time getting the right screens showing and stuff.
So what we're trying to do is that, I mean, mirroring works just fine, but what we're trying to do is to get the speaker view here and the presentation view there.
Yeah, you might have to swap which one is the primary monitor. I'm not a Mac person, so I don't even know where to touch things.
I'd play around with it again.
I'm just a poor gubby. I can't afford a Mac.
This is a company. None of us.
The government won't buy us Macs because Apple is assholes. They have an insistence that if you want to update, you have to be connected to a network.
Wait, doesn't Windows?
Windows, there's such things as a WSUS server, and you can run your own updates.
Oh, I see.
Apple's like, no, fuck you. Thou shalt conform to our method of living life, and if you are not doing the Apple way, go F yourself.
Start slideshow. Alright.
You just say I'm an Android person.
I was until about 2 months back. I got tired of all the battery and all the tweaks and stuff. I just want stuff
I
that
haven't
just
had
works.
problems with like battery.
One thing we could do is set up these two laptops. One on this table, one on the podium.
Definitely do that.
But that would be harder to coordinate. Yeah, of course.
Well, if you're both are there, just as soon as it changes, just hit it again.
Yeah.
Have it face up.
Let's do that. That seems to be the only viable option.
So weird.
Let's try it later in the other room as well, okay? Yeah. If you have a better view of the screens. Yes. Totally.
All right.
Before we reveal the share works.
Stripes 498. How'd that get leaked? Oh, it was on ShmooCon's Twitch. It's a screenshot of it. In the news. With face and everyone. Oh, yeah. I'm going to be standing there too. At least we have
This is Stripe security team.
Hey, see you later, man.
Hey, good luck. Get together around.
It's alive. Testing. Nice. Oh, didn't take long. Yeah.
I am running Linux actually. That's what's so amazing.
Yeah, I get so mad at like trying to, like I'm running a Chromebook because more things work on the Chromebook than they work in Linux. Like things like, and this is like, I have a Bluetooth speakerphone that I like to use when I'm doing like Zoom calls and stuff like that. Linux like can't, like it can pipe audio to it, can't make the mics work, or sometimes it'll work, and I'm like, freaking, like this is not a new Bluetooth codec.
This is mature technology.
This is like works in Windows, works in Apple, works in Chromebook. Linux, go fuck you.
Yeah, honestly, I've never got Bluetooth to work well in Linux. It's good. Works good for hacking Bluetooth, but
Still rocking a Chromebook, and then I'm just like, even in Chrome, like I was picking on the Google guys, like, why can't you guys make your Linux stuff work?
well, so isn't Chromebook like based on Gentoo? Chrome OS?
Kind of, but then like, so you run the Linux thing, and it's basically an Ubuntu VM running in there, which is fine until you want to do something like run a snap, which is like everything now.
Oh, I don't really like Snap.
I don't either. Well, I kind of like the concept, like that everything's, whether it's Snap, Flatpak, App Image, I like the concept of like, here's everything you will need. And, you know, and it's like, it might as well just be a container.
Yeah, there you go. I just don't like how it mounts. It like clutters up all your mounts every time you install like a. Anyway.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's like, I kind of wish that they would figure out like containers that can do GUIs. That would be cool.
Yeah, I'm tired of having to like forward my X server like a Docker container.
Well, that's the other thing I like is like, it's like my corporate network, the VDI, Windows VDI is the first one in, and it's like, okay, I want GUIs, and like, there's not a good way to remote into like a graphical. Like the best way that I found so far is running no machine workstation, which gives you rootless Windows with H.264/H.265 encoded video streams, which that works really well if you want to pay $700 a year for no machine. But it works. I mean, so it's like, but X11 forwarding and X servers for Windows, screw that. It went off again.
All right. Well,
yeah.
good talking to you.
Yeah.
Hey there. What's up? Sat on the was it HTTP garden thing, whatever it is, proxy something. Long title. I didn't remember. Pretty good. Good thought. Kind of we haven't gotten very often. It's like, oh, Liam will actually be interested in this. Like, well, why did you do it the other way?
Ted have a radio? Like somebody's looking for it.
Yeah, so anyway, I think I can do some of what they were doing on the dark web. After we rework it a little bit. Are you here to test this? Maybe lower our masks so we can speak into the... Oh, there we go.
Do you need to respond to E-Ward?
What's that?
Do you need to respond to E-Ward? Do you need to?
If you can respond, that'd be great, because I don't have it on my phone.
Okay, I'll reply to him right now.
Did he say phone call or Teams?
He did not answer. He just said a time.
Okay. Which may mean he's going to call me. Hmm.
Should I say, do you have a conference bridge? Say, Igor, that time works for Greg and I.
Yes.
Do you have a conference bridge?
Or does he want to? whatever. So we need him to tell us how to get in touch. Or you can just call me and we'll sit in the same place and put him on speaker. But then we're going to be talking loud and through the walls and stuff, you know. I'd like him to be able to see you, to be honest. You know, like see.
Yeah.
But
Either way, if it doesn't have radio, we probably should.
that looks like my desktop.
They're currently on it.
I mean, certainly, like, the walls here are thin, and my neighbors are conference attendees. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I was going to wear the earbuds.
Yeah, same, right? But that won't work if we're doing it on speaker.
Yeah.
Right? So.
All right, well. This is a test. Yeah, so this thing's pretty sensitive and you get nice feedback. Because sometimes you talk, you can't necessarily hear yourself. Right.
It makes it hard to find
So I'm just testing how far I need to be from the microphone to make sure that this works. Okay. All right, thank you. Will all the mics be on? Like if Tom's up here talking and I'm sitting down there.
If you need it, like there'll be a guy on the sound booth.
Okay.
Yeah, you can turn them on if you need it.
Okay. So I think we are good. We saw the stuff up there. So, well, thank you. Let's see. Which room am I in? One track. This is One Track Mind was last night.
Bring it on. This is Bring It On.
Okay, so we're in Belay It. So,
Belay It is over there.
Okay.
Similar setup, just smaller screen.
Okay. And I mean, we just may wander down there and poke our, take a look.
Go ahead.
Okay, cool. Thank you much.
Did you hook your laptop up?
I did, yeah.
It's
It's
all
you got to kind of see. Well, anyway, I'll show you again just to prove.
Oh, if it worked, it worked.
Yeah,
If you want me to
but
look at it, I'll look at it. Your call.
Yeah, so the challenge that you guys are going to have is you will not be able to point at the screens.
Okay.
So use the pointer function in that they give you here.
Well, what I usually do is I do that, right? I'm going to put, and then will that show up?
So there's a laser pointer function. I think if you do
That guy?
laser pointer, and then that looks much better.
And it's just you just point it, you just slide it around.
Yep.
There's no function. There's no functionality to that.
No.
Okay. Okay, cool. And it's up there, right?
It is.
And we don't have any computer or any wireless or we don't need network for this. No. So I think we are good. All right. Thank you very much. And you said Belay It is that way?
Yep.
Okay.
Thanks, guys.
It works smoothly, and if we hadn't come, it would have caught fire tomorrow morning. So, like the demo gods.
Always have a backup. Which we actually do have backups. You should have been sending your presentations to us. We actually.
Yeah, we did that. Yep.
It's like, worst case scenario, that it literally catches fire and we have another laptop.
No, that's experience talking.
There's a reason why we have extra laptops. All right, you want to get set up?
Oh, I'm sorry. You're drawing one. I didn't realize you were using it.
No worries.
Sure.
What's that?
The switcher saw something. Yeah. What are you display? What is your resolution? Drop it down to 1080p. Try and unplug it and plug it back in again?
Yeah, let's goof that. It's detecting it. I just need to figure out how to display onto
and
it.
this thing was detecting it. Yeah, so this thing detects it because it's just switching between those two devices. Got it. Yep, we got it up.
Alright, I gotta figure out how to display onto it.
Ooh, elevator's working. Nice.
Okay, there we go. Then close that. Cool. That looks right to me. Alright. I'm guessing in Build It and Blade it's the exact same.
Generally the same setup. The screens are a little bit off
Yeah,
to the
the orientation
sides,
is different. Okay.
And so yeah, the general recommendation is you're not going to be able to point at your slides. So if you're using something like PowerPoint,
I got a pointer on the pen thing, so
yeah,
okay.
there are some people who are just like, well, I like to point at it like this. Yeah, you're not going to. No one's going to be able
Right.
to see what you're pointing at.
Yeah. Okay.
And then you also have the double whammy of it also moves you away from the mic.
Oh yeah.
So nobody can hear you
Fair.
either.
And then I'm guessing the online schedule is the one to go as a source of truth.
Yes.
Okay. The one in the book and the one online for my times don't match.
Really? If you want to stop by Reg and tell Matt, who's the master of questions, it's the one you registered with.
Okay.
Tell Matt that, and they'll figure it out. They'll tweet something out and make sure that people know.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
You said you start at 2?
At 2 o'clock, yeah.
The schedule looked a little ambiguous on that point, so I just wanted to
Okay, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, 'cause it didn't show the first half an hour of the slot. It was like showed 2:30.
Right, there was just no time there.
Yeah.
I've had a couple people come in and I'm like, I don't have an answer for you.
Yeah, so my understanding is that I'm at 2, but we'll see.
You're probably correct.
What was that?
So are you or Mark, you're the next speaker?
Yep,
All right.
So let me know if I need to unplug or
No,
mute this.
you're great.
Okay.
So I'll be introducing you in another like 15 minutes.
Okay.
Some quick rundown. So have you presented at ShmooCon before?
I have.
Okay. So then some of this will be a reminder. So the person with the green shirt, there will generally be 2 or 3 people over there. So like in years past, they will hold up a sign when you have 10 minutes left, and then 5 minutes left. Stop sign, which is shut up and get off the stage.
Okay. And that's at the 5-0 mark?
Like 10-5-0.
Oh,
At 0, it's like stop.
Oh, but I mean, like the stop sign is like 50 minutes after.
Yeah, so your talk is, I think it's 50 minutes.
Yeah, it could be about 45 minutes is what I expect, and a few minutes for Q&A.
Yeah, I think what we have on the schedule for you is 50 minutes.
Yep, perfect.
So at the 40-minute mark, you'll get a warning, like a green sign saying 10 minutes left. Then at 5 minutes left, you get a yellow sign, and
Perfect.
At
if I go too long, I need to GTFO,
left,
it's red.
Yeah, it's red. It's a stop sign. Yeah, shut up and get off the stage.
Perfect.
Let's see. Other things. We ask you to repeat the questions that you're given. So to confirm, you're okay being recorded and streamed?
Yep.
Okay. So there are microphones. If you're getting a lot of questions, you're welcome to tell people, go over to the mic and ask my questions there. But otherwise, please repeat them so the people on the stream or those in the back are able to hear what's going on. So that's important, so please do that.
Okay.
You are welcome to take your mask off while on stage presenting.
Yep.
But as soon as you're done presenting, please put your mask on.
Of course, yeah.
We also ask, if when you get to that like stop sign, shut up, get off the stage, actually pack your stuff and go off the stage.
Yep.
If you have a crowd of people wanting to talk to you, ask questions or whatever.
Out in the hallway.
Out in the hallway, do that out there.
Perfect.
We have a few announcements, a few stuff to give, like throw into the audience. But otherwise, I mean, you've been to the ShmooCon before, so you know somewhat of what to expect.
Yeah, some context, yeah.
And the community is very inclusive and positive.
Yeah.
There is a thing that we have done as a tradition for the last many years of the Shmoo ball.
Okay, yeah.
So
the little
squishy,
orange squeezy ball thing.
that's in the bag that we give to all the attendees. So I don't know if you've been to DEF CON or any of the expectation at DEF CON is if you're in the audience and somebody says something wildly wrong or atrocious, you can stand up and be like, bullshit.
Yeah.
Right? That's hard for a lot of people. And so as a slightly more visceral way to do that, but without having to require somebody to yell bullshit, we have the Shmoo balls.
Yeah.
So be aware.
Yep.
You might get...
We'll see how that goes, yeah.
I hope not. I mean, maybe you want to, but
yeah. I do like that mechanism, though, for calling people out. That's good.
But otherwise, we have just some stuff to toss out. We'll do a quick introduction. I need to make sure that everything is up and running. Just the last thing that I have is the microphone is hot 100% of the time.
Okay.
And we ask you to stay generally like here.
Okay.
So the camera doesn't have to chase you.
Okay, that makes sense.
If you can't stay still, we can give you a wireless mic. Actually, these are wireless.
Okay.
If you need them, you have to turn them on first.
Okay.
And we can wire you up with a mobile mic, but we'd prefer you to stay here.
Okay.
If at all possible.
And if I'm kind of moving around like within this space, is that like
here to here?
Okay.
Is probably good.
Okay. So I usually kind of wiggle around a bit, but within this confined space is all good.
Right. And your picture's already up, so.
Yes, I think that's good.
Yeah. If you do want to use a handheld mic, we just need to make sure the soundboard dude knows to light it up.
Yeah, and they're off by default, so unless you ask ahead of time, we try and leave them off.
Okay, yeah, I'll just plan to use one of these then.
Okay. I mean, it's not a big deal to turn it on.
Yeah.
If you want to dance.
Maybe that's not a bad idea. Yeah.
Okay. Hey, Bob. Can we get one of the wireless mics turned on the soundboard?
This one.
Oh, it's on.
It's on. They're all hot.
Okay. Well, there you go.
Yeah, no, I turned them all off after the last panel.
They were turned off on the board.
Yeah. No, they're just turned off on the microphone. Okay. Check the battery levels on it while you got it open.
This battery is pretty good. So just grab.
Okay, perfect. And would it be like a problem if I started with this mic and then
That's
I needed to grab that one at some point? Okay.
As long as you're talking into one of them, you're
Yeah.
should be good.
Okay, awesome. Just want to make sure I'm not going to screw anything up for you.
No.
Okay,
Yep.
perfect.
It's all just sort of set level at the moment, so you should go to either one you want.
Awesome, awesome.
Yeah, and we just ask, like, generally not move around a ton, just so the camera can
Yeah.
follow you.
Yeah, so if I stay like a couple feet at the other side of this, that should be.
Generally okay, as long as you're.
It's the pacing back and forth that makes the camera people crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome.
Alright, I'm gonna check the light.
Okay. Yeah, I already went through that, and everything's all good.
Yeah, they're good.
And we did the cable swap over there.
And like I said, Matt, you can take your mask off whenever you're comfortable, if you are comfortable. If you want to leave it on, you're welcome to do that too.
Yeah, I'll take it off just for ease of understanding, I think.
Yep. And otherwise, welcome. Thank you for presenting.
Glad to be here.
My introduction, I'll just introduce you by name and the brief title of your talk, but you can do a much more detailed introduction. And we've got
Sounds perfect.
a couple more minutes.
Awesome.
Any questions or concerns?
No, thank you for the information.
Sure. What would you call this? Like a
It's like
keychain lanyard?
Yeah, like, lanyard almost feels right, but that feels like a good way to say it.
I guess for people that want to clip their keychains and have them bang around on their thighs.
Yeah, it's a product that I personally wouldn't use, and so I don't quite understand the use case, but yeah.
what year did you speak at ShmooCon?
So I spoke at 2017 and then 2019.
Okay, cool.
It was good to be back. It's my first talk at a normal conference since COVID started, and it's fun to be back in person at these things.
Yeah, with the exception of ShmooCon, I sort of stopped going to security conferences. I mean, this is the only one that I know of that still requires masks.
And I was glad to see that that is still a requirement because it makes me a lot more comfortable being here with this many people.
Right. Well, and even with without COVID, it is definitely more inclusive.
Exactly. Yeah. It's just nice not getting sick.
Yes. I mean, for the years before the pandemic, con crud was
that was just expected every time.
Yeah, it's been very nice to be able to walk away from this sort of thing. And last year it was the first year I didn't walk away with a sore throat.
Right, which is incredible. And I mean, it's sad that that's been the norm, but I also like that it's normalized on air travel now, and it's just nice to be able to travel and be around crowds of people without having to worry about that risk.
Yeah, it does very much make me appreciate the communities and cultures that it has been that way for a long time, in various areas in China and Japan, that if you are not feeling well, you put on a mask.
Yeah, and it makes so much sense. Like, it's such a practical thing to do.
Right, and the fact that it is something that is, like, you're no longer, at least in most areas in the United States, you're not going to be ostracized for doing that. It's actually really nice.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, so I've got just a couple of minutes left, so I'm going to go ahead and get started. All right, welcome back to ShmooCon, the first after-lunch session. So the streaming is going to get set up, and while they're doing that, I've got a couple of announcements and a couple of things to give away. I'm going to throw the first thing first. So the people that are actually sitting in the front row are more likely to get things thrown at them than those that aren't. Good interception. Okay, so again, welcome back for those of you that are able to be awake after your lunch. So we have T-shirts and from past conferences and bags of crap available for donation. You come give us a donation to one of our two charities, the Sloan Kettering or EFF. Come to registration, give us a donation, and we'll give you either a past T-shirt or a bag of crap. So that's a past conference bag or box with stuff that we've added to it. So sometimes they're T-shirts, sometimes they're moose, sometimes there's mugs. We stuff extra stuff into those, and you get those as a thank you for donation. Again, as a reminder, we don't take any of that money from donation. All of that goes directly to the charities. We take zero of it. We buy the T-shirts, and we're giving them to you as a thank you. So please come donate to charity. Let's see. We have a number of events. If you go down the hall on the exact opposite side of the vendors, there's a number of active events going on. Hackers for Charity is here again, Lockpick Village, the RF CTF. If you go all the way down to the end, you can visit ShmooCon Labs, the group that is maintaining our network and that we use for all of our streaming as well as internet connectivity. So you can go learn some about how we do that down there. We have a few more things to give away. So you tried to come up front, so, well, fail. All right, so were any of you kids in the 80s? So I'm going to huck this in your general direction. It's a sharp box, so you're all paying attention, right? All right, so you get a nice throwback gift of Light Bright. A kid from, if you were a kid in the 80s like I was, it's one of the toys that we suffered under. All right. We've got just a few minutes before we start. So again, if you want to get stuff that we throw out into the audience, sit closer to the front. You're welcome to. We understand if you want to socially distance, being in the back is great for that. Please wear your masks. ShmooCon is a mask on all the time unless you're actively presenting. So if you are needing to take a drink and put your mask back on. Please don't walk around with a cup in your hand and think this is okay. If you're actively drinking, that's fine. Otherwise, put your mask back on. If you are parked in this hotel and you are not staying in the hotel, come by registration. We've got a discount code for parking. The parking we know is very expensive. We're sorry. We can help with that a little bit if you come by a registration. So go by the, if the codes aren't working for you, go by the I hear what you're saying, that we don't control any of the parking. We don't have any influence over that. If you're struggling with the parking, talk to the hotel management, like go to the front desk of the hotel and they will help you with that. We have no control over that at all. So our next presenter has presented at ShmooCon before, so we want to give a warm welcome back to Mark, who will be talking on Hi, my name is Keyboard. So please give a warm ShmooCon welcome to Mark.
Well, I'm excited to be here and excited to share my new research, and I appreciate y'all coming to survive this after-lunch session with me. This talk is about a number of Bluetooth vulnerabilities I discovered in the last 6 months, some of which have been fixed in the last month or so. I am going to be talking about methods to extract the Bluetooth link key from Apple Magic Keyboard products over the Lightning port or Bluetooth from the keyboard, as well as extracting the link key from the Mac that's paired with the keyboard over the USB port. And then we'll be looking at forced pairing and keystroke injection vulnerabilities affecting macOS, iOS, Android, Linux, and Windows. And a little bit about myself. I work as a reverse engineer at SkySafe, where I had the pleasure of reverse engineering drones and their communication systems. I also have a history with wireless keystroke injection bugs. Back in 2016, I did a project called Mousejack. This was my first security research project, and it was a branded vulnerability that was primarily known for injecting keystrokes into Logitech mouse dongles. But it also covered another 20 or so vendors, and it was 17 bugs in total. And all of those were non-Bluetooth. So with that work, I was looking at strictly custom protocols and devices with USB dongles. And I've also had kind of a healthy side project appetite for DARPA challenges. And so I competed in the DARPA Shredder Challenge and Spectrum Challenge in 2012 and 13 and 14, solo as Team Wasabi. And then in 2018 and 19, I collaborated with my good friend Matt Knight, and we competed as How Make Radio in the Spectrum Collaboration Challenge. And I also have this feature where if a device has a radio, I have to hack it. I can't own something with a radio and not know how it works and how it's broken. So these are all the vendors where I've disclosed wirelessly exploitable vulnerabilities. This is primarily between 2016 and 2020, and then a few vendors that were added on with this current research. And it's been a few years since I've done any big research project, and I've been getting kind of the feeling that I need to get back out here and do more of this. And so I was at the Hardware I/O conference in Santa Clara last year, and that was the first multiple-day conference that I had attended since COVID. It was actually the first conference training I had attended, which was a lot of fun. And I had a great time there just hanging out at the lobby, nerding out with friends, new and old. And I realized that I really need more hacker conferences in my life. And so for me, that means breaking things and telling people about it. And so I decided that I wanted to do some kind of a stunt hacking project or some kind of a vulnerability research project. And what made sense to me at the time was looking at gaming keyboards. And this ended up transitioning over to different devices. But my initial thought was that with the Mousejack work, that was all proprietary protocols, and it had been 8 years. And so I figured, in that 8 years, maybe the public shaming that I gave those vendors would have caused them to improve their security standards or their security posture. And I also noticed that this current generation of gaming keyboards has adjustable LEDs, and I really like projects with blinky lights. And so I figured I would buy some of these flagship gaming keyboards from the big peripheral vendors and see if they were any better than the Mousejack era. And unfortunately, they weren't. So there were the first 3 I looked at. I'm not going to mention them by name because they were using unencrypted RF physical layers, and I haven't actually disclosed anything to the gaming keyboard vendors. But normally if I do research like this where I start a project and then squirrel off onto something else, I'll just leave the original work on the floor and not tell anyone. And so I want to hopefully incentivize somebody to take a look at some of these gaming keyboards because they are, I think, pretty hilarious and would make for a fun talk. So the one keyboard I will discuss here with the gaming keyboards is this Alienware AW920K. This was the one that at least made an attempt at doing security. So this was $280 when I first purchased it right when it came out. It uses Nordic NRF52 SoCs. I took a look at first at the RF physical layer going over the air, and I noticed it was encrypted. So it wasn't just plain text HID reports over the air like the other keyboards. Unfortunately, when this keyboard first came out, there were no firmware updates, so there were no Windows tools to reverse engineer and figure out what their DFU protocol looked like. And so I decided to take a look at the USB interface on the dongle. And I found that historically, when I've looked at USB devices, they'll often have some kind of a firmware update mechanism that goes over USB or USB HID. And so I made a little USB control transfer fuzzer, which would attempt to write random HID reports on the dongle, and then do bit flips on the commands, 1 or 2 bit flips on the commands that would be known to write to the dongle. And so I pointed this fuzzer at the dongle and ran it for 30 seconds or a minute, and the dongle stopped responding. So I unplugged it, plugged it back into the computer, and it did not enumerate. Now, at this point, I was feeling kind of excited because it looked like there was going to be some fun bug here if I was able to brick this dongle after 30 seconds. When I initially looked at the dongle, it had SWD enabled. They had used anti-debugger protection, so you couldn't dump the flash memory. But after it was bricked, I decided to look again, and I found that SWD was then enabled, so you could dump the flash memory. So I took a look at the flash memory, and what happened was my fuzzer had somehow erased 2 pages of flash memory from the bootloader. So this meant I could no longer use it, and it was an interesting bug to explore, but I wasn't able to continue any dynamic analysis of the keyboard. So I contacted Dell and tried to buy another dongle. They didn't have the ability to sell me one. They had no way to pair the dongle with my keyboard at that time. And so at this point, I decided that these gaming keyboards were just not going to be very fun, and decided to transition over to Bluetooth. But when I was preparing for this talk, I decided to take another quick look at this keyboard, and I found that Dell had actually published firmware updates for both the keyboard and the USB dongle. And these are Windows executables, which you can download from Dell, and the updates are encrypted, but they're encrypted using an AES key that is derived entirely from the size of each individual firmware image. So there's a script here on a GitHub gist, and I'll tweet this out at the end of the talk. And this is a script that you can use to decrypt and extract those firmware images for this Alienware dongle and keyboard. And my hope is that somebody picks up this project and reports some of these bugs and does a good talk on this, because I think these gaming keyboards, they weren't what I wanted at this time, but I think they're going to make for a fun project and talk for somebody. And so when I did the mousejack work, that was all custom protocols and nothing with Bluetooth, and also nothing with Apple. And over the last 8 years, these 2 brands, Bluetooth and Apple, have become sort of kind of my white whale. They've been brands that I've been intimidated by, that I've been scared of. And when I was presenting the mousejack work, I was often asked, what do I recommend people use? And I would always recommend a Bluetooth keyboard, because my thought was that they use all this fancy encryption. Therefore, it's better than these unencrypted protocols I was looking at. And I also had the same sort of thoughts about Apple. People would ask me, is my Apple keyboard secure? Is my Apple mouse secure? And I would say, probably yes, because it uses Bluetooth. And I fell victim to Apple's marketing and all this common wisdom that says these ubiquitous protocols like Bluetooth that everyone uses are inherently secure, because if they weren't, somebody would have found the bugs. And same with Apple. Everybody looks at Apple products, everybody speaks highly of them. I didn't have any Apple experience before this research, but I just kind of assumed that Apple was going to be beyond my ability. But now, 8 years have passed since mousejack, and I've leveled up my skill set, and I've also gotten a lot more comfortable with failure. And so I decided it was finally time to look at Apple and look at Bluetooth and see what I could find. And so I started by buying this Apple Magic Keyboard, the A2450. This is their cheapest keyboard, $100 I think it is. And it can function as either a USB keyboard or a Bluetooth keyboard. If you connect it to the Mac with a USB to Lightning cable, it talks over USB. When it's unplugged, it talks over Bluetooth. And before we get into some of these fun Apple bugs, I want to spend a few minutes and talk about Bluetooth and HID. Bluetooth is an enormous protocol. The specification is thousands of pages long, and it's thousands of pages of English text that describe complicated state machines, which in my mind feels like something that could be full of bugs, but also kind of daunting because of how much content there is. Same with HID. The HID specification is not quite as daunting as Bluetooth. HID is used over USB and Bluetooth. And I found that I had a lot of ideas about Bluetooth, but I was only partially informed. And so one misconception I had is conflating Bluetooth Classic with Bluetooth Low Energy. So Bluetooth Classic, this is the original Bluetooth protocol. This is what was around from the beginning with Bluetooth, and then Bluetooth Low Energy was introduced in Bluetooth 4.0. And BLE was actually originally called Wybree. It was a protocol developed by Nokia, and so it has a Bluetooth name, but that's really because it's part of the Bluetooth brand, and it's not compatible over the air. It is a completely distinct physical layer protocol. And I also realized that I thought I knew how the application layer worked with Bluetooth, but I was completely clueless. And so, for instance, I didn't realize that there's a distinction between BLE and Bluetooth Classic keyboards. So Bluetooth Classic keyboards use the HID profile, and Bluetooth Low Energy keyboards use something called the HID over gap profile. And so all the Bluetooth bugs I'll be talking about today are specific to Bluetooth Classic keyboards using the Bluetooth HID profile. And so at the lowest level, if you want to connect to a Bluetooth Classic device, you use something called an L2 cap socket. And L2 cap is sort of like TCP, at least conceptually. And to connect to a Bluetooth device, you need to know its address and a port number, and then you can connect, and you can open up a socket and read and write data. Now, Bluetooth profile is this concept of an application layer API that describes a specific use case for Bluetooth. So Bluetooth HID describes the use case for keyboards and mice and gamepads and that sort of thing. You have audio profiles, you have networking profiles, file transfer profiles, and in total, the Bluetooth specification defines approximately 88, by my count, different profiles. Most hosts, so that would be commonly things like phones and computers, support maybe 10 to 20 profiles, and most of these devices support the Bluetooth HID profile. So if you want to identify which profiles a device supports, you do something called service discovery. And so when you put your Bluetooth device into discoverable mode, what that means is you are running an unauthenticated public SDP service on L2 cap port 1. So discovery is always unauthenticated. If your device is trying to search for nearby devices to connect to, it will connect to their service discovery protocol services and enumerate the profiles they support. And then based on that profile enumeration, it will know what services it can connect to. So the HID profile, this is the Bluetooth HID profile, uses two L2 cap ports. It has a control channel on L2 cap 17 and an interrupt channel on L2 cap 19. And if you've worked with USB HID, this is akin to the control and interrupt transfers you can do with USB. The control channel is a high latency channel used for things like configuration and reading and writing settings on the device. And the interrupt channel is a low latency channel, which is used for things like input going to the host, so keystrokes and mouse movement, as well as commands and state change going from the host to the peripheral. And so over these control and interrupt channels, the devices send things called HID reports. And a HID report is just a simple data structure, sort of like a TLV type structure. You have input reports, which are going from the peripheral to the host, output from the host to the peripheral. Then you have feature reports, which are used for the host to read and write persistent settings on the device. And feature reports are sort of like a key value store that allows the host to write persistent settings to the device. And so assuming that you are paired with a host that supports Bluetooth HID, you can generally connect to that host and inject keystrokes by connecting to L2 cap ports 17 and 19. So this assumes, again, that you're already paired, but then you just connect to those two ports, and then you can send HID reports, HID input reports with keystroke data to the host. And as this requires pairing, I want to touch on some pairing concepts which I had been confusing prior to this work. So what I have always called pairing is really pairing and bonding. Pairing is this temporary process of establishing a link key, which is more or less a session key between the host and peripheral, and it's used to encrypt the traffic between those two devices. And then bonding is a process of saving that session key, that link key, to each device. So pairing is a temporary process, and bonding is the process of doing that permanently. And so when you go to through a UI on your device and you select a Bluetooth peripheral to pair to, and you pair with it, what you're really doing is pairing and bonding. And then out-of-band pairing is a process of going through pairing and bonding over a non-Bluetooth channel. And so commonly that's NFC, where you might tap two devices together and then you're paired. It could also be over USB, as a Magic Keyboard out-of-band pairing works. And you could also have devices which have a link key which is programmed into non-volatile memory at the factory, for instance. There is no specific constraints on how out-of-band pairing is performed. And while devices are performing pairing over Bluetooth, the devices advertise what they call a pairing capability. And this states what type of authentication the device supports. And so that might be numeric comparison, where you have the host and the peripheral each displaying a number on their screen, and then the user has to say these numbers are the same. You have passkey entry, where you have a number displayed on one device. That number has to be entered by the user on another device to pair. But you also have these unauthenticated pairing mechanisms that are ostensibly for things like Bluetooth mice or other devices that don't have this ability to display or enter a number. And no input, no output pairing is what we're exploiting in a lot of these vulnerabilities today. And no input, no output states that I have no ability to give you any numbers, and I can't receive any numbers from you, ostensibly. So with that little bit of history on Bluetooth and HID, let's take a look at how we can actually hack these Apple keyboards. And so the first keyboard I got, I wanted to do some hardware analysis, and I did sort of an unintentional destructive disassembly. I was pulling the keyboard apart, and I didn't really understand how much adhesive Apple likes to use in their products, and I ripped it too hard and snapped the PCB. And so the second Magic Keyboard I bought, I decided to take a little bit of a lighter touch approach. And I didn't know enough about how Bluetooth HID worked at the time in order to attack it over the air, and so I started over USB. And I took that same USB control transfer fuzzer that I had pointed at the Alienware dongle, and I pointed at the Magic Keyboard. And I thought for sure maybe there would be a bootloader command I could find or something, but after 30 seconds, the Magic Keyboard also bricked and stopped responding over USB. So I unplugged it, plugged it back into my Linux laptop, and I saw that the device descriptor could not be read from the keyboard. And so the device descriptor is a USB data structure which tells the host what type of device is plugged in. And this is one of the first parts of doing connection establishment over USB. And so if the device descriptor can't be read, that means something has gone horribly wrong on the keyboard. And so I dug into this a little bit more and tried to understand exactly what was going on. And I was able to characterize that the fuzzer had written a null device descriptor to the Magic Keyboard. And it turns out that the device descriptor on the Magic Keyboard is something that can be written over USB. And this was new to me. I hadn't observed these writable descriptors before. Similarly, there are a bunch of writable HID feature reports. These are the reports that are used for configuring settings on the device. And so over USB, an unauthenticated host can change the product name, serial number, can write the device descriptor as well as some other descriptors, and can also write the Bluetooth address of the keyboard. And so at this point, it looked like this might be something that could be used as part of the normal operation of the device. And so I started wondering, how does Apple's pairing utilize these write primitives, if at all? And so the way you pair your Magic Keyboard with your Mac, you plug it in with a USB to Lightning cable. When you do that, it's magically paired. You unplug it, and it magically connects over Bluetooth to the host. And so I decided to check if any USB descriptors or HID reports were written during this pairing process. So I started by dumping all of the HID reports and USB descriptors from the Magic Keyboard to a text file. I then plugged it into the Mac, unplugged it, and dumped the reports and descriptors again. And then I just diffed those text files to see what had changed. And there were a lot of things that were changed by a bit flip here or there, or some counters, or some minor state information. And it was mostly innocuous, except for this HID feature report 0x35. And this started out as mostly 0 bytes before pairing with the Mac. After pairing over USB, it is mostly non-0 bytes. And what we can see here, it looks kind of like a high entropy string, which is usually fun when we're talking about pairing or encryption. And so I noticed that 6 bytes toward the front of this matched the Bluetooth address of the Mac that I had plugged the keyboard into. And that leaves 16 bytes of high entropy data at the end. And at this point, I thought this was going to be something good, but I also didn't know enough about how Bluetooth pairing or encryption worked to really know what I was looking at. And so this felt good, but I needed to learn a little bit more. And so at this point, I realized I needed to get a little bit more comfortable with this Mac that I had bought. And I spent a couple weeks asking some very basic questions of my friends of, how do I do these basic things on an Apple computer? It was humbling and uncomfortable at first, but after I got my bearings, I discovered that Apple loves verbose logging. And so everything I've looked at so far in the Apple ecosystem has extremely verbose logging that tells you exactly what the software or device is doing. And so the Bluetooth daemon on macOS has these great logs which tell us that when we plug the keyboard in, the Bluetooth daemon generates a link key and then sends it to the keyboard. And so based just on these logs, I've inferred that that 16-byte high entropy string at the end of that HID report is potentially the Bluetooth link key. And this turned out to be correct, and so we have this HID report 0x35 is what we refer to as the out-of-band pairing data. And so this is a link key and a Bluetooth address that is sent to the keyboard, and then the keyboard uses this to know which computer to connect to when the cable is unplugged. And so I was wondering, is this link key something that is generated and set once? If I read the link key out of the keyboard, do I only get to use that until the keyboard is next plugged in, or does it persist? And so I ran through this pairing process a few more times, and I observed that the logs changed on the second and further pairing attempts. And what happens is when you plug the keyboard in a second time, the Mac will recognize that keyboard and send the same link key over USB. So this means if we can read the link key for the Magic Keyboard, we can then use that for the duration of the time that that keyboard is used with that Mac. And so this gives us our first vulnerability, which is the ability to read the link key for the Magic Keyboard over the Lightning port. So the way this works, you plug the Mac into the Magic Keyboard, unplug the Magic Keyboard, then as long as that keyboard remains powered on, an attacker can come by and plug into the Lightning port and get the link key. Then once you have that link key, you can use that to impersonate the keyboard and inject keystrokes into the Mac, or as one half of a machine in the middle attack. And so at this point, I was starting to get a little bit more comfortable and familiar with Bluetooth, and I started to read some of the Bluetooth HID specification. And what I noticed is that there's a ton of backward compatibility logic in there. And so Bluetooth, I think, as an organization, strives to be able to connect as many different types of devices over the same Bluetooth link. But in order to do that, you're beholden to the lowest common denominator of the security posture of whatever devices you're using. And so if you want to support all the devices, that means you have to support devices that support this no input, no output authentication-free pairing mechanism. With this criteria here, this states that if you are trying to support, from a device standpoint, trying to support an older Bluetooth host, when you become discoverable as a device, you have to run an unauthenticated Bluetooth HID service on your, in this case, keyboard. And so this means that in the case of the Magic Keyboard, when you power it on, it becomes discoverable, and it also runs an unauthenticated HID service on the keyboard. And so at first, this sounds like something we could use to potentially read the link key off the keyboard over Bluetooth. But the problem is this only becomes discoverable when the Bluetooth radio is powered on. And so when we switch on the keyboard, the link key is no longer in memory in that HID report. And so then I started looking at this handoff between USB to Bluetooth. So this transition when you unplug the keyboard, where it changes from going over USB HID to over Bluetooth HID. And the way this works, send the link key over USB, and then as soon as the unplug event happens, the keyboard connects to the Mac, and the Mac tries to connect to the keyboard. And it turns out there's actually a timing trigger that we can use in this flow to be able to catch the Magic Keyboard when the Bluetooth radio comes online after being unplugged from USB. And in that moment, the link key is in memory in that HID report. And also, because the Bluetooth radio has just come online, it is discoverable, and it is running the unauthenticated HID services. So what we can do is an attacker can spoof the address of the Magic Keyboard and connect to the Mac while the Magic Keyboard is plugged in over USB. And then as soon as the keyboard is unplugged, the Mac will try to connect to the Magic Keyboard. But because the attacker spoofing the keyboard is connected to the SDP service on the Mac thinks that it already is connected to the Magic Keyboard, and it connects to the SDP service on the attacker's machine. And this gives us a very precise timing trigger for when that unplug event happens. And so using this SDP timing trigger, we can actually read the link key from the Magic Keyboard over unauthenticated Bluetooth. And so as soon as the keyboard is unplugged, we get that SDP connection. We then connect to the unauthenticated HID service on the Magic Keyboard and are able to read the link key over unauthenticated Bluetooth. And this is pretty bad, because this means if an attacker can observe a keyboard getting unplugged from the Mac, they can read the link key and then later use that to intercept the link or inject keystrokes into the Mac. And so at this point, I was feeling more confident about Apple, more confident about Bluetooth, and I started to look more into the Bluetooth daemon on the Mac. And I wanted to know, how does this Bluetooth daemon authenticate the keyboard? Because the first time we plug it in, it generates a link key, sends it to the keyboard. Next time we plug it in, the Mac recognizes that keyboard. And so I started looking through the logs to try to figure out how this keyboard is recognized. And I noticed right away that the Bluetooth daemon identifies itself as the Bluetooth Super Server Robot Destroyer. And in my experience, when you see kind of overconfident feeling comments like this or logs like this, it points to engineers who haven't learned all of the necessary security lessons to do things right. And so I wanted to know, how does this robot destroyer identify the keyboard? And it turns out by its Bluetooth address and serial number. And if you remember, these are two of the fields that we can actually write over USB on a keyboard. And so this gives us an attack vector to read the link key from the screen-locked Mac or screen-unlocked Mac. We have our donor keyboard, which we configure to look like the target keyboard by writing the target keyboard's Bluetooth address and serial number to the appropriate HID reports and USB descriptors. We plug our donor keyboard into the target Mac and then unplug it, and then we read the link key of the target keyboard off of our donor keyboard. So this attack requires that you know the serial number and Bluetooth address of the target keyboard and have access to the Mac, but allows you to get that link key out of the Mac itself without physical access to the keyboard. And so we have 3 mechanisms now to extract the link key from the keyboard. We can do it over Lightning from the keyboard itself, over unauthenticated Bluetooth from the keyboard, and then for the Mac over USB. And just as the Mac can write out-of-band pairing data to the keyboard, so can an attacker. So when somebody powers on their magic keyboard, an attacker can connect to that unauthenticated HID service, write new out-of-band pairing data, and cause that keyboard to connect to a machine of the attacker that the attacker has specifically configured. And so you can use this to then redirect somebody's magic keyboard to your computer and intercept what they're typing. And you can also do this over USB, or over Lightning port rather. So if you have physical access to a magic keyboard, you can plug into it, write a new set of out-of-band pairing data to it, and have that keyboard connect to the device that you control. And so at this point, it really started to feel like we were close to a machine-in-the-middle attack, because there was a mechanism where if we have the Bluetooth link key, you can spoof the keyboard and connect to the Mac. And then there's this unauthenticated HID service on the keyboard, which gives us the other half of the machine-in-the-middle link. And so I wanted to flesh this out, and I didn't really know how to do it. So I started by just experimenting with having a Python script that would connect to L2 cap ports 1 for SDP and then 17 and 19 for HID on both the keyboard or the Mac while spoofing one or both addresses. I would try this in different sequence orders and different host configurations for my script. And eventually I discovered that you don't actually need the link key to connect to the Mac. And so I ditched the MITM effort, and this is something that I think somebody else will have some fun fleshing out a good timing attack there. And so there's now this forced pairing mechanism where if we connect as an attacker to the Mac at the exact time the Mac is trying to connect to its magic keyboard, the Mac will actually let us pair without authentication. And it will ignore the fact that the Mac already has established a link key with the keyboard, and it will drop that on the floor, let us pair, we get a new link key, and then we can inject keystrokes into the Mac. This is a fun attack vector, but it's difficult in that it requires a precise timing mechanism. And so we can't do this arbitrarily. We can only do this when the user unplugs the keyboard. So we can use that SDP timing trigger, and we can detect exactly when the keyboard was unplugged from the Mac. We can then connect the Mac over HID services on L2 cap 17 and 19, specify no input, no output pairing, and then the Mac will pair with us without any user confirmation or anything in the UI at all. So this is a screen recording of this attack on a Mac OS machine. At the loop of the GIF is when the keyboard is unplugged, and then it takes a couple seconds later, and the attacker is then force paired and is able to inject keystrokes to, in this case, perform a Google search in a web browser. And so what is happening here? Why does this work? Again, this is because of this no input, no output pairing mechanism, but this also requires certain criteria on the host. So we can do this type of attack when the host supports no input, no output pairing. The host also has to not show any user confirmation when using this pairing mechanism. And amazingly, most hosts do not show or do not request user confirmation when using no input, no output. And then the host also has to allow pairing to be initiated by the peripheral. So this means instead of pairing by selecting a device from the list on the host, the peripheral itself has to be able to initiate pairing. And this is also very common, it turns out. And so, at this point, I was feeling confident enough with Mac OS that I felt like I could branch out and look at some other platforms. And I didn't know, what the delta was between the Bluetooth behavior on Mac and Bluetooth behavior on iOS. And so one thing right away that stood out to me is that on iOS, you don't have the USB out-of-band pairing, because you don't plug your, your iPhone into a Magic Keyboard to pair, you pair over Bluetooth. But it turns out you don't actually need that out-of-band pairing mechanism for the trigger. The service discovery protocol trigger that I identified, I thought at first it was going to be specific to that unplug event, but it's actually specific to the host trying to connect to the peripheral. So the same SDP trigger that works when we unplug the Magic Keyboard from the Mac also works when the iPhone is trying to connect to a Magic Keyboard that it is paired with. And so this means we can do the same attack on an iPhone paired with a Magic Keyboard or iPad at the moment that the user is trying to reconnect to a keyboard that they've already paired. This affects iOS 16 and 17 for my testing. I haven't tested earlier iOS because I'm only using this new to me iPhone that I have for a dev phone, and I don't have any older devices to test on. So this is a video of a screen grab from this attack on an iPhone. And when I hit play here, what we'll see is the phone is at the Bluetooth settings page. The user clicks on their already paired keyboard in the list, and instead of connecting to that keyboard, the phone will pair with the attacker's machine, who then injects a keystroke payload. And we see the pin number flash by there. And so what happens is there's a pin displayed, but that's just ignored, and the user is able to pair anyway. I'll play that one more time here. So we see that pin flash by, and that's again just ignored. So after seeing this on macOS and iOS, I wanted to know, does this also affect Android? And Android is an ecosystem that I have a lot more familiarity with. I've been an Android user for a long time, and so I also had a long history of Android devices to test against. So I reproduced the iOS attack exactly on Android, or I thought exactly. And sure enough, it worked. I was able to pair and inject keystrokes into the Android device. But what I realized after the fact is that I had screwed up the POC, and I had been spoofing an address of a keyboard that was not paired with an Android phone. So I paired keyboard A with the phone, and then was spoofing keyboard B, and the attack worked anyway. And after investigating this, it turns out that on Android, there is no spoofing requirement. The user does not have to have a keyboard paired with their phone already, and as long as Bluetooth is enabled on the Android device, at any time that the phone is on and Bluetooth is on, the attacker can then force pair an emulated keyboard with the Android device and inject keystrokes, including at the lock screen. And because I have this collection of Android devices, I was able to go back and test this all the way back to Android 4.2.2. So Android approximately 4.2.2 through Android 14 is vulnerable. Google fixed this in the December 5th security patch level from last month. This hasn't rolled out on all of the devices. This can be applied to Android 11 to 14, but that requires that your device manufacturer or carrier supports this and rolls it out. So the device that I reported this to Google on was the Pixel 4a 5G, and that hit its last security update in November of last year. And so the device I reported it on is actually never getting fixed for this bug. And so now that I saw this on Android, I decided to go and check it on Linux. And it turns out that the Linux attack is very, very similar. It had been fixed once before, and we'll get to that in a moment. So on Linux, as long as the host is discoverable and connectable over Bluetooth, the attacker can force pair a keyboard and inject keystrokes without user confirmation. And so this is distinct from Android in that on Android, the device has to only be connectable, but it has to be discoverable and connectable on Linux for the attack. And so this bug was actually fixed in the BlueStack back in 2020. But the 2020 fix was left disabled by default. So all of the Linux distributions rolled this fix in. They announced that they had fixed this bug, but nobody had turned it on except for Chrome OS. All the other distributions had applied the patch but left it disabled. So there's a new patch that has been rolling out in December, which essentially turns on the 2020 fix by default. And so Linux distributions running Blues 5.x are generally vulnerable prior to receiving this patch. So this is a screen grab of the attack on Ubuntu. Here we have the malicious keyboard showing up on the device list. Now without any user action, it is connected and able to inject keystrokes. And similar to Android, it takes 2 or 3 seconds between the attacker launching the attack and the connection being established and being able to inject keystrokes. I'll let this loop one more time. And so because the patch for this in December was just enabling the fix that had been developed in 2020, It's a 2-line patch, and this is one of the 2 lines, and this is my favorite one. And this makes me feel so good as a security practitioner to have something change from defaulting to false to maximize device compatibility to defaulting to true for security, and that just feels good to see. And at this point, this was kind of mid-August of last year, and it was getting to Burning Man time, and so I had 5 or 6 weeks where I was scrambling for that and out of commission on this project. And so I finally got back to the project toward the end of September and found that there's a similar bug in Windows. Now the Windows bug is not 0-click like the other ones. It requires user interaction. The way this attack works, the victim has to have a Bluetooth keyboard paired with their Windows machine, and that keyboard has to be powered off or out of range. The attacker spoofs the address of that keyboard and connects to the Windows machine over Bluetooth on the HID services, specifying the no input, no output pairing capability. When they do this, the user will see a little notification dialog in the bottom right of their screen saying their keyboard wants to pair. If they click on that, they will see a pairing dialog come up on the screen, and they have to interact with the pairing dialog in some way for the attack to work. They can accept the pairing request or reject it or just close the dialog, but as soon as they interact with that dialog, the attacker is able to complete pairing and then inject keystrokes into the Windows machine. And I only tested this on Windows 10, but Microsoft has patched this in Windows 10, 11, and Server 2022, and those patches rolled out on Tuesday. And so now I'm going to do a demo targeting an Android device. This will be targeting a Pixel 7 that is running the November 2023 patch level. And what I'll show you is something I've been experimenting with doing some lock screen fuzzing over Bluetooth HID. And so because these attacks actually on Mac OS and Linux and Android, all 3 OSs allow you to do the forced pairing at the lock screen. And so I've been curious if it's viable to use this for doing any kind of HID fuzzing for lock screen bypasses. And so I'll show you what this fuzzer looks like here. And it will connect to the Pixel 7 and then inject random key chords. And the key chords are combinations of like Control, Alt, Shift, the Windows key, and then a random HID key code. Okay, so that's mirroring the phone that I have here. And then I will run this script. Okay, so this is attempting to connect to the phone. It is connected and it's starting to inject keystrokes. There's a couple seconds lag on the screen mirroring there. And what we're seeing here is just these random key chords being injected into this Android phone at the lock screen. And so this means, if you have your phone in your pocket, somebody could be actively fuzzing your lock screen without your knowledge, which is kind of terrifying in my opinion. And so as part of the disclosure, Bluetooth SIG got looped in, and they had this interesting assessment of the bugs. It was my opinion that this was a protocol level vulnerability, and it's Bluetooth's opinion that this is a vendor problem. And so I think the general perspective that Bluetooth SIG has is that we will give you the gun, we will point it at your foot, and it's your responsibility not to pull the trigger. And unfortunately, their stance is everybody implemented the same bugs, but the reality is that this happens because everybody has been implementing the same specification, which has these bugs baked into it. So I respectfully disagree with the Bluetooth SIG stance on this. And so I disclosed these bugs between August and September of 2023. The bulk of them were in the start of August. The Windows disclosure came at the very end of September. I want to thank thank Microsoft for getting a patch out in time for ShmooCon, because I just had the feeling that with POC code coming out today that any OSs I had not disclosed in would be quickly found by the community. The Android, Linux, iOS, and Mac OS patches landed in December. Windows Fix landed on Tuesday. The Magic Keyboard firmware update started rolling out this week. Apple put out their security advisory on Thursday. Those are rolled out automatically, so if you have a Magic Keyboard that is currently paired with a Mac that is online, it will probably have already received the firmware update. If your keyboard has not been connected to a Mac that is online, it is probably still vulnerable. One thing I noticed with the older firmware, prior to this patch, it's possible to do a replay of the DFU where you can write a lower version number to a HID descriptor on the keyboard, and then the Mac will actually replay the current firmware update to it. So if you're interested in exploring that DFU process, I recommend not updating your Magic Keyboard to the latest firmware, which fixed that bug. And I also want to give a big thanks to Mark Essler of Canonical. He was a big help in wrangling the Linux and Blue side of this disclosure. I had never disclosed to an open source project before, and it's kind of a hassle. It was a lot more complicated than I expected. And so big thanks to Mark Essler for helping to wrangle that side of things. And again, a big thanks to all the vendors for getting all these patches out in time for ShmooCon. So the aftermath, I think, is still going to be unknown for a while, but some initial data points. Fixing the Android bug broke fast pair and nearby share on Android. So these are technologies which run on Bluetooth. Nearby share is Google's technology, which is kind of like AirDrop. And then fast pair allows you to discover devices that are close by to you outside of the SDP process, which is faster discovery of nearby devices. Unfortunately, the fix broke that because those services were running over unauthenticated Bluetooth, and they were doing encrypted communications, but over this unencrypted, unauthenticated channel. Fixing the Linux bug broke support for game controllers in Linux, so PS3 controller and a bunch of others are no longer able to be paired with Linux. I have headphones, which I can no longer use with Linux. And I think this is the tip of the iceberg. I think once a full impact is known, I think it'll probably be a while because it will take the community actually fleshing these out and identifying all these additional affected systems beyond what I've seen myself. So, I think it's easy to blame the vendors or blame the Bluetooth SIG, but I think there's shared responsibility here. I think the vendors definitely dropped the ball by missing these bugs. Some of them have been around for more than a decade. I think we, though, as the hacker community, dropped the ball by not finding these. And I think it's kind of embarrassing that we let these bugs that are really easy to exploit and easy to find once you look for them, we let these sit here for over a decade. And so I think, everybody can improve in this process. But the nice thing is that we're all humans. Humans make mistakes, and that's okay. That's just part of being human. And I view this as a positive thing, because if these bugs have been hiding in plain sight for so long, I just am excited to find out what other bugs fit the same bill. And so I encourage you to take some technology, some device, some service that you rely on a daily basis that you assume is secure, because everyone thinks it's secure, and start poking at it and get familiar with it and find out, is it actually secure, or are you just assuming it is because everybody else assumes it is? And with that, I have published the POC code for all of these vulnerabilities on GitHub, and I look forward to feedback from the community as we discover the full set of affected devices. And with that, we have time for a few questions.
At one point, you were talking about how you could potentially do a machine-in-the-middle attack on the keyboard, but then I think you said you transitioned away from that tech. I didn't understand the reason why you discontinued that line of breach.
Yeah, so the reason and just to repeat the question was I mentioned I had done some work on machine-in-the-middle attack and then transitioned away from that. The reason I had transitioned away was because I was most interested in injecting keystrokes into the Mac. There is a viable machine-in-the-middle attack scenario which I have validated, but it's not a clean scenario. So the way this works, when you connect to the Magic Keyboard's unauthenticated HID service at that unplug event, sometimes it's possible to connect immediately to the Magic Keyboard and get the link key, but sometimes there is a timeout of 25 seconds somewhere in firmware that you have to wait for. And so it's possible to do the MITM attack in that scenario, but it doesn't make for a very viable scenario because you have 25 seconds where the user would observe that they can't use their keyboard. And at the end of that 25 seconds, you can use the link key to connect to the Mac and maintain your connection with the keyboard. But I think it's not the immediate unplug MITM attack that I was looking for. That said, I think it's still viable, but I just haven't fleshed out what specific sequence of events needs to happen to do that in one immediate action.
All right, then the one thing I'd recommend checking out is in the last couple of years, there have been at least 3 or 4 academic papers on active machine-in-the-middle attacks with existing connected devices. So since you already have everything set up and the system all understood, I'd check out those academic papers and see if you can just take an active existing Bluetooth connection between a Mac and keyboard and just get in the middle with it with one of their techniques.
Yeah, I appreciate the recommendation. I look forward to seeing what the current research is on that.
Hey there. It was really neat to see the fuzzing of the lock screen and the tools you're building there. Where do you see that part of your research going next?
TBD. I think I'm going to continue doing some fuzzing on different platforms to see if there are any lock screen bypasses, for instance. But I don't have a good sense for what the actual attack vector will be, what sequence of events might be likely to trigger a lock screen bypass. So at this moment, it's just kind of exploratory fuzzing.
Great, thanks.
Okay, I think that's it. Thank you all so much. Real quick.
On the round? Yeah, Intel is fallacy? Yeah. That's me.
Never mind. Oh, you can go ahead and get hooked up. I gotta.
All right. No, I got mine. What's going on, man? Hey, good to meet you in person, man. I thought I saw you around last night, and I wasn't 100%. Awesome, thanks. Here, I got a couple. freaking the fuck out, man.
You know, it's like takes notes. Like they're gonna release the recording.
Yeah. It's so much easier. Like you probably know, like doing your stuff at your own con. Like I do opening remarks and I usually do a talk, but it's like my local con. Like this is Shmoo. What the fuck?
Yeah. Well, take notes.
Appreciate it. Thanks, man. Where are my thoughts? Awesome. I'm Andy Piazza. Oh, it worked anyway. There we go. That's exactly what I want. I am me. Yep. Left.
Yes.
5 minutes
Yellow
left.
at 5.
All right, I like it. That works. Yeah, I will. Yeah, I'll stay up there.
No, I just like.
Yeah. That'll keep me from stumbling.
Yep. Thank you so much for
thank you.
submitting this. I'm program co-chair and really like. Yes, that's what I like.
Done a lot. Something about.
I thank you very much.
Everyone talks about professional, but I don't know what it is. It's different. Every other. Good. I'll stick it.
They are. Like. I
Nope.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
How the.
I'm part of the style.
I'm good. Yeah, I finished last. Yeah, good. Did you just got accepted? Obviously changed my life. Highly recommend. I did all my classes with the on-demand app, which is 3 months of access to the material. It includes the webcast, the video, the audio, books, and labs, and everything. And swoosh, but I didn't get one at the podium. I almost said it. For me, appreciate it. Glad I didn't ruin my voice talking at the bar last night, like trying to talk over everybody.
Oh yeah,
I
it
woke
was
up this morning, I
so
was like,
loud
why is it
there.
breaking? It's breaking.
We're gonna start in a couple of minutes. We're not quite yet, but I have a couple of things to give away. So here is one soft thing, and this for donations and registration, and please take them home so that we don't have to. When you have a time, visit the sponsors and events that are down the hallway. There's a bunch of really good things going on. And tonight, starting at 9 p.m., there's going to be two events. One is ShmooFac, an audience participation quiz show, which is going to be in the big Bring It On room, which is where you are right now. And the other one is going to be Games, Games, and More in the Build It room, which I believe is that direction. They're in reverse alphabetical order. Build, bring, belay. And page 16 of the program has all of the details for them. Yeah.
And additionally, it's not too late, but there may be piano bar coming up on the upper floor.
Okay, there may be piano bar going up at LobbyCon, so quantum uncertainty on that one too.
They'll get thrown out.
Are we good, AV? Cool. Okay. I would like to introduce Andy Piazza, who has an absolutely incredible talk that I'm delighted to have here, and it is all about intelligence being overrated.
Exactly. All right, thanks. I'm Andy Piazza, Killer Grizz. I'm the head of threat intel at IBM X-Force. Former government contractor, former Army guy, did a bunch of things. So I've been on the vendor side and the defender side of intel, right? So I've been in SOCs doing threat hunting and threat intel. Been on the producer side, and I have a whole separate blog and a rant really about the difference between those parts of intel, what we do on the vendor side, how it needs to be a lot different than what you do on the defender side. Through those conversations with a number of my friends, some of them here heckling me today, I kind of came up with this idea, like, honestly, the way we're doing intelligence mostly in the InfoSec world outside of the government space is bullshit, right? We waste a lot of time and money. Most companies can't use intel properly. What we really need is, sanitized forensics reports. You're not going to do anything with intel assessments 9 out of 10 times. You're not going to change which countries in the world you operate in. It's a $1 billion opportunity in certain countries. You're probably not going to stop operating there if they keep breaching you. So this kind of led to this whole idea that intel really is a fallacy, but I may be biased. That's also a nerd joke for the intel folks that they'll get along. We always talk about our intel, in the intel world, we talk about our mental models and our fallacies and our biases. So the talk title was a play on those words. But ultimately, what it really comes down to is words matter. So if you retitle the whole talk, it's like words matter. And how we describe things in intel, in InfoSec, it matters because of how organizations consume our intelligence and prioritize their operations and how they think about the problem. So I'm going to talk about two fallacies kind of things that I came up with today. As threat intel, we really talk about the intent and capability of the threat actor, that's what we study. So the first one will kind of be intent focused. Second one will be capabilities focused. But before you trust me, let's take some words from a master spy. All right, so maybe not the one you were thinking of. He's no James Bond, but he's probably the best spy we have. But so the first one is this idea of targeted activity. I don't know about you, but when I hear the word targeted, I think of like super specific, hitting that bullseye. That company, that organization was breached because they had something that threat actor wanted. That completely ignores, like, there's this whole spectrum of targeting. In reality, is most, especially in cybercrime space that we see, most targeting that we see is target of opportunity, whether that's just broad-based phishing because they got a big-ass list from the last breach, thanks T-Mobile, don't sue me, or they have a CVE or an exploit for a CVE and they're scanning the internet and just looking for targets. The reality is most of the attacks that we see day-to-day are targets of opportunity. Yet, what happens with intel is we write a report and we say we saw this activity. We say that the company happened to be in the finance industry. We have derivative reporting, right? That means somebody picks up that report and rewraps it into something else, whether that's the news or an internal intel report. That derivative reporting now says financial company was targeted. It was like, whoa. The original report said they received the fish and they happen to be in financial industry. Now it's targeted. And we've just like jumped the whole spectrum of targeting, right? And now it's very specific. The other piece that I often see is we do like roll-ups into like threat playbooks or threat actor group profiles. And you'll just see this comma-separated list. This is just one example. I should have my source on here, but I forget. I think I might have pulled these from like the TIE certs, Encyclopedia of Actors. But we'll see these like comma-separated list of industries or sectors. And you notice like they're just side by side for this threat actor group. I think this might have been APT3 if I remember correctly that I pulled from. There's no weight to this. So one of these might have been a target of opportunity. The other one of these industries may have been super targeted because they were trying to go after defense information for the latest R&D into nukes or whatever. We have no idea from this profile. But then when as a company, you're like, what's my threat model, right? Who's likely to target me? Who has the intent and capability? I'm not going to go read through thousands of intel reports from this year or hundreds of thousands over the last 10 years. I'm going to go to this actor profile, figure out who targets my industry from this profile information, find all of the actors, I'm going to rack and stack them and start doing hunting and detection engineering. But if we're doing that from derivative reporting, we've now biased that priority list. We may now be prioritizing detections or protections or hunting for a group that was just a target of opportunity and leave us completely exposed to a group that actually targeted that industry and actually gave a shit about the type of information that industry provided. So ultimately, right, when it comes to targeting and how we describe targeting, words do matter, right? Phrasing. So I'm going to pick on DHS here, CISA. One, because I'm a US CERT alumni as a contractor, so I love them and I want to see them do better. The other reason is I could have used a company report, but I don't want anybody to sue me. Government's less likely to sue an individual. So I just want to show this quick report. And I highlighted some of the words or boxed out some of the words that kind of highlight the targeting. I mean, right there in the title, right, ransomware activity is targeting the healthcare sector, and healthcare and public health sector, because the federal government's got to name things stupidly. You see all this other language about the targeting, right? We've got intel about this targeting. And then you notice it goes straight into the technical details. Now this report's a couple of PDF pages long. You can go check it out on yourself because you don't know me and you don't trust me. But I promise the rest is technical details. Nowhere in here does the authors show their math of why they said anything about that targeting assessment, right? And that there's nowhere we show our work and we say our assessment is based off of this evidence. Now, this may be because the FBI was involved and they had some super secret intel, probably not. But the reality is we see this across vendor reporting too. We'll say a big, broad threat assessment about targeting and then get into the technical details. If we're gonna do a threat assessment, we need to show our evidence. We need to be able to inform our readers so that they can understand and have confidence in what we're sharing and understand why we made that statement. There's a big difference if we're sitting on the dark web watching ransomware groups talk about hospitals, then I saw a spike in hospital breaches over the last 5 years and I say hospitals must be getting targeted, right? Causation, correlation, and actual intelligence that says threat actors are targeting. That's two different things, right? But we just don't see that in reporting. So as a consumer, I ask you to demand more of us as Intel producers. If you're an Intel producer, I expect you to do better. Like, we owe that to our consumers if we're gonna do a threat assessment, that we show our work. Again, that's one example. You could say bullshit. You can go do your own homework. I've only got 20 minutes, so I'm not gonna go through a bunch. So a couple of impacts and recommendations, right? So I talked about the impact of prioritization. Companies spend money when Intel providers produce something. If you're in the federal government or supporting the federal government or care at all what the federal government says, you probably know when CISA publishes something, your CISO is going to want to know what you did with it. 100% in the federal space. I've seen that in quite a few private sector companies. If you have that kind of power as a producer, don't publish shit just to publish shit. You are spending a lot of people's money and time to react to what you're publishing. If you have that kind of responsibility or power, right, you have that kind of responsibility too, to show your math so people can understand the assessment that you made. So I'm borrowing this assessment formula from the Forensics 578 class, the CTI course from SANS. Katie Nichols also had the Cycle of Cyber Threat Intelligence webcast where she used these slides as well. So that's out on YouTube, you can pull it. But I love this assessment formula that it includes our confidence, our analysis, and our evidence and sources. This is really what we need to get to solve some of these kind of bias problems. If we're gonna make a threat assessment, we need to show our work. And I absolutely love this quote from General Colin Powell. I teach it in a CTI 101 workshop all the time. As an intelligence officer, your responsibility is to tell me what you know, tell me what you don't know, then you're allowed to tell me what you think, but you always keep those three separated. I think as Intel producers and also just InfoSec folks, right, we have a responsibility to communicate things to our executive board who knows nothing about our world. We need to be very clear what we know, what we don't know, and what we think. We are really strongly opinionated in InfoSec. We literally have balls to throw at each other for when we screw up on this stage, right? Because we're very opinionated. Our stakeholders don't know that we're telling them what we think if we're not being clear with what we think, right? They don't know the three of these categories in general speak, right? So I'm a huge fan of this quote, and I think this would solve a lot of problems. If we're briefing and we say, healthcare is being targeted and here's why, right? Or I think it's being targeted because we see a spike. That's a huge difference in assessment. All right, so that first one was intent focused. The second one is capabilities focused. This is this idea about historical TTPs and what threat actors do. I love tracking threat actor TTPs. I really think we need to dial intent and capability more towards capability. I really don't care who's shooting at me, right? I said I spent 2 years in Iraq and never cared who was shooting at me. I just wanted it to stop. That's the true side on the defender side. If you can't put warheads on foreheads, attribution's bullshit. Sorry, Imposed Cost, I love you, buddy. But honestly, if you can't do offensive operations, flag level, intent level attribution's good enough. Let's focus on TTPs. I love threat actor playbooks. I love MITRE ATT&CK. I think we need to get to that level for Intel in everything we do. What I don't want is people to think that that is a prescribed thing that those threat actors do every time. If you're a red teamer in here, or if you've ever done a CTF, which TTPs did you apply on that challenge? The ones that worked, and probably a bunch that didn't work. You didn't do the only things that you had in your pocket, and that's what I fear we do when we do threat actor playbooks. When we communicate them beyond intel or threat hunters or detection engineers, we start to imply this confidence that we know what the threat actor is going to do next time. That's bullshit. When we are doing forensics and doing that intel report based off a previous campaign, we're just writing down, we're journalists. Don't tell my intel analysts, we're journalists. We're writing down what they did last time, what was permissible in that environment. If the next environment has a different configuration, that shit's not going to work. They're going to change their TTPs. They're going to try different tools. They don't just go, oh, go to the next target. Some actors will, but not the persistent ones, right? So I say, like, threat actor playbooks are huge, but we need to be clear on our language, right? These are the known TTPs. This is what they did last time. What ends up happening is organizations get boxed in and they start thinking that they're 100% or 110% MITRE attack coverage, right? Thanks, marketing guys. And they think that, like, the work can stop. I don't need more resources. We don't have a problem. And now we've screwed up the intent and targeting piece from the first fallacy. We couple it with this capabilities one, and we think we've got 110% coverage of all the actors who may ever target us, and we're going to be left completely open. The other challenge I've seen is when Intel provides the TTPs for a threat actor working on an incident, I've seen some folks, junior, mid, and even senior, get boxed in that thinking and start looking for those TTPs in our playbook and stop following the evidence of the actual case that's in front of them. The evidence that's in front of you, internal to your organization, is far more important than anything I will ever produce, anything the NSA will ever produce. Intelligence from inside your environment is the most important intelligence. Follow the evidence. Don't let the Intel threat playbook skew you from what you're actually tracking. I've seen that happen. We can help fill in the gaps. You lost logging. You know that we think it's this actor. I can tell you what their next lateral movement techniques may have been, and you can go look for those. That's a cool use of Intel. What's not cool is being like, well, our intel's going path A, but our evidence is going path B. We should probably follow the intel. Andy said it's important, right? Follow the evidence. I've seen too many people like get skewed based off of like the threat playbooks we put together, or the intelligence we put together. See, I talk fast. So again, you get a false sense of security, especially to the folks outside of the security organization, or you've got that lovely, wonderful security director who was hired because they're good at managing people, and they spelled security properly on their resume, but they never actually have done security operations, right? You're going to give them a false sense of coverage if you say we've got all these TTPs covered. They're going to think they're good. They're not going to understand why they need to continue to invest in new detections and monitoring and new capabilities, right? So the words we do express to folks matter, especially if it's outside of our circle. So recommendations on how to fix it. Obviously use accurate language, like I've said. You know, we need to use intelligence to inform the investigation, not to steer it away from things. Again, we call that like confirmation bias within the intel world. And always challenge your assumptions. So within the intel world, we have these things called structured analytical techniques, or the SATs, not that horrible test some of you did in high school. Structured analytical techniques are models, like data models that we use to really confirm or deny like our findings. One of my favorite, there's a bunch of them, one of my favorites is the key assumptions check. This is a great one for IR, it's a great one for intel in general. The key assumptions check is really just throughout the investigation, stopping and going, what do I know, why do I know it, and is it still true, right? Did I get new evidence in this case that contradicted what we originally thought? I don't know how many times I've started an investigation, thought it was gonna be, you know, bullshit like coin miner or something, and it turned out to be a real problem, or vice versa. Those key assumption checks help you stop and think through, what do I know, what do I not know, and what do I think about this? Do those throughout your phases. Anytime you're in an IR and you're gonna rotate to the next phase of IR, recheck your key assumptions check. Look at that evidence, because we should be showing our work, and ask yourself, is this piece still true? That will be huge as you're doing you know, your threat modeling. It'll be huge if you're doing incident response. It's huge as you're doing detection engineering, right? I gave you a threat playbook for a group, and it took you 6 months to write detections or hunts for all those TTPs. Did we update it since the last time you asked for a copy, right? Maybe we have new TTPs for you to hunt on. So just like always, you know, be a hacker. Challenge bullshit, check the facts, and ask, you know, for people to show their work. You know, one more great quote. Okay, fine, whatever, we're not doing phrasing. I'm an Archer nerd. So real quick recap, you know, words absolutely do matter. You know, read original reporting whenever you can. If you're reading reporting and it says, according to so-and-so, pivot to that original report if you can, if it's freely available, and check that out and give that a read. One, that original report instead of that derivative report will hopefully show its work. It'll also help prevent any of that skew that you get of somebody doing derivative reporting and maybe dropping out some of the things the original author thought was important about targeting. So always go to the original report whenever you can. If you're on the producer side, show your work, show your work, show your work. Bunch of acknowledgments. Of course, Katie Nichols, if you want to get into Intel, you're in Intel. Check out all of her blogs, all of her videos. She has good people. Shout out to my lovely X-Force peers who keep me sane, and my buddy Muscle Nuts up front, who was one of my soldiers back in the day when I was a mean NCO, and he still hangs out with me like 15 years later, and he's been supporting me through a bunch of stuff. And just, Muscle Nuts is my nickname for him. It's not his actual handle, but it should be. I knew that would earn that one. And one of my favorite quotes, without data, you're just another person with opinion, right? So that's huge. Any questions, or I'll just keep ranting. We're coming down in here in the last few minutes. What's up? Yeah, so you're a consumer of Intel, right? Whether it's internal or a vendor. Yeah, I'm working it in. How do you get better Intel from your sources, right? Whether you're, again, if it's an internal Intel team, have a conversation with them. I guarantee 9 out of 10 of them will want to get better, so give them that feedback. If it's a vendor, you're paying for it, demand more of them. The same thing, here's another rant, and it kind of goes along with this. I really wish we could get to a point in security where companies don't need detection engineers. Like, that blows my mind. Like, your security tools should be able to detect shit. Like, we should not have to do detection engineering. We should demand more of our EDRs, our SIEMs, and all of our security platforms, right? It's the same thing with Intel. Like, demand more. Like, I've been in organizations, they don't talk to their vendors. Like, no matter what, it all goes through the contract officer. And I've been in other organizations like, hey, we had a breach. This malware happened. We had no alerts from your tool. Here's a sample. And they're like, we'll get you new rules. And, like, companies are happy to fucking update their products, or they're not going to be in business for very long. So demand more of your producers. Internal team, hopefully they want to play ball, and you don't have bad company politics. But I bet if you talk directly to the analysts, I'll say on the flip side, I've been in like an Intel analyst supporting SOCs in the past. If your IR team doesn't reach out to the Intel team during a breach, that's a you problem, not a them problem. You haven't shown your value to them and how you can support their IR so they can move faster. If they think they are going to engage you, you're going to slow them down. That is an Intel problem, not an IR problem. You need to show your value as an Intel producer. If you're doing big strategic threat assessments within a company, you should probably stop. Your SOC is your decision makers, not your executive board. They're doing security shit every day. Those should be your primary consumer. I told you to get me on a soapbox after that question. The other one, I'll say now because I didn't work it into the slides, but threat hunting, I love it. It's one of the most fun I've ever done in a job until you find something that it's a bad day. It's not proactive. No matter how many times we try to define threat hunting as proactive, the shit's already happened. You're still reacting. Sorry, that's another Intel fallacy. I talk really fast. What else we got? Go ahead. Truly proactive is actually like security engineering and architecture and having secure by design networks and tools. That's securing your shit before bad guys are coming at you, or bad gals, because some of them too, is actually proactive response. Detection engineering, I would argue, can be a proactive thing, but the reality is almost everything we're doing on the security ops side is in reaction to what threat actors have done somewhere, whether it was our environment or not. To truly be proactive, we need to be investigating our network paths and where like those attack paths are, and do we have visibility in there, identifying where those gaps are and getting better visibility. Oh man, no, hunting is so there's another problem, whole definition of hunting. First off, if you're doing hunting outside of your perimeter and not inside of your internal logs, that's called intel collection. Hunting is what you do inside of the data set you generate. If you're looking for gaps, yeah, that is a phase of hunting, right, is to see what our visibility is. That's why hunting, I think, has really been important, not only to find stuff that we missed, but we can absolutely, hunters can then find, like, hey, we want to see if somebody was abusing our DNS server, and we are not getting any of those logs, right? That can definitely help, but that's ultimately not the point of hunting. The point of hunting is to go find things that have happened. To me, like, really a security review of your organization and having a outside in or a purple team, those types of things are like, what is our architecture? Where are our gaps? What are all those things the business unit connected to and didn't tell the SOC about? That to me is proactive work. But I'm just one asshole on the internet, so I could be wrong. All right, we got one at the mic. Go ahead.
All right, hello. What are the top 3 things defenders can use from yearly threat intel reports that are published by the large threat intelligence companies? And what do you think is the biggest missed opportunity from those reports from those companies?
Oh, that's my favorite. Yeah, so I think the number one thing that you can use from intel reports, like, I don't know, IBM X-Force maybe, is the forensics part of the data. So many people want to know who's targeting us. The number one question we often get from clients is, can we get like curated intel? The only way you do that is with internal threat analysts. From your vendors, you're never going to get curated intel. That's a fallacy in itself. It's bullshit. What you really want to be looking for is who's targeting our industry and why. That first kind of fallacy I talked about is we need to get better at showing what the targeting is and what we think about and know about the targeting. And then the other piece is we need to get the TTPs in there. MITRE attack numbers are cool, but they should have strings next to them. I will give huge credit to CISA for their work here of actually showing the TTP and explaining what they saw in that specific case. We need to be getting to that side from the intel. And with that, I got the big red stop sign and the middle finger. So thank you, I'll be hanging out, and I have Killer Grizz stickers if you want some. What's in the box? What's in the box? Nothing. I just say a block box, got nervous. Checking?
No, it's actually empty.
It's actually empty. How are you doing? Uh-oh.
I would love you to be able to ask them questions, but can you wait till they finish packing and meet them in the hallway?
Yeah, let's go there. It's all good, man. Bad the head of intel.
Meet them outside. And before you get too far, put your mask back on.
Yep.
Hi, are you... Indicate yourself as Falcon. All right, so go ahead and get set up, and as soon as you...
Do you have a adapter box thingy?
The people that do AV will be walking by in a second.
Oh, good.
They will make sure that you're checked out.
Yeah, I am a dumbass and I didn't bring one, and all I have is just...
Okay, we only do HDMI, so hold on a second. I will...
Yeah, you only do HDMI, so if you have a little converter...
Do we have one of the HDMI USB-C adapters streaming? All right.
I usually have one in my bag, but my bag was
while they're coming up to... Yeah. But do you see them come up? They have a
yes.
little... They're going to have some signs
that tells me to shut the fuck up, yes.
Hey. You have a mic that you can... Or
USB-C to HDMI.
Radio to call the AV support. So either Bob... we need a USB-C to HDMI. So, yeah, yellow, green, red,
Yes.
5 minutes, 10...
Okay.
Stop
And
sign
I have 30 modular time for questions. Right. Yes. Okay, great.
So, think of it more like 23 minutes.
Well, yes.
Because we do need some time for transition to the next person.
Okay.
And so, a couple of things.
Mm-hmm.
So you got the signs. They'll be out back where those monitors are. So I know the lights are a little bit problematic.
Not at all.
But just try, and they'll start walking up if you're like well past the time.
Well, we're on wall clock time anyway, right? Yes. Thank you. I'm saved. Watch it be lightning. Thank you.
All right. So okay. So while we're doing that, so while you're on stage and presenting, careful. Let's undo the cable. There we go. Try that.
Well,
cable back up again.
No,
Oh
we're
no, the
again,
cable's it was unstrapped. All right, and so in theory, my desktop with everything mirrored on it is now being projected full.
You are displaying something, and now you're presenting.
Well, that's what I wanted. Thank
Okay,
you.
so let's.
I came a long way.
So back a little bit. Okay. First. Okay. First time. All right. This is actually. Yes. They're a very important. A friend lent them an adapter. So,
I'm saved.
well, they have one from a friend.
Yes,
So you can
Carl
take that
gave
one
me
back.
an adapter, so it's working. And thank you so much.
That's actually why I asked them to call you.
Okay.
But
Well,
we're good.
saved.
So, it's a relatively important.
Yes.
Ask that them on
Yes.
mic, even if they're audible.
Yeah.
That way, those I believe we're talking.
Yes.
Right. I don't know if you've gone to other.
Yes.
We do give a very simple version.
Well, my first is they're still. I
But at the last guy, actually.
Why didn't I get one? I'll have to.
It's not up for.
Okay.
Oh, that's so sad.
That's what I
All
wanted
right,
to make
I'm just gonna plug in while we.
Yep, that's great.
But keep talking.
So while you are presenting, you're welcome. I will take it up. I will see if they can make it go. Otherwise, I'll take it up. So have more people. Other than that, we've got to go into the audience, and then so let's. I want to make sure that I say this correctly. So I'm just going to introduce you as self. That's okay. All right. So lean developer friendly modeling. Sure. All right. Developer friendly modeling. Got it. Okay.
One other question.
I tend to hang at the podium.
Good.
Gives me the remote.
Yeah, they would prefer you generally in like a.
Yeah, otherwise they have to swing the camera around all the time. I don't like it either. So I don't dance. Well, maybe I'll just dance at the podium. That's it.
Okay, so I'm gonna toss my stuff out, make a few announcements. Otherwise, welcome, good luck. This is one of the better conferences if you've not done it before. So, welcome.
It's great to be back too.
All right. So, good afternoon, ShmooCon. A few things to throw into the audience. We have a neoprene key ring. So hopefully those of you up front are paying attention. And I have a bento box. This is actually metal. So I don't really want to throw this. I'm not going to give it. Actually, use that up front. You followed instructions. So if you want stuff from us, sit up close. That's the easiest way for that to happen. When it's something soft like a moose, I'll throw that. But a bento box, I might hurt somebody. Okay, we still have plenty of T-shirts available. Again, we take zero money from that. You make a donation to a charity. We give you a T-shirt or a bag of crap, so past year's conference bags, as a thank you for making a donation. So either the Sloan Kettering Foundation or the EFF, please come make a donation. We'll give you either a T-shirt or a bag of crap as a thank you. If you are parked in the hotel and not staying in the hotel, so if you live in the DC metropolitan area and you chose to pay the exorbitant price to park here, come by registration. We can give you a discount code that will reduce the cost of the parking a little bit. All right. I think we have a number of activities going on, continual throughout the day. If you go past registration, past all of the vendors, the Hackers for Charity are here, the RFCTF, ShmooCon Labs in the Lockpick Village, please go visit. There's lots of people that are happy to be here and teach and help you learn new things, so please go and visit them. And with that, we have a new to ShmooCon and new to presenting person. Well, sorry, new to presenting at ShmooCon. Sorry. So, I'm sorry. I'm set. Okay. So, you didn't come in here to sit and listen to me blather. So I would like you all to welcome Falcon, who will be talking about developer-friendly threat modeling. So please give Falcon a warm ShmooCon welcome. I actually have one thing. I'm sorry. Somebody left their phone behind. Check your pockets. If you are missing your phone and you can make it buzz on demand and then unlock it, I'll happy to give it to you. I'll be heading towards registration. Again, sorry about that. So please give a second warm welcome to Falcon.
Hello, good afternoon. Okay, I'm going to steal this one then. Let's just do this. This is easier. Yeah, thanks again for the warm welcome. This is my, I think, 5th confession at this point. Anyways, developer-friendly threat modeling. So yeah, probably since the last time that you saw me, I went and got a business degree and kind of spent a lot of time trying to figure out how to manage product security at this cool Finnish cloud company. Open source, multi-cloud, trusted data platform for everyone. And what I learned while doing it is kind of just how important it is to focus our threat modeling efforts in a way that is sort of sustainable, comprehensible to developers, and maybe a little bit less by the book and a little bit more focused on our ultimate goal. So that's kind of what I'll be going through today. Start with the definition. What's threat modeling? Why do we do it? We don't do it for any reason other than to figure out what your threats are. So we go through this cycle, and because I'm here in DC, I'm going to imitate the federal government presentation style and make these arrow diagrams. We move through 3 phases when we're doing threat modeling. Very simply, the point of it is, what are our assets? What are threats? What controls do we need to protect those assets against those threats? That's the 3 things that we do. So you can already discard the majority of what you have been taught about threat modeling. We don't necessarily need a lengthy checklist. We don't necessarily need a framework other than this process. What do we need to do to identify our assets, identify what threats might impact on those assets, and, and what controls we're going to need to do them? So what's threat modeling? We do threat modeling to identify necessary controls. We map them from assets to threats to controls. Very easy. I don't know how we ever got into the situation that we are with threat modeling. So what came before? Well, broadly, this process is the same type of thing as the OWASP threat modeling process that is continuing to be published as of this year. Citation to it. My steps are basically the same as these steps. Decompose the application, determine and rank threats, and determine countermeasures and mitigations. Well, that's the same thing as, really almost the same thing as asset identification, threat identification, and control identification. So, I don't know, why don't we get started and try on the OWASP process for size and just see how it's gonna work. The OWASP process here starts with these entry points and coming up with the DFDs. And if you go to the OWASP page that describes this, you will see them begin by talking about basically making a data flow diagram of all of the parts of your microservices, every component of your application, and figure out what the entry points are for the data, how it flows through the system, how each of those flows might be impacted by an attacker, and what the ultimate outputs of the system are kind of tacked onto the end there. The part of this that gives me pain is that not everyone has privilege boundaries that are quite exactly representable on a data flow diagram. In fact, very few assets are even representable on a data flow diagram. More to follow on that later, but let's look at one of these. You've seen one of these before. Microsoft released this great pile of 8.5 megabytes of Visio and shame to the world many years ago, Threat Modeling Tool 7. And what Threat Modeling Tool 7 gives you is it gives you a diagramming tool whereby you can depict trust boundaries. You can see them in the red outline around these if it's big enough. And within those trust boundaries, you put each of your assets, more to follow on that for a reason, and then you draw the data flows between each of those assets. So I've depicted a little toy diagram here where we have a web server that has one dependency on an OS process in CorpNet, because it's the Microsoft threat modeling tool after all.
And it communicates over HTTPS with a process on the host operating system that may or may not be Internet Explorer, because again, it's the Microsoft threat modeling tool, right? And it has a communication with a file system, because the point of this is it downloads a file, so it has to save it to the file system. And it controls a device, so it has an ioctl interface to the device that's outside the browser threat boundary. Now, the thing I want to ask you, though, is this a threat model? I mean, we're here, so I think the answer is more or less a foregone conclusion. This is a data flow diagram, sort of. It sort of tells us how data comes in and out of our system and which components touch that data in which ways. And if we marked up everything appropriately, it would tell us things like, oh, here's an HTTPS flow across a network boundary. So obviously you have threats related to certificate interception certificate forgery, TLS interception attacks, TLS stripping attacks. All of these things impact on you, right? Clearly. And you have a binary flow from the OS process into the file system. Well, maybe that binary flow is spoofable in some way. Maybe the binary stuff is not the stuff that you thought it was. Maybe there's just too much of it and it fills up your disk. And a person is to believe that these constitute threats. All right, here's our threats broken down in the output of this tool that has been the industry standard for many years. Potential excessive resource consumption for OS process and file system. Denial of service. Does the OS process or the file system take explicit steps to control resource consumption? It's going to be hard to deal with. Maybe it makes sense to let the OS do the job. Be careful that your resource requests don't deadlock and that they do timeout. Well, that's a lot for saving a file to disk from my web browser. Is that really where I want to be concentrating my resources in my web-based application? Is this really going to be threat number one, and is threat number two going to be spoofing of the destination data store file system? You mean you're going to impersonate the disk running on the client's workstation somehow? And okay, so the point I'm trying to make here is that this DFD-based threat modeling process, while it certainly has its place, and if you are running a large communication system with many untrusted data flows, maybe this is the thing for you. If you're not, it might not be the thing for you. And really, the root of this is what we're doing is we're inventorying the parts of our system that are actually meaningfully subject to attack. Oh boy, this is exciting. We'll just give that a moment to recalibrate. So we're going to enumerate the parts of the system that are meaningfully subject to attack. And if we're running a communication system, it might actually be these things that are meaningfully subject to attack. If we're not, it's not likely to be. So, Stride. That's what that tool is based off of. It enumerates the components of the Stride model, which are up there for you to read. You've read them before. Well, do these things encompass all possible threats? Because the great promise of this DFD-based approach was to say, if we only enumerate all of our assets and all of our data flows, more to follow about that word assets, then apply this framework to them. Well, okay, here's our HTTPS flow between our web server and our browser. What can be spoofed, what can be tampered with, what can be repudiated, what information leaks out, how can someone DOS it, is there an avenue for EOP? Clearly, that enumerates all possible threats, right? Well, it also turns out that all computers are DFAs and the set of natural numbers is countable. Good job. I mean, technically, you're kind of right, but you'll never get there. So, why don't we reframe the question a little bit? If our favorite named APT exhausts the resources of the pipe between the OS process and the file system, what is the probable consequence to my business? And the answer here is likely nothing. The client's going to have to get a bigger or faster disk, change how they use the application, spread the load out a little bit, maybe make better assumptions about how the application might use the disk. Hey, how big are those files that we download? Is our disk half the size of that? At the boundary of the probability, they might ask us to increase the application performance, compress something, or prune our logs a little bit more frequently. And we ask again, is that eventuality what I actually want to be devoting my scarce security resources to? So what is the probable consequence to my business? My customers will have to actually use my application in the way that it's intended. Big whoop. I don't have an example of a good threat from this threat model because I didn't find a good threat in this threat model, and that should maybe tell us something. So as I rip off IBM here, computer services are the things that we use to make money or enact our other objectives. We might have other objectives than making money. So therefore, our computer services are merely a means to implement a business process. So we have to stop missing the forest through the trees, which is what we do when we imagine that our data flows between each of our microservices and system components are applications to defend, assets to defend. The assets to defend are actually our business processes. So let's go back here. Which of these things is a business process? Again, point made. So that's what we want to do. And I'm flipping the definition of assets on its head here. An asset is something that we use to enact our objectives. So one of the most important assets of many of the businesses that we operate when we come to ShmooCon, people say nice things about us, like FedRAMP compliant and issued ATO or ATO ready, so that other people give us money. That's an important asset. If something impugns my compliance with a standard that causes me to give people money, that thing is a threat. Yeah. Yeah, I'll repeat that one more. So sure. So the fact that people hold us in compliance to our standard, and that is the reason that they're using our software, that's kind of the fact that I can say, yes, I do comply with that. That's an asset for my business. It's actually one of the most important, expensive assets that I have, the asset on which I spent the vast majority of my compliance and security development resources. Other ones that apply to basically any business. It is broadly known among our users that our service is reliable. Well, that's also an asset. It has threats, such as somebody DOSes me, it's no longer reliable, people stop believing that it's reliable, and then they stop giving me money and I go out of business. Okay, another asset. We charge our users a monthly subscription fee and they do not charge it back. Well, okay. There's some threats to that, such as what if my payment processing is destroyed because somebody replaces my Stripe API key with their Stripe API key. Now we no longer charge our users a monthly subscription fee and we're sunk. Each day we live our corporate values. Well, what if my value, my goal of being the secure and trusted open source data platform for everyone, if it's no longer secure because all of the customer data leaks out, then I'm not really living the corporate values and somebody might have something to say about that. So my ability to continue to do this is the asset to defend, not the server on which that data is stored. And if we start our threat modeling there, we no longer really need a DFD to figure out the quality of our computer system that affects the property that it is broadly known among our users that our service is reliable. It's just a different layer of abstraction. And where do I get this? It's not just something that I made up. It's actually the accounting definition of an asset, which is something we control that we expect to provide a future benefit, in less words. There's more words in GAAP. You don't need them for this. The threat, it follows from that, is anything which reduces that future benefit in any way. At all. It's literally anything that says, hey, my asset no longer provides me a future benefit. And then control is the means that we do to put a stop to that. It's very, very simple language. Control also has many other definitions, but this is the one that we're going to use because it's easy. So now that we all speak the same language, we can elaborate a little bit. Don't forget how nuanced controls really can be. It can be anything from a security system to your logs to your incident response. A control can even be your shared responsibility model or an insurance policy that you have. It's anything that lessens the realizable annual loss expectancy from your threat. And that's kind of the things that we want to put in our threat model. We don't necessarily need our threat model to have mitigations like, well, yeah, it's going over the internet, but it uses triple DES, and triple DES is in FIPS 140-2, so it must be that our communication channel is secure and we're fine, right? Yeah, a little more creative than that, but your control is something of the form, I know that this communication channel is secure because I have taken certain steps and those steps are backed up by these citations is a little bit better. Also controls like, well, I offer the most secure cipher spec, and if my customers actually care about this, they negotiate the most secure cipher spec, can also be a pretty solid control as long as you make that argument explicitly. But just don't forget how nuanced control is. It's really just any words that are responsive to the threat at all, which is anything that has an articulable way to impugn the benefit that we get from our asset. So be careful of the completeness trap. Don't fall into the completeness trap because the rumors are true. All computers are in fact deterministic finite automata. And you can, in fact, enumerate every possible state of those computers if you have another computer of exactly that size or greater. And it's just not helpful because compositionally you know that your system running on the abstract platform for which you wrote it is likely to be Turing complete or near there too. And so language theoretic security, which I must of course tie into all of my talks, it gives us that we have to do more. Stride is a really reductive framework. It's sometimes really nice brainstorming food, but don't think that by going through each category you will have demonstrated this completeness MacGuffin, because you don't actually get completeness no matter what you do. You cannot enumerate all threats, and you cannot enumerate all possible controls. You might find that by repeating the process, that's that other MacGuffin, repeatability. Everyone likes to say that in security. I want the same result. I do the same thing twice. I want the same result. I want it to be comparable between date A and date B. You just don't get that. Because if you repeat that process with different stakeholders in a different room on the same day, you're going to get a different set of threats and a different set of controls that are responsive to them, and that's okay. Especially if they're not all indoctrinated in your rigid corporate threat modeling process and they all just went through Stride. Then it will be comparable, but it will be wrong. Why? Hi, Geudel. This dude told us that we cannot reason about non-trivial properties of Turing-complete systems. It passed through a few other people when we got to that point, but if we can't solve the halting problem in this general case, it follows that we can't come up with a process for enumerating all possible threats. Especially on an even larger system than the one that we already can't reason about, such as the toy Turing machine. So we just each do our best. Everyone has a role to play in this process, and it's basically just a big brainstorming exercise. If you are having trouble, you can use Delphi. If you have people who are reluctant to criticize others in certain ways and pass it through the Oracle, but you don't even have to do that. What you have to do is recognize that the developers and their managers are the ones that know how the business assets that they made generate value and what systems we use and how, and those are what our assets are. So developer-driven threat modeling means that the developers are the ones who identify the assets. And then they tell you all the nightmare scenarios that they think, oh, well, I had doubts when I wrote this might have happened. And they tell you what they've been doing to prevent that. So therefore, I did this. And you as the security professional have just 4 jobs. What are some other controls that I know about that are available? Are those controls feasible? Do we have control requirements to which we're subject that you need to have something in there that you don't? And what are the nightmares that are lived by others? Those are some other threats. But your job as a security professional is just to evaluate. Are those really the assets? Are your threats to those assets complete? And is what you're doing about that, does it make sense? Is it fully responsive, or is there something else that we need to do beyond that, or is there something we're doing you don't need to do? So here's an example. Asset A1, user data remains confidential. Notice that that's not the server and it's not the key. Threat 1, I enumerate them because I like to refer to them by number later. Asset 1 is compromised by credential leakage by a customer. The customer gave up their access key and now all their data is out there on the internet. What are we going to do about that? Well, you might think shared responsibility model. You would not be wrong. But we can do 3 other things besides that. I'm going to make sure that credentials are prefixed. So they start with some magic string and it requires that to be in there so you know, hey, if I see this, GitHub can maybe figure out with its secret scanning tool that that's the kind of thing that it is. Credentials used to access the data are randomly generated, so you can't just guess them. It's not password 1, 2, 3 with the magic prefix. And just by doing these 3 things, I can actually go beyond just, hey, it's a shared responsibility model, bro. I don't know what to tell you, to actually helping our customers ensure that the user data remains confidential, which protects customer trust, which was in our values, and that's how user data remains confidential becomes an asset. So we say, okay, well, we did randomly generate them, but control C1 and control C3 yet to be done. Hey, wait, I actually just made a Jira epic, and I just made 2 story tickets. And I made a threat model. So I hope that'll make sense. I think I'm just about out of time, 12:49, so I guess the point I want to drive home here is pare back the security team's role in threat modeling. Explain how to do these things, these story tickets when called upon by the developers and asked, and validate on an ongoing basis that these things remain done, which is a process that we might otherwise know as control evaluation or pen testing, depending on which school of thought you follow. But your goal is to facilitate a conversation when you're threat modeling. Your goal isn't to go through a checklist and say, hey, these 13 items must be addressed for every service in my major cloud platform. It is literally just to say, have you identified all of your assets, really all of them? Have you told me everything that you could conceivably do to prevent the threats to those assets from actually occurring? And you can use a framework like Stride, go through it point by point by point, as brainstorming food, but it does not get you from start to finish, ever. So I think I have about maybe 5 minutes for questions, and then we're moving on. What? No? No one? Harsh. Hey!
How do blue teamers who do the threat modeling and red teamers kind of collaborate to hand off more efficient pen testing, better pen testing results?
How do red teamers and blue teamers who are doing the pen testing and control development collaborate and come together to deliver more efficient pen testing results? Well, every time that you come up with these controls, you keep an inventory of these controls and you call that thing a baseline. And when we're pen testing, we pen test to the baseline, among other things. So as a red teamer, you have that unique ability to be creative and come up with fresh new threats that no one has thought of before, and you actually just add them to this. And then when you have a result, you can come back, circle back to the blue team and say, hey, did you think of this threat? What are your controls against it? I tested them and I found that they didn't work. Here's some other things, and that's my recommendation section. Here's the other things that you can do. We add them to the control framework, we add them to the baseline, and we keep the cycle going. Does that answer? All right. Okay, I think one more question, yes? All right, I'll take one more, go ahead.
So it seems like you're saying to go back to more subjective views or qualitative ones rather than quantification, qualitative.
The question was, it seems like I'm telling you to stop being quantitative and be more qualitative. The answer is nuanced. For so long as we keep building systems for which we cannot abstractly reason because they are so complex, i.e. Turing completes, yes, you have to be subjective because objectivity is unavailable. If you choose to build systems that are less complex than this, that you can actually fully enumerate all of the threats, everything I said, just throw it right out the window and do formal verification because that's what you bought yourself. And you'll be much happier. So he's not wrong. All right, anyway, I'm going to stop talking and let them introduce the next speaker. Thank you. Thank you for this. I left mine at home. I'm dumb. Whoops. No.
Well said, well done.
Oh, thank you. I'm glad you liked it.
I very much liked it. I hated it. I liked it.
It's painful to hear that we've been doing everything wrong for years, but...
Hey. You're saying makes total intuitive sense.
Yeah.
However, people will game that system so fast.
Oh, I know. You have to start with the assumption that people actually want the same thing that you do.
John, can you take your conversation outside?
This has an HDMI port, so I
And we have an HDMI cable. That's the preferred way to be.
if gods are kind, this will sort of just work. Let's see if it is plug-in time. All right, I'm on the screen. It is trying to connect. I should connect to ShmooCon.
Do you have any audio or anything that you need? Or?
No audio.
All right. All right. I'm done.
Success. Yeah.
It's a little tough to see past the lights here, just so you see. The green is 10 minutes, yellow's going to be 5. You start seeing red, that means pretty much out of time.
Okay. I got half an hour, and I'm going to try and save some time for questions.
but if I'll probably stay here, especially since this is where the mic is. Okay.
And the mics are all hot.
Excellent. So we can have a hot mic discussion.
Yeah.
Cool, thank you.
Right. One of the things I did find as preparing this is that actually fitting very much about the topic in the 20-minute slides is tough.
Yeah.
But we will have a speed course in important stipulations.
That's wonderful and what people need.
I emphasize a lot on the copyright. I think people here know the CFAA better than others. We'll hit that. It's nice to be back here. I'm sad that it will be ending, but I hear maybe there's something else after.
Yeah, we have been discussing it for a long time, and we would rather hand it off to somebody else and have them do what they want to do. 20 years is a long time. The world has changed.
It's been a wonderful run, and I've been happy to be a part of it. I look forward to seeing what's next, but it's one of my favorite times.
Well, thank you so much.
Challenges that, like keeping it to an appropriate size, made it very hard to get tickets and all these like pluses and minuses. But the end result has always been top notch.
And that's, we discussed there's only 3 ways to run it. You either limit the size, or you let it sprawl, or you do the other thing of raise the price until you have the number of people.
Yeah.
And those are the only 3 options. And for us, if we wanted to get bigger, we would have to go to some place like the DC Convention Center, which would mean the end of LobbyCon.
I think that I also really appreciate DEF CON as it's grown for its thing, but it is the flaws of going they grow and sprawl.
We love DEF CON. We just don't want to be DEF CON East.
Yeah. but that's the thing, right? Is that what like LobbyCon is the best LobbyCon in the business. Like, part of that is in early days of DEF CON, there was like a strong LobbyCon, and now there's like 20 different possible lobbies, and who knows where.
Exactly.
This feels so writable, but yet
That's all your.
maybe for small children.
Yeah, because all the.
We're going to be starting in a couple of minutes. I have 2 things to throw out into the audience. And I also have some announcements. There are still t-shirts available for donations at registration. Please take them home so that we don't have to. There's still sponsors and events all around the hall. Walk around there. And tonight, the fun times start at 9 p.m. There's going to be 2 events. One is ShmooFac, an audience participation quiz show, and that is here in this room. And over in the Build It room is going to be games, and more. Page 16 of your program has all of the details. Are you guys okay? You ready? All right, I got the high sign from them. So I definitely want to introduce Kurt Upsall, who is going to be talking about LLMs. Kurt is one of the great presenters that we've had over the years. He consistently comes up with the talk that is going to be relevant in January. and you know, this is kudos to Kurt for being able to, in the fall, know what is going to be important in the winter. And that is one of the talents that we really appreciate. So please, take it away, Kurt.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for coming out here and learning a little bit about LLMs. You wouldn't scrape the internet to make an LLM? Well, you would, and you do. So AI and ML projects are generally using these large language models, LLMs, that train on massive amounts of data, billions of parameters, and most of the time they are scraping these, or a lot of the time, scraping these out of the internet. And this has led to an ongoing debate on the legal and policy issues with gathering and processing this data, including under quite a few lawsuits. And a lot of people are saying, okay, something is happening here. Something must be done in the policy world. And oftentimes that means it just has to be something that is done and can have some collateral damage. So one of the reasons I wanted to bring it to this is not just to tell you about the law of scraping, but that there may be changes to that come from AI, from this pressure to modify the policy space, and some of those could have some collateral effects. So what is at stake? Innovation is probably one of the key things. The development of AI is the new hotness, and there's a lot of interesting innovation happening in that space. It also will have an effect on the creative ecosystem. That is a lot of the complaints that are running around now, is that creative works are being absconded into these LLMs and being used to make new works, or maybe they will replace creative, or maybe they can enhance creatives, maybe allow people to use AI to enhance their work. And the ability for computer programs to ingest this information and conduct analysis without license, to be permissionless. That is also a key part of how the internet has been very useful. Is it's a permissionless structure where generally you can just go to a website, and some of the attempts to make it less of a permissionless structure, to put up barriers, paywalls, and other things, has been harmful to the ability to share information over the internet. Another key issue, privacy. And this is one where the law has not been very well equipped to it. We'll get into that in a bit. But the scraping and analysis of your information, both for storing that information that may be used in ways that you don't expect, and then analysis may be done of it in ways that you wouldn't want. And of course, for cybersecurity, that people are using AI and AI machine learning models to gather threat intelligence, to find vulnerabilities, and to write and check code for those vulnerabilities. So we're going to have today a primer on scraping law, and I just want to start out with a spoiler. The takeaway is that appropriate scraping can be done legally, but people are trying to stop or limit scraping with legal actions. And we're going to discuss in more detail 3 of the major areas of law: copyright, hacking law, CFAA, and privacy that are coming up. There are some others, things like trespass to chattel, there's contract causes of action, things like that. There's so many creative ways that people could try to do this, but we're going to focus on the big ones. So, starting out with copyright. Copyright is actually not as broad as some people think, because it doesn't protect everything that is written down or everything that can be printed or shown. It is only the expression and specific aspects of that for rights that are created in the Copyright Act. And so it does not protect underlying ideas, it doesn't protect facts, and it doesn't protect, this is, a lot of times there's Latin in the law, and this is one case where it's French. So for whatever reason, the scenes affair has come into our legal lexicon, and that is meaning that something is a part of the genre, part of how you would do something. Think about, like, if you go to TV tropes. These are many tropes that show up again and again. Those are unprotectable to use those tropes in a future creative work. Put a picture of the phone book in here, which many of you may not have ever seen one. But they used to have these books, and they would have the yellow pages and the white pages, and these were mostly facts. The Yellow Pages, however, had some creative arrangement to it, putting businesses in categories, and so were more protectable under copyright, while the raw facts, without that, with an uncreative selection and arrangement of alphabetical order, that was unprotectable. So, fair use. And this is going to come up a lot in the ongoing litigation about scraping, because fair use is not an infringement. And for scraping cases, it's often about whether is a transformative use, whether there is new meaning or message, it transforms it from its original purpose to a new one that is ideally socially useful. And some examples of fair use. One is from a Supreme Court case many, many years ago. Two Live Crew, a rap group, made a parody of Roy Orbison's Oh Pretty Woman, and used the tune, changed the lyrics around, and that was considered to be a fair use, a parody, because it was transforming that work, even though it was a commercial record, was sold, made money off of it. More recently, Supreme Court found that Warhol's Orange Prince was not. And that was taking a photograph and recoloring it, as you see here. And that was not a fair use, and it was not transformative in the way that the Supreme Court liked. That may be changing the transformativeness law. We'll see how that percolates down in the courts, but you can also expect to see some arguments about that in upcoming cases. So, some of the early cases on dealing with scraping information off of the internet were about image search. In 2003, Kelly versus Aribasoft was established that image search was okay, whether it made a low-res version of Les Kelly's photos, and the court said, well, we're making it low-res, it links to the original, this helps people find it, this is a transformative use, this is useful, this is a fair use. And just to help you find it, we have the Little House Country. That was Les Kelly's photo books. He liked to take pictures of the styles and areas that were popular for the Laura Ingalls Wilder books that became Little House on the Prairie. And then Perfect 10, a couple years later, refined the Kelly decision and determined that Perfect 10's use was fair use even with ads, and some, or not perfect, Amazon's use, or other people's, actually it was mostly Google in the case, but it's titled Amazon, with their links to the unauthorized copy. We're not going to have any example pictures from them. And text, well, Field versus Google was the first case to address fair use in the context of doing web search. Field was trying to play a game. He knew about Google. He made a page, put some things on it, and then searched for himself. And then you can see there's a court document there. And towards the bottom, you'll see the Blake A. Field copyright, and it got scraped a snippet. And he's like, ha-ha, now I can sue Google and get rich. But the court was not impressed and determined that a cache of a website for purposes of search was a fair use, and also that Google had an implied license because the guy knew about it, knew that Google would do this, and set up the website to have it happen. Another case, iParadigms, was addressing this in a more private context. This was an analysis of student papers to see if there was plagiarism, something which is still a hot issue today, but now they found that that was a fair use. And then moving more towards the present, and this one is coming up very much in the AI cases, are the Google Books cases. And one of them, Authors Guild versus the Hathi Trust, was about Google Book search, and it was held that the search was good, was a fair use. They could copy these several million in-copyright books scanned from university libraries because it was necessary to copy the full book to enable full-text searching, because that was a transformative use, and it was necessary to do this. And this case also was okay with reformatting it for the print disabled. Authors Guild versus Google, second case of the Google Book series. This was also a fair use, and that was dealing with snippets, so little pieces of the book that you could find as a result of your search. And it also has this very important language for AI scraping, statistical information regarding word frequencies, synectic patterns, and thematic markers was not copyrighted. So that it didn't even have to be a fair use, and that is a lot of what large language models are doing when gathering their data sets to try and find which words tend to go after each other, how they are often arranged so it can complete a result by stringing them together in the most likely way. So, finally, we'll hit on video search, Fox News versus TV eyes, and this was copies of news programs, being able to search through them, and that was allowed because it was providing this transformative and useful activity to be able to search from this ocean of programming to find the things that were responsive. However, TV eyes lost because they were also selling access so someone could watch the whole show, and that went too far. So why is copyright coming up so much in a lot of these scraping cases? You have cases against OpenAI / Microsoft, against Meta and Alphabet for theirs. The New York Times recently filed a suit. A lot of photo places like Getty Images have filed suit, authors, Sarah Silverman, and they're asserting copyright. Well, one reason is that copyright is a very powerful tool. It allows you to try to get things down, to get them stopped. There's statutory damages for registered works. It is a very useful hammer if you're trying to do something to stop someone from bothering you or copying your stuff. However, I think the defendants have a strong argument that scraping of these works is a fair use because it is also transformative, as seen through this about 2 decades of developing scraping law. Because the LLMs are providing a new character and a purpose, using the body of works to create the model, extracting the basic information, statistical training parameters, and they're not incorporating the works wholesale. And some of them also have protections to make it much more difficult for someone to ask the AI to give them a copyrighted work, just to isolate out one of their inputs, because they're not storing the whole work. They're storing the information about it, the metadata, the parameters that come from it. So one, it would be hard to get the original work wholesale out of it. And two, they put some measures to try to stop that and make it more difficult. But as I mentioned before, we do have a recent Supreme Court on transformative that ratcheted back some of the understanding of what is transformative, and so expect some arguments about that. So if copyright ends up not being the legal tool that is effective at doing this, well, people might not stop there. And another favorite is the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act to try to stop people from accessing without authorization from you. And there's also similar laws at the state level. So the CFAA prohibits unauthorized access or exceeding your authorized access of information on a protected computer. It does a lot more than that, but we only have time to go into a bit of it. And so unwelcome scraping and scanning of a site has raised the question, is it unauthorized? And I think the better view of the CFAA is that it should require defeating a technical protection matter, like breaking past a authentication or password system. But that still needs to be worked on, especially at the state level, which can vary in language and intent from the federal one. The big case on this, which we discussed just last year, but Van Buren versus the United States, it came out in 2021, and it clarified access in excess of authorization. It adopted the Gates up or down approach. It's still a little bit unclear whether it's a portcullis as shown here or a drawbridge, what the open state is. So I'm just going to say when the gate is open, but they have a policy or rules of the road that say don't look at this stuff, don't gather that stuff, that's not a CFAA violation. And that ruling has been very helpful in pushing back on the notion that you can create a CFAA violation by having terms of service that say you're prohibited to do X, Y, and Z, and therefore you're automatically in a CFAA violation if you use an otherwise open site to do so. In that case, Van Buren had a valid password. He was a police officer who was misusing his access, but he was authorized to access. Since then, there was HiQ versus LinkedIn, and that prohibited LinkedIn from denying HiQ access to the publicly available data. That was originally decided by the Ninth Circuit before the Van Buren case. It went up to the Supreme Court. They said, send it back down saying, well, think about it again now that we've made our decision in Van Buren. And the Ninth Circuit reaffirmed it. And so at least in the Ninth Circuit, and which is does a lot of the tech law and very important for this, that means that you cannot use terms of service or other things to block somebody from getting to your publicly available site. However, there's also another Ninth Circuit decision, Facebook versus Power Ventures, where even with the user's consent, it still can violate the CFAA to continue to scrape data after a cease and desist letter telling you to stop. So I think this may also be one of the things that people may try if they are trying to get people to not collect information, publicly available information from their site, is to use the cease and desist letter approach. So like copyright, CFAA is not the right tool for this. It should not be expanded for AI. And again, it is used because it is powerful, it has civil and criminal penalties, and is too often misused beyond its natural fit of protecting against actual hacking to try and get to other scenarios where people are trying to enforce a business model. Now, the TOS EULA enforcement was depreciated by Van Buren at the federal level, but again, you still have 50 state laws that are not changed by the Supreme Court's interpretation of the language in the federal law, even if though some of them have very similar language, so I'm hopeful that they will adopt a similar view. So, and I'll conclude on this with my policy view that scraping publicly available information should never be considered unlawful hacking. And now, privacy. Privacy is an extremely important issue, especially when it's used against non-public information or something that is not intended to be public. But U.S. privacy law is not good at addressing this. There is no nationwide privacy law. There are specific ones, like for children privacy or privacy about what videos you watch. The FTC works on privacy, but usually that's because someone made a false statement about it. They made a promise and didn't do it. And there was one company that was using AI and gathering information, made some promise about the information that they gathered. The FTC just went after them to say that, it wasn't just that they made promises, but they didn't disclose the material fact of what they would do with that information. And that was the deceptive thing. And then there's a hodgepodge of various state laws. One example is Clearview. The AI company was trying to do facial recognition, and in Illinois, there's a Biometric Information Protection Act that was used successfully against Clearview. So, in sum, scraping the open internet data for purposes of data analysis and model building is strongly defensible under current law. Protecting the data requires some technical measures like user authentication, access controls, encryption, key management, and it might also involve a cease and desist letter to escalate it. However, the intense policy interest in AI right now will lead to some bad ideas. It has already led to some bad ideas, but has not yet led to new laws, but certainly some are still under discussion. And so some of the open issues, protecting innovation, we want to have AI as a powerful and useful technology. And it's already vital to have the ability to scrape publicly available information, and especially for cybersecurity, to gain threat intelligence or to look for where sites are flawed by doing scanning. This is something we want to preserve. We also want to make sure to ensure safety, content moderation, protecting against disinformation, deep fakes, and the analysis of our behavior and communication can also be a threat to our safety. And one of my greatest fears, more so than the AGI becoming alive and deciding to kill us all, is turbocharging surveillance. That the US already has a ton of information that they have collected. Well, they say it's not collection if a human doesn't look at it. And they've not collected a lot of information, and now they can not collect it with having AI look at it before a human does, and which, in their view, is not something that has a Fourth Amendment concern. And automated analysis is going to be a severe threat to civil liberties, whether that analysis is right or wrong. If it correctly analyzes somebody, it infringes into your privacy, gets into your personal space. If it incorrectly analyzes it means you're subject to accusations based on incorrect information. See, I'm running out of time, so I will fast forward a bit. So there may be some new laws, sui generis laws, which are just new ones that will be made specific to this area. Many of them will be difficult to write. The danger of collateral damage is high. But I want to leave with a little bit of hope. I believe that there could be times where AI will help be defending the users. Something that is made for you, not for a centralized gigantocorp. The AI can be your bodyguard, could be your long-lost pal. The authentication and provenance of information. We could make sure that the inputs that are making this AI are what you think they are, and audit and verify that so you know that a model works for you. And being able to scrape that data and make your own model can be a way of protecting you from somebody else's model that's working for them. With that, I have no time for questions, but thank you. Or, do we have time for like 1 or 2 questions? No.
I knew you were. Yeah, sorry. No, I'm in.
Are you our next speaker? Come on up. Yeah, come up. It's your stage now. You can go up that side if you want.
I wasn't sure that it was done already.
I'm glad I noticed you in time. I'm Cipriana. I'll be introducing your talk.
Okay, thank you.
How do I say your name?
Oh, sorry. You can say Andrea, and it will be perfect.
Andrea. Okay.
Yeah. It's just impossible to pronounce otherwise.
It looked French to me, so I was like, I think that's French name.
Yeah.
Hey,
Hi.
so the people doing the audio,
Yeah.
they'll show 10 minutes, 10 minutes, 5 minutes, and then red, they need
Perfect.
need you to finish. And whenever you're ready, do a levels check. It can be kind of hard to see them, so they might come forward under the lights when they hold up the sign.
Okay.
But
I see them.
The middle aisle and just kind of hold it there for a few minutes.
Yeah. And I'll do a small, yeah. Perfect.
Also, if do you tend to stay in one place or do you move around?
I tend to move around, but I guess that's...
So I'll keep an eye on
Okay. But if this is the only microphone that's working.
use those handhelds. Those will pop out.
Oh, okay. I'll try to stay here. Sorry.
Handheld works too.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's on, so you can use them as like.
Okay.
and then did you do a slides check? I guess. I'll be fine.
It should auto switch.
And I won't need okay. Just in case.
I'm ready to introduce your talk whenever you are. So if you're all set up.
But is it time now?
We tend to introduce like a few minutes before, just so we give you the full slot. So in like 1 or 2 minutes, I can introduce
Perfect.
it. It won't take super long.
Perfect. And do you speak here?
Yeah, I can also just use one of those mics, like whatever works for you.
No problem. I just want to know where to stand in the meantime.
Yeah.
I'll put that in my bag.
Okay.
I can remove that.
Oh, yes.
Right? Okay.
For sure. Hello. If you're here to see Andrea's talk for Backtrace in Time, revealing attackers' sleep patterns and days off in RDP brute force attacks with calendar heat maps, you're in the right place. We have a few announcements before we get started, namely that we're still selling t-shirts and registration, but we're out of bags of crap, so thank you for clearing out our storage unit. And then tonight's fun times start after 9 p.m. So if you're interested in an audience participation quiz show about ShmooCon, that'll be happening in the Bring It On room, which is, I believe, where we are. And then the other thing that's happening is games, and more games in the Build It room. So lots of things to do tonight. Welcome, Andrea.
Hello. Hello, thank you for being here because I was absolutely torn between the different talks today and even at like those going on right now at the same time as me. So thank you for choosing me. So today a lot of things that I want to talk to you about RDP, yes, but about time, the schedule, and also about how did we get those data is is very interesting, according to me, so don't take that for granted. But first, who am I? I am a cybersecurity researcher at GoSecure. I have a PhD in criminology, actually, and I keep close tie with the university as an adjunct professor at Montreal University. So I'm interested in attackers' behavior and their, the way of thinking, of course, malicious hacker behavior. Their way of thinking, their decision making, and all that. So I come with my social background and so I'm the data scientist of the team, working with computer engineers, and the social aspect of it that I'm trying to get back into the mixer. I'm also involved in my community, in the cybercrime, not the cybercrime community, sorry, but the cybersecurity community as one of the organizers of NordSec in Montreal. So if you're looking for a very cool conference and CTF, and you have never been to Montreal, this year, well, last year, in 2020, into Montreal. This year, well, last year, in 2023, we did Black Hat and DEF into the mixer. I'm also involved in my community, in the cybercrime, not the cybercrime community, sorry, but the cybersecurity community as one of the organizers of NordSec in Montreal. So if you're looking for a very cool conference and CTF, and you have never been to Montreal. This year, well, last year, in 2023, we did Black Hat and DEF. There was very fun stuff. And how did we collect this data was by our honeypot and by our very cool tool called PyRDP. So this is how we reach our conclusion. So our honeypot, the PyRDP is a tool, an open source tool that is available. If you want to know more, you can just go type blue and red, purple team on Google, and you'll see a bunch of presentations that we did with PyRDP. But one thing that it can do, among many others, is it kind of grabs the video footage of the attackers when they are inside our system, and I'll show you here. So this is our tool when we visualize the session. So in 1 second, you'll see appear the screen of the attacker there, and then the mouse movement with the little yellow dot will be the mouse movement of the attacker. And then at the bottom, we see everything that goes through the clipboard and the keyboard. And also at the beginning of the session, you'll see like the host and domain name, also with the cred they use to enter our system. So here, administrator, admin, because we want them to get in. We want to study them, of course. So the session starts, and the first thing in the clipboard is our IP address. They were probably using Mascan or NLBrew to get there. When they type on the keyboard, we see it. Of course, we were seeing it on screen, but right now they are entering they are changing the password, and we don't see it on screen, but we have it on the keyboard collection. Very cool. Here they paste their own C drive directly on our system, so we can grab everything and proceed with their action. In this case, he's using XMR, the crypto miner, XMRig. Yeah. So it's basically surveillance camera for Windows system. And that's very cool to watch and very cool to analyze. But the attacker do not magically appear on our system. They have to enter first. They have to find their way to get in. And in our case, it's always with brute force attack. So, brute force attack, you already know what it is, consisting in trying to guess the credential. So they will try the most username and password combination that they can to enter. So it means very often many attempt logging per second, right? So this is what I want to focus on today, like the data that we can get from those attempt logins. And you'll see that we can go very far in attribution with that. So you can guess that it gives us a lot of data. So this is like a map of where the attacks are coming from. We have like 190,000 logs. So it's a lot of data throughout the years. And if I took a subsample, just to show you. So here, administrator or any variation of the word administrator would be the most popular username that is tried to enter. So on the other side, a very bad username to use when protecting a system, right? And for the password, we were expecting very easy password, but then we saw that they mostly use variation of our RDP certificate, which means that they grab our information before trying to get in, which was very interesting here because the attackers were performing more targeted attack than we anticipated, or because of previous research. Anyway, there was different strategies observed too, using the credentials, so leveraging our system information, as I just mentioned, but also they use thousands of different passwords with the same 5 username, so they are very confident about the same 5 usernames. After that, some of them, like 26%, will use the same password as they use for the username. So username password is exactly the same string of character. Or they will use the same combination more than one time, which is not very strategic, but still. So this is some observation we did. But today I want to focus on the time patterns. Okay, so when are they attacking? So I was there with my data, with a lot of data. And I noticed a trend that like on Sundays, there were less attack. So I was like, that's interesting. First on a piece of paper, and I was like, I'm seeing something. I was trying to convince my colleague that I was seeing something very interesting, but by presenting that, they were like, well, no, go back to your office. I don't understand anything you say. So I came back with an Excel sheet with a kind of calendar here. Okay, so you have the day of the month on your left, and the time. So the red spot are when the attack begins, and then it stops at some point, and sometimes there is no attack going on. So this is for one IP for 1 month. Okay. And at the end, when I came back to my colleague with this, it was way clearer what I wanted to show visually, so we built this together, which is a lot better, right? So we have the days of the month, so again, one IP, 1 month, it's July, and the hours of the day at the bottom. So we can see clearly the level or the intensity of attack too by the color of the very small line there. So we were expecting to get something like that out of most IPs, right? We would be expecting non-stop attacks from the attacker and no pause or anything. But this represents 8% of the database. Okay? 8% of all the IPs that are attacking us would look like that. So it's only 8%. The other, I will show you what we have as a result. So I showed you this one before, but I want to talk more about this. This represents 14% of what we observe in our data set. So what is interesting here is that most hackers that I know, most pen testers that I know, would use a list of credentials, right? They will start a list, try to enter, and then if it doesn't work, we'll maybe try another list. So this is what it looks like here. So a list is started, but then it ends. They were not successful to enter, so they start another one. But there might be a pause between because they might be not in front of the computer when the list is done, like trying to enter, right? So we can see that this is what, I hypothesize that this is what they are doing. But we also see other type of behavior or patterns. Here two things are very interesting. First, there's a delay between each attack. So clearly, to avoid detection, right? They want to make it slower, make their attack slower so they don't get kicked out right away. This is a good strategy. 32% of the IP will impose a delay between the attack. But the very, very interesting thing here is that you see the holes, like there's two spots with holes, which correspond to weekends. It has been documented in the past that some state actor will have employees that would hack for them, like employees like with office hours, right? And this would correspond to this documentation, as on the weekend, any office worker will take a pause, will take some time off. So it was very the visual representation of this type of hackers or state actor. The other very cool thing that we saw is a hole of 8 hours. You see the hole there. So attack might be going during those 8 hours if they has been started before, but none is started during those 8 hours. So there's a lot of hypotheses. So is it like nighttime? Are they sleeping at night? So then they are not able to start any attack, or is it an hacker that hack while like they have a legit job but then attack at night? So the 8 hour would represent their legit job time. So when they cannot act for fun. So this represents 15% of our data set, in which we can see like this 8 hours old or 7 to 9 hours old in their activity. So the conclusion of this part is that hackers will have weekends, and they also sleep at night, or, well, sleep at the office, it depends. So now we know that there's a bunch of attackers that are, well, office worker, or at least, in our data set, office worker, probably state actor employees, and that they have weekends. But what about the holidays now? So we have a slightly different approach. So I tried, there was a hole in the calendar at some place where it didn't correspond to the weekends, and I tried to figure out if there was like holidays in some place of the world, and yes, there was, but I need more time to analyze this part. Okay? So I took a different approach just to study our holidays. So when when it's the holiday season for us, do the hacker try to leverage that and beneficiate, take advantage? So I will focus on our holiday season, end of December, start of January, because some source of information stated that there is a surge of activity during this time of the year, and that understaffing is a huge problem. I wanted to verify this statement, and you'll see kind of challenge this idea, because our previous information that I just showed you, attackers are less active during the weekend, so it would not make sense to attack more during the holiday, according to the data. But at the same time, they can leverage understaffing situation. So let's see. This is a year of activity on our honeypot, a year of attempted logging grouped by weeks. The color represents the origin of the IP, and you know like me that the origin of the IP is not to be, well, is to be taken with a grain of salt, because the attacker can use proxy or compromised computers. But there was a trend there, so that's why I did it this way. So we have up to 600,000 attempt login per week, and but is there really a trend here? I'm not sure. Statistically, I am not satisfied at all with like the very small surge that we see in December. But we'll still dig this as we should. So we will revisit the same graph, okay, 1 year of activity, but we'll take out all the activities that are originating from the IP from Russia. Okay? And right away, you can notice that we went from 600,000 to 400,000 attacks per week. So, attack from Russia takes a lot of place in our data set. But the surge of the holiday season kind of magically disappeared. So there seems to be a surge here. But yeah, there's other surges. So let's see with another graph, again with my calendar analysis. The yellow lines show that there is even more attack in this time period. Looking at the result we got, we can confidently say that there is not enough evidence when excluding IP from Russia that our system is more under attack during the holidays. There is even a slowdown even. So yeah, there is a surge at the beginning, but not during the holiday season. But I'm not done, because what about the activities of the IP from Russia that were excluded on the previous graph? So here, the attacked activities of only the Russian IPs. We see a surge in December. However, you can notice the surge at several times during the year, and it is absolutely not restricted to the holiday time period. So for me here, there is no reason to believe that they take advantage of understaffed team of the holiday season. This is my conclusion. There is surge, even more important surge at other time of the year. So they have weekend, they sleep at night, but also they slow down during the holidays. We already had the first two conclusions, and now from the data I just showed you, my conclusion is that there might be a slowdown, or at least there is no increase. So understanding the attack pattern and schedule of hackers, staying one step ahead, this is the objective of our research. We try to anticipate their move and timing to hopefully prepare better our defenses. With our conclusion, we can draw how to manage resource allocation during this time. So, for example, I would advise not to lose your time and energy with trying to fight understaffing during holidays and weekend. Don't worry, go to the bar, drink champagne for the New Year's. The malicious hackers are doing the same anyway. But please be careful here. Because with what I say, because those data come from an analysis of brute force attempt on remote desktop protocol of a United States IP. So it does not represent the behavior of malicious actor at all time and on all their activities, right? So just bear that in mind. And I'm done. So I think I have time for a question, right? Yeah. Yes. So I'll take questions. No question. Yeah? Repeat that. I'll repeat in the microphone. So we were not restricting our honeypot in whatsoever way, because we wanted them to attack us, and we want them. So we were not restricting for them to attack us many times per second or anything. So no restriction, and it was also an old Windows system so there was no lockout policy installed there. So it didn't. It was not looking fishy neither, because it was an old Windows. Yeah. Is there any other question? Yes.
The map plot charts looked great, and I was curious if you had any suggestions on other tools that you like to make maps for monthly data, weekly data.
Your question is about the tool that I use or they use?
Well, I was curious if there were other tools besides Matplotlib that you like for that kind of thing.
Beside I can't hear the...
Oh, Matplotlib It looked like matplotlib that you used.
Oh, yeah, I am. Yeah, it was ggplot actually.
Okay.
But yeah, matplot. We use, yeah, this was heatmap. I didn't mention, thank you. So what we were using to map this, so it was heatmap, and it was kind of hard, but we are very open to share the code for that, because we had to impose, like, we wanted, because it's heatmap, they will show only when there is activity, but I wanted also the holes in the activities. So we had like to insert some data to make the holes. So like every minute is a line, but it's blue when there's no activity, and it's yellow when there's a lot of activity. But it was only with like on Python ggplot.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I'm done. Thank you so much.
And if folks want to ask questions, drag them along.
Yes, I'll do that.
But we appreciate you. Thank you very much for presenting. Follow them out to the hallway. Bye. Center. All right. So we're gonna go over here.
Yeah, but it's harder
I'll let
to.
Bobby know.
Probably need to come a little further down this way, but.
Ones where I'm like, oh yeah, oh nice. Check it out. Yeah. Swapping back.
This is a soccer ramen, right?
Okay. I mean, go ahead and get plugged in to start.
Yep.
Both have HTML.
Yep.
Okay. They are going to set laptop.
Yep. This is the last one of the day in here, right?
Yeah.
Something different. Here. Try plugging that one in as well. Is it on this side?
Yeah.
The red one.
The red one's longer.
The red one's longer here. Okay. Do it.
All right. So now this button right here should switch between them. Background right now.
Yep. Sweet.
You're talking about during. Was it just the one talk?
Right.
Yeah. I hope so. I
So let's make sure these mics are. This mic is hot.
So there's yours, and
If you have another heavy gift, I'll walk you back to somewhere.
I'm good. I got it. Thank you.
there's yours. Yeah, it takes a minute to switch, but which one do you want to start with? This one. All right.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yep.
All right. Let's make sure you're. And these are mobile. Is this one hot? Hot, hot. Yep.
All right. Yes.
Big in an hour.
Big enough.
I'm hoping not. Yes. Okay.
All right, so can I get the two of you to step back just a second so I can talk to you without the mics? The mics are hot all the time. All right, so you are already masked off, that's fine. While you are on stage to present, you can take your masks off. So we ask as soon as you're done presenting, put them back on. To confirm your talk is okay to be recorded and streamed? Yeah. Okay, so then what I ask you to do is when you receive questions, either repeat them or there's a microphone, one on both sides, about halfway back. Ask the person to either go to the microphone or repeat it loudly on the microphone so both the audience can hear and the stream can hear. Let's see. We have a little bit of announcements. I'm sure you've probably seen some talks today. So a little bit of announcements, a little bit of stuff to give away. You all are the last talk of the day, so you don't need to be 100% on time, but just be cognizant because we do want people to be able to actually get dinner before. Yeah. Okay. Sounds great. So I believe it's Ryan and Ari? Yes. Ryan and Ari. So I will introduce you as Ryan and Ari, and then the title of the talk that I have to introduce you as is AI Enhanced Tax Model in the Middle? Yes. That's all right. Just want to make sure that I'm reading the right thing. Do you have any questions or concerns? Okay. We do ask, because we are going to have you two on camera, and they switch back and forth between the presentation as well as you all. So I know both of you have set up here, so if you can generally stay here, that would be better, rather than get up and wander around. But otherwise, we are pretty much good to go. I've got a few announcements, some stuff to give away, and then we'll let you get started. So, thank you so much. Let me grab my glasses. Yeah, so good luck. And this is a great conference where we try to instill being very inclusive and supportive. The only thing that you might have is, unlike at, say, like DEF CON, where it's sort of expected to stand up and yell bullshit if you don't like what's being said, our model of that is the shmoo ball. You saw in the bag, we got a squishy ball. You might get somebody to check it that if you say something outright atrocious. Right? So just be aware. It also might come from somebody that is friendly that want to engage. But that is our model of trying to enable discussion without having to stand up and point fingers. All right, I'm going to go ahead and get started, and then we'll get going. Thank you. All right, welcome back. Before we get started with our last talk of the day, I have a few announcements, so go ahead and start. Keep moving to your seats. It's fine. We've got a little bit to go. Before we get started with this last talk, we still have T-shirts and bags of crap available for donation at registration. Please come by. Give us a donation. We will give you a T-shirt or a bag of crap as a thank you. Either the Sloan Kettering Foundation or the EFF. All of that money goes directly to the charities. We take none of it. We're buying all of those T-shirts, and we're giving them to you as a thank you for donating to charity. So please come by registration for that. Tonight, starting at 9 p.m., we have two events happening as part of the conference. One is called ShmooFac, an audience participation quiz show that will be in this room. So starting at 9 o'clock, have your badge, come take part in a quiz show. In the Build It room, which is the room right there, we will have multiple crates of games. So come hang out, meet people in the industry, chat, play games. We bring all the games. Come hang out and do that. That, again, is at 9 o'clock. You must have your badge to get in. All right, I've got a few things to give away. I found out these fly really well. So I'm going to chuck this, and hopefully you all are paying attention. Wow, that one went up this time. Oops. And because I try some of the stuff I want to give to the people sitting up front, since you're actually sitting up front, one of the two of you, you want to come, you want a scarf? There's a wonderful warm ShmooCon scarf. Come get it. You have to come get it. Unfortunately, the scarves don't throw very well. All right, is anybody taking actual pen and paper notes? You have a notepad? That is wonderful. Come get a ShmooCon notepad. I appreciate you. All right. And with 1 minute to go, I'm actually on time. So for the last talk of the day for ShmooCon 2024, please give a wonderful welcome to Ryan and Ari, who will be speaking on AI-enhanced hacks, model in the middle. So please give a warm welcome to Ryan and Ari.
Thank you, guys. Can you hear us? A little closer? That better? It seemed like there were a lot less of you when I was filling out the CFP form.
We also can't see any of you though, so this is actually good.
Anyway, my name's Ryan. This is Ari. We're going to be talking to you about some work we did on using AI and hacks. So we'll go ahead and get started. Oh, come on. There we go.
This is our little pay the bills statement, so you have to endure 2 of these. But we work at In-Q-Tel, which is the nonprofit strategic investor for the national security community. And we sit at the intersection of venture capital, government partners, commercial startups. And so this gives us a very unique lens into emerging technologies, promise, and areas for improvement. Next slide, please, Ryan. And so we specifically work at IQT Labs, which is part of what we call our capabilities business at IQT. And so we work on proxy problems of national security interest in the open source. And we primarily build proof of concepts and demonstrators, and you can find us on GitHub. And generally, we're looking to either de-risk emerging technology by better understanding its limitations, by hacking around with it. And sometimes we even find a partner to take the work that we create and scale it. And one last thing is that our opinions here are our opinions and not the opinions of In-Q-Tel.
At least in any legally meaningful sense.
Right.
In terms of who we are, my name's Ryan Ashley. I'm an engineer who kind of turned going rogue into a career choice. So.
Yep, I'm Ari Chada. I'm a data scientist, and there's a lot of people bullish about AI right now, and I totally get that, right? I remember the sense of wonder I felt when I trained my first model, but Ryan and I spend most of our time on the flip side of that coin, looking to understand limitations of AI, adversarial use cases, et cetera.
And so in terms of what we actually want to show you today is based on some work we did, and we're going to demonstrate a way that we used an ML model as a component of an attack chain. And we want to show you not only that this is possible, but that this is relatively accessible. If there's one premise that's sort of fundamental to this presentation, it's that I'm a deeply unspecial person. I'm not a super genius hacker. I'm not a crazy smart data scientist like this guy. I just know how to read docs and put things together. And so this is within the scope of possibility for pretty much anybody. So first, a little bit about how we got here. I have the good fortune to work with some fantastically smart people who build some crazy, interesting toys. And then for reasons that I will never entirely understand, they hand them over to me and let me kick them around to see what happens. And so recently we were dealing with this system that had a bunch of different components, one of which was a security camera. That's going to become kind of important here in a moment. And sort of the way the project transpired, we were supposed to start it in January or something like that, and it kept getting delayed, and it kept getting delayed, and it kept getting delayed. And I had a lot of time to sit and think about it and sort of quietly seethe, but also sort of embroider what I planned to do. And it became this playground for a bunch of different ideas that I've had over the years. So first, I'm going to go into a little bit of background about the system that we were evaluating so you can understand sort of what the pieces were and how it fits together and how we get to this attack that we're going to be showcasing in a moment. So one of the problems with machine learning is that labeling is one of those things that's fantastically hard until it's easy. So up there in the top, you'll see 2 pictures. That's my cat, one of my cats, and my dog. And it's very easy to tell which is a cat and which is a dog. If you look at the picture below it, and I've got to give a huge shout out to Ari here because he noticed in the first slide. So one of those planes is a Boeing 737 and one is an A320. And how many of you think you could, with any sort of accuracy, tell the difference between those two? Show off. Also, huge thanks to Ari here because he noticed in my original version of this slide, I had used Airbus's demonstration A320, and it just said A320 in huge letters across the side of the plane. So I felt like a complete moron for missing that one. Actually, the original design came from one of the folks who spoke earlier. If you guys saw Luke Burnt's talk, the original idea was this system Skyscan. So all planes, well, all commercial aircraft, civilian aircraft, and a lot of military throw off this signal. It's an avoidance detection thing, right? It basically is a transponder on the plane that's constantly sending out a beacon going, I'm here, here's where I'm going, here's the speed I'm going, please don't run into me. And you can pick up on that transponder. It's an avoidance detection signal, so it's meant to be sort of easy to pick up and read. In fact, if any of you have ever used like FlightAware or anything like that, that's how they're getting that information. They pick up those signals from the transponder. You can do an FAA lookup in their database. It's a big CSV file. Don't get me started. Anyway, so the idea behind Skyscan was what you could do is pick up that signal, use the location information encoded in it to point a camera at the plane, take a picture of it, tag that picture with all the metadata from an FAA lookup, and then use this system to train a machine learning model to look at aircraft and determine what kind they were. Very, very clever. So like I said, we originally did this on this system. There's a picture of one of the demonstrator units over there. The demo today does not involve that for a number of reasons. One, it's really heavy. It's really heavy, and I didn't want to carry it around all day. Also, that camera, it's just like a security camera that's been flipped upside down, but it's still like $1,500, and I don't want yelled at when I drop it and break it. They don't expect me to be responsible with corporate assets because I've never given them any reason to think that I would be. And also, like, all the information about the original stuff is in a publicly available report that you could go look up should you so desire. So sort of the rationale behind why I did this way, right? Because I could have sort of demonstrated the risk inherent to that system in a bunch of different ways. Didn't have to do it this way. But I work with a colleague, a gentleman named Bob Glykoff, fantastically smart guy. And he and I have been having conversations for years, and he tells me that someday cyber's going to be totally the domain of AI and ML models, and humans aren't really going to be involved at all. I mean, I don't want to bet against him being right. He's a really smart guy, and he's been at this a long time. But it always kind of nagged at me that he was skipping some important steps in there. Like, it's very easy to say that, but there's a lot of legwork to get from where we're at now to that point, and what does that look like? And so I kind of set out to test his assertion by deliberately picking a relatively simple, relatively well-understood ML task, right? Image recognition, there's a lot of literature about that, you can go read that, and a very simple sort of technical attack chain, right? A man-in-the-middle attack. Again, this is a very basic sort of thing, easy to understand, easy to learn, well-worn. So if you can't get these two things to work together, that sort of blows his entire thesis out of the water. And if you can, that sort of enables you to start thinking more about like how to build more sophisticated tooling, how to build more complicated attack chains down the road. So I freely concede this is a starting point. Also, quite frankly, like, do you guys know who George Mallory is? They asked him why he wanted to climb Everest, because it's there. Like, I saw that I could do it, and it seemed cool as hell, and so why not, right? What you actually need to sort of get started doing this, very, very straightforward set of preconditions. You've got to be on the same L2 subdomain, L2 broadcast domain, sorry, which is a really fancy way of saying that you have to be able to get an ARP packet between the two endpoints you're interested in. So there can be switches between you, but not routers. And you need to know like what the data going back and forth between those two things looks like. We've used images in this case, but it's not restricted to that. You could work on any type of data that you can train a model to operate against. So text is on the table. I have some friends who are working on trying to do interesting stuff with training models against like RF data. So that's conceivably an option. You know, the sky's the limit. So For the purposes of our demo, this is kind of the basic architecture. An IP camera, essentially, the way those work is you do an HTTP GET request, and it hands you back a frame of video. This is how, either the HTTP or RSTP, RTSP, I can't remember which one it is for the camera protocol, but one of the two. This is the basic paradigm. And so we've essentially mocked that up in our demo purposes with an HTTP server that returns an image. And so what happens within the attack chain is we create this scenario where we reroute just one particular route that we're interested in. And that's important because when I was originally doing this, again, there was a camera, it had like a PTZ system. You could repoint this thing. So any of the PTZ commands were still going through this top route, right? But if you were asking for an image, you were going through infrastructure I controlled. So everything looked normal from the operator standpoint. It was only on the output side that you would be able to notice any kind of difference. And now Ari is going to talk a little bit about some of the model pieces of it.
Yeah, and so that interceptor block that Ryan showed you in the last diagram is basically just a model inference API with some housing, right? It's a pretty standard pattern that you're going to see over and over again. When you're selecting a model, though, there's really a two-part question you have to ask, and this is pretty intuitive, but I'm just going to spell it out. It's what data am I working with, and how niche is the thing that I'm trying to accomplish? If you're working on kind of a well-trodden path, right, like in our case, image data, right, well-trodden path, there's a lot of pre-trained models that are available that'll suit your attack very well. Especially because we're doing things that are sort of not very nuanced, right, in kind of the first demo that we'll show you. And you can just pull those down, work with them very easily. If you're trying to do something more niche, right, especially if it's with a more abstruse data type, you're going to have to train your own model, right? Ryan talked about RF data, audio data, like you're going to need some pretty deep expertise in those domains. I burned 9 months of my life trying to do work with underwater audio. It's a bear, right? You'll get the best results, though, if you can capture data from the system you're trying to attack in the recon phase. And the more of that you have and that you can work with, the better your system is going to perform in your actual attack. General idea of you have things that are in distribution versus out distribution. Your models are essentially just fitting distributions. The more of it that you can do that's relevant to your attack, the better it's going to work. And generally what you find is there's this kind of trade-off between accessibility of a problem, the flexibility of your system, and the nuance that you're trying to accomplish when it comes to a model-enabled attack. And we'll discuss this in more detail after we show you a few demo examples. Next slide. And so we have kind of two variations of a demo to show you. One is with the pre-trained model. One is with one we trained ourselves. This first example is with that pre-trained model. And don't try to parse the diagram on the slide. Just note that it's complicated. This is one of those like eye candy things, right? Someone has done all the hard work for you. You can just pull this thing down and use it like an API, right? And so our first example is going to do kind of a pixel swap on an image that's like one subset of 10 animal classes, right? And this architecture in particular is trained on a very large data set of objects released by Microsoft called the Microsoft Common Objects in Context data set. So this gives you what you could call like fairly generalized performance. If you're working with one of those 80 classes, you can just pull this thing down and go from there. And that size of the data set is what kind of gives you that some level of generalizability. And then the specific weights we used, in this case, were the smallest variant of the architecture. The general idea is that if you're just waiting for an image to come across, you sort of want to make your inference as quick as possible to sort of make it seem imperceptible to the user, right? And you're kind of mapping your attack speed to what you're trying to do. And so we ended up using the smallest architecture here, but feasibly, depending on what you're doing, there's kind of a nexus of trade-offs there as well. And Ryan, fair to say that you're a software engineer, right? He pretty much strung this first demo together all by himself, right? Which I think tells you how accessible this stuff is. And if you just treat a model like an API, you can pretty much get off to the races pretty quickly. Next slide, please.
Yeah, and sort of one thing that I just want to add to what he was saying about like the inference speed thing I've talked to several other data scientists, and it was surprisingly difficult sometimes to explain to them that I cared way more about inference speed than I did about like accuracy or F1 score. Just a interesting difference in mindset.
Yeah, and one thing that I should have mentioned is we didn't want to bring in extra hardware along. So all of this stuff is running on like a Dockerized CPU on our Macs here, right? So that was kind of an additional consideration of like when we're picking a model, we needed to be able to do CPU inference very quickly, right? So no acceleration there.
And that was driven a lot by the original use case, right? Because that Skyscan unit was literally meant to be taken out into like a field by an airport somewhere, and you just set it there, like it can run off of battery power. It's meant to be run unattended. So we needed to be able to run on infrastructure that could be taken to the target.
Yeah, and so our second example, we trained our own model. And it's really just to display a few kind of parameters, right? That accuracy sort of speed trade-off that Ryan was talking about. And so one thing you'll note, right, this model is a heck of a lot complex than the last one we showed you, and it's like almost a decade old, right? And we didn't pick the most performant model in this task. We're not looking at any of those sort of vectors. It's really just to show you that you don't really need bespoke hardware or other resources to accomplish an attack like this. You can train this model exclusively on a CPU in like a pretty reasonable amount of time. And in kind of the second demo we'll show you, we're doing 9 inferences in series, and you barely even notice, right? It's pretty imperceptible, which should make this attack reasonably difficult to detect. And because we didn't try to create the most performant model, you're going to see errors, and that'll be a really interesting thing, because you're not going to get an 100% success rate on this attack. And that might be a good thing, right? Because it makes it more difficult for that attack to be detected. And so we'll give you more on that after the demo as well.
So just really quickly in terms of mechanically the way this works, the attack infrastructure is split into 2 pieces. There's one container that I call the attacker container, and it essentially is running an Nginx reverse proxy that basically looks at the requests coming through it and then decides based on that route, right? You can see up top there, if they're looking on that image route, then I forward them along to my interceptor. And if they're not, I forward them along to their original target and just transparently proxy them in between. That way I'm only acting on and only interacting with things I'm actually interested in, care about. This is just sort of a brief note of a thing that I found interesting when I was trying to convert this from something that used physical hardware to a Dockerized demo. So originally I used a UFW rule because, so if you've got a service, it's not going to respond on an IP address that it can't bind to, and it can't bind to an IP address that it doesn't think is associated with a particular NIC card. And so what you have to do is you have to have some kind of construct that will do a masquerade operation to say, oh, pretend anything coming from this IP is actually going to this IP that you actually own, which is basically fancy NAT. And so physically I used UFW to do that. But you can't do that in a Docker network because both Docker and UFW under the hood are manipulating IP tables rules. And I actually read something really interesting recently. So just as sort of a caveat to you guys, if you're using UFW and Docker in production environments in particular, there are some weird edge cases where they'll start stomping each other's IP tables rules, and you'll end up with, physical ports exposed. Well, not physical ports, but host ports exposed that you didn't necessarily think were exposed. So just be aware of and keep an eye out for that. And so with that said, we're gonna launch into our demo really quick. All right. So get a couple of pieces up here. All right, so you guys can see, this again is my mock-up of an IP camera. It's just pulling random images from, oh, please don't do this to me now. There we go. All right, so it's pulling random images from, what is it, the VO? It's
Pascal VOC, the Pascal VOC data set. Just think of it as a collection of a bunch of images that are outside of the distribution of this model's been trained on.
So I'm just going to flick through a bunch of pictures, and I just want you guys to pay attention to, particularly the different animals that you'll see. There's some birds. Oh, baby. All right, so this is just normal expected system behavior, just showing you sort of what's going on and how it works. And now I'm going to go ahead and start my attack here. And just bear with me for a moment. It takes a second for everything to start up. Do 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 do. Little hold music. Oh no. That. Okay. Got it. All right. We're going to switch, and Ari's going to do his bit, and then we'll come back to mine.
Perfect. Live demos, right? Hopefully this one works. Perfect. So pretty standard screen here, login screen, right? We're going to be looking at the CAPTCHA specifically for this. And so generally you have 9 images, right? Those are the 9 images we're going to do inference on. We're specifically interested in the cars. The way we have this set up, there will always be 4 cars in this. And the login button just refreshes the whole thing. So as you can see, more random images. Should be 4 cars, 3 planes, and 2 ships. And now we will start the attack. Takes a second to do its health check. Waiting for this to say healthy, and then we can move on.
That was the original goal, yes. Oh, sorry. The question was what the original goal of these attacks were. And so, as I said, the system that we were originally evaluating was designed to gather and label a data set of aircraft imagery to train a model on. And we were trying to show that you could essentially poison the data going into the training of that model.
Right, but like in most cases, right, you're pulling, sorry.
So the question is, how likely are you to be able to practically exploit that as a vector without knowing or understanding what the training data and the training pipeline is for a given company? Would you say that's a fair, or having access? That's a fair question, and it's hard to say without knowing. Like, I don't work for OpenAI or Microsoft or anything like that. I can't really see into it. And I think it's worth noting that I sort of want to also disambiguate the technique that we're trying to show here from that original use case, right? So that's what we were trying to do with it, but you could use the same thing, the same tooling, the same technique to accomplish other ends.
Generally, though, I will say that the majority of data science applications are starting from I pulled down X data set from some, web server endpoint, whatever, right? So in OpenAI's case, they're doing their own scraping, right? We just had a great scraping talk not too long ago, but
I'm just while he's talking, I got everything running, so.
Perfect.
All right, so. Yeah. baby couch. Okay, so there you go. You see that part of the image has sort of been replaced there. Unless those people have a weird rug. I don't know. But no, actually, I can go over here and look and can see that it thinks with 54%-ish confidence that there was a dog in that image. Nothing there. There's one. I want to see if I can get kind of a good one with. See, there's a case where it misses it, right? It doesn't work foolproof all the time. So part of that is the way I've designed it. You can see here that I am essentially looking for different levels of confidence depending on what type of animal it is. These are totally random numbers. I have no, like I just picked them, copy pasted most of them. But you can exercise a lot more control and sophistication and nuance over how you decide to impact something. The other thing, let's see if we can get birds. I'm looking for much higher confidence.
What's interesting about that too, right, is if my confidence threshold is high, I will have relatively few detections, but I'll like, they're probably pretty likely to be that thing. But in my overall data set of cats, right, like maybe I'm poisoning 20% of them, that's sort of interesting, right, because it hides you in that distribution a little better. And so is this we're kind of trying to think of confidence even as like an attack parameter that can be tuned in these attacks.
There we go. There's a good example. The model that we're using actually can identify multiple items of different classes within the same image and give you a bounding box. So that's just to give you an idea of sort of, if you wanted to, the level of control you could exert over what's coming through as well, right? You can see I'm finding, looks like 4 different, what it thinks they are. 4 different cows in a field there, and it's replacing all of them. So, and then now we'll switch over to Ari and.
Perfect. And so, quick example here, we're replacing the cars that were detected with this click me sign, and so you've kind of like invalidated the CAPTCHA a little bit, or the utility of it. But let's see if we can get some errors. This looks like another good one. Just for like demo purposes, essentially. Right, and one of them, so this car was kind of missed, right? And that sort of leads back to the idea of like confidence is something that can be tuned. Error rates are also something that can be tuned, right? So my sort of the perceptibility of this attack decreases a little bit when I get things wrong occasionally, right? And so in this case, this is one where we had a false negative, right? We missed a car. Occasionally too, you'll get some like false positives. This is another good one.
Good.
You could do that, right? Like, we're just trying to demo like a hypothetical.
Yeah.
So
the question is if the intent was to bypass a CAPTCHA in some form, and the answer to that is sort of not necessarily. Again, we're showcasing that if you have an image coming across an HTTP and you can intercept it in this way, you can change it. So you could conceivably use it that way, but again, we're trying to like showcase different possibilities of this technique rather than specific use cases.
Yeah.
Ready to move on to? Yes. All right. So, slide.
And so, like, just like any engineering problem, right? And you have some trade-off structure whenever you try to do something. When working with a model, there's kind of an additional 3 ones that I'd say you have to consider. So if task performance, this is like your ability to do the thing that your model is doing, is really important to you. You're probably going to have a more sophisticated architecture. You're going to require more data about the phenomena of interest, negative examples, things like that. You might have to do more recon of your system that you're attacking. This could be difficult or easy to attain. Like it really depends, right? A more sophisticated architecture, though, typically has a slower inference speed, meaning that if the system that you're attacking is fast in relation, your attack will be pretty perceptible. Though if you increase the sophistication of your hardware, which comes with both monetary and developer time costs, like in our case, going from a CPU to some sort of acceleration hardware, right, like a GPU or an FPGA or even an ASIC of some sort, you can sort of bring that inference speed down significantly at some cost, right? And so as you're thinking through designing an attack that incorporates a model, you're also starting to think through this nexus of how do I work with these 3 trade-offs, which are trade-offs that every data science application that uses a machine learning model thinks through. And so sort of, foot stomping this idea of side effects and error rates being sort of a parameter that you can tune is we wanted to show you kind of a model that performed really well at its task, a model that performed not as well as its task, right? But, and I think that unlocks something really interesting when it comes to designing an attack that's difficult to detect, right? You could feasibly train a model that does its job very poorly, but it does enough of what you need it to do to complete your attack, right? And so there's also somewhat of an unpredictable nature to failure rate, right? Once something's productionized, it's hard for you to control exactly what's coming through that pipe, right? That's why the whole industry of model monitoring exists for production models, right? Is I'm checking to see if the things that I'm getting are outside the distribution of what I've been trained on, right? When you're using an attack, you can't really control that. You could monitor it, right? And so you might have to rerun your attack multiple times. That's kind of something we're all used to. You occasionally have things, oh, this works 1 out of every 5 times, fine, right? That might be useful to you. But the thing is, right, when out of distribution tail events happen during a real attack, it's not your Tesla autopilot having an accident, hitting a pedestrian, whatever it is. It's really a powerful obfuscation mechanism that you can use.
So, I just wanted to go back to when I started thinking about this, it kind of seemed complicated and overwhelming. And at the end of the day, it really boiled down to being able to use Python, a little bit of networking, and being able to basically read the docs on Torch Hub or Hugging Face or what have you to be able to figure out how to pull down the right model and interact with it in the appropriate way. And again, I just want to stress that even just the basic tooling that we've shown you, that I'm going to open source here after we finish this, it would work against any HTTP server returning images, right? We kind of showed off a couple of examples of that, but I'm sure you guys can think of a million more off the tops of your heads. So it's not just limited to sort of the use cases that we were targeting to begin with.
And generally speaking, we're thinking through it as this is a pattern that you could use, right? It's kind of a classic attack pattern that's enhanced or augmented or whatever you want to say with AI, right? It's sort of a question of what other classic attack patterns can be similarly enhanced, or take the same pattern, use some different modalities, and sort of do the same thing slightly differently, right?
And then in terms of just mitigation, because when I previewed this to some friends of ours, this was the first question they asked me. These are essentially the same defenses that would use against standard attacks on ARP caches and ARP poisoning, but it bears repeating, segment your network, encrypt what you can. ARP monitoring is useful. I use ARP Watch at home, which is why I've called it out here, but there are a couple other tools in that space, whichever one works for you, whichever one you like. And again, just I want to stress sort of the ability we had here to scale, but also be subtle and precise. In a classic person in the middle type of attack, somebody has to sit there and monitor, or you've got some kind of script that's sort of a blunt instrument. Here we can be a little more precise with the determinations we're making and the modifications that we want to make based on those. And also just be aware that this is something that is out there and doable. It can be done if you want to. It can happen if you're in charge of defending things. And then just in terms of some other things that we would like to continue to investigation that we're thinking about going forward, I've been thinking a lot about like what something like this means for less detection for this particular case, but response, right? If you know that somebody has been poisoning a cache of images in this way, how would you go about detecting? Like I was, pretty brutal with what I was doing. It was very straightforward to see that. But if I had, put some sort of like non-visible mask across those images or just altered one pixel, there are much more subtle things that could have been done to manipulate those images that would have been very hard to notice. And how would you go about seeing something like that and responding to that kind of incident? And then, other ways to sort of integrate these models into offensive techniques and tactics. And then I just wanted to take a moment to thank our colleagues at the labs, Nikhil, who was our summer intern who set up the test model we use, my friends down at Fredericksburg Hackers who've been super helpful and supportive, my wife and my kids for putting up with my shenanigans, and the organizers, volunteers, and all of you guys.
Thanks. Thank you for listening.
Yeah. And then, if anybody has further questions. So just to repeat the question, he was asking what was preventing the confidence levels from leaking out?
Meaning like if someone could see what confidence we were using to then like say this is above the threshold. You'd also have to have the model in order to like make that determination of like what's actually happening, right? Because that's only half the puzzle of saying like, okay, my prediction is over X, Y, and Z confidence. But without having that model, I don't have confidences to compare it against, right? So I don't know for a specific inference request, will it actually exceed whatever thresholds are in place?
I mean, whoa, that got a little loud. In theory, if you suspected something like that was happening, right, you could start fuzzing at that system and start saying like, oh, I'll start throwing data against it and see, whether what comes back is manipulated or not. So I suppose in that sense, you could start trying to gather some of that information about the ongoing attack, but I don't know. That would be a really fun question to investigate. My instinct is that it would be very hard to turn that into a viable determination without like a lot of data that you could put through it.
Yeah, I generally agree with that. I think fuzzing or like fuzz testing the system essentially is kind of what you're describing, right? I think it'd take like honestly, it'd be a cool experiment to try, like Ryan said, but I'm not totally sure of like how much data it would take, right, to like accomplish something useful. That I think is like it's probably very like case specific.
Okay. So, but stop me for a minute. There's nothing that would stop you from building up basically a very similar sort of rig to what we did, but slotting in different models that you pulled from something like Hugging Face or Torch Hub and start seeing like, is this behaving similarly to these things I could pull down? That, in theory, then you could start dragging some interesting information out of it.
Yeah.
But again, that's going to require like a lot of volume and a lot of time and a lot of hardware, because just like spitballing off the top of my head, trying to think about the system you're talking about. That turns into a Kubernetes cluster just like that. Nobody knows how those work. Yes. Alice. So the question is, are there potential defensive use cases for this technique as well? I think yes, but I haven't spent a huge amount of time thinking about that in detail, right? You could, as you say, do some things with sort of privacy types of constructs. I could see doing some interesting things in like honeypotting types of things with it in a similar vein. So the answer is yes, I think that those use cases are there, but I can't just like rattle them all off.
So the question is, I'm summarizing, you can jump in if I'm wrong, but how would you tell if an image has been edited, right? Are there sort of capabilities you can use for that, right? That's kind of the whole field of like deepfake detection, right? Of like, can I tell if someone has done something to my image? And people have done some work to varying levels of success of like detecting certain kinds of aberrations, right? But it's very dependent on like the sophistication of that aberration and like generally how many pixels it takes up in your image, right? There was like early on, there was a lot of interesting work like looking specifically at eyes, right? Because deepfakes were really bad at making good eyes in videos. And so like that was one people zeroed in on very quickly. I know Facebook ran this like deepfake detection challenge for a little while looking at like face swap detections. I'm not totally sure like how far the field has come, but I do know that it's lagging to what we can do from like an produce deepfakes capability.
So on the image front, I don't know of any particular tools that are dedicated to finding manipulated images. The caveat to that is I am in no way, shape, or form a forensics expert. So, you know, there are, I'm sure, people wandering around here who are much more knowledgeable than that, and I don't want them yelling at me later. File creation, I don't think that's going to be super viable because the way we did this, everything's operating in memory. I'm not using any temp files. This is all happening in byte strings back and forth. So that's out. In theory, if you had some fairly sophisticated monitoring, sort of maybe on your switches or your SIM, like you could see just differences in the byte string basically at the source and at the destination, right? But that's just going to tell you that it's changed in transit, not what changed it or why. So yes, because what I actually did on the original version when I was dealing with the unit, it slowed it down by about, it was usually between 400 and 500 milliseconds. And so what I actually did was on that Nginx reverse proxy, I just had it add like a half millisecond delay to everything so it looked the same across the board, because I sort of professionally cheated things. It looks like we are being told to wrap it up here. We've got 5 minutes left. Any more questions? Sir.
So yeah, the question was, in the example with the Airbus A320 and the Boeing 737, the Airbus plane had its landing gear deployed, the Boeing did not, right? If you had a data set that kind of over-indexed on those two features, right? So you had all your Airbus aircraft had all landing gear, and none of your 737, or very few, had those landing gear deployed, right? Could your model over-index on that fact? Absolutely, right? There was some like research done quite some time ago now of the example between like, this is like canonical at this point, but like your fox and your dog, and all it was looking at was the snow around the fox, and wolf, not fox, snow around the wolf, and saying this is a wolf, right? Absolutely, that these models generally pick up on like high value correlational artifacts wherever they are, right? That sort of makes your process of data set curation so important, right? And this point of like having enough data too, right? Where if you collected a lot of images of Airbus A320 planes, for example, right, feasibly a large percentage of them shouldn't have their landing gear deployed, right?
But it's also worth noting that in actual usage, this is going to be capturing images of planes from 30,000, 40,000, 50,000 feet away. One, they're going to be high up enough that they're rarely, if ever, going to have landing gear deployed. But two, I was also trying to make sort of a criticism, like the team that built Skyscan, and I'm not throwing shade here, this was just sort of an intellectual argument that we were having. They were kind of tacitly making the statement that by using this autonomous labeling construct, you could essentially turn unsupervised learning into supervised learning, right? And the assertion I was making is that no, there are no free lunches. You haven't turned it into unsupervised learning. You have changed the point at which you have to supervise the thing, right? Because now instead of supervising the labeling process, you have to supervise the system doing the labeling process, right? And once you've made it an autonomous system, a rules-based system, it's subject to being gamed just like any other rules-based system. Does that sort of answer your question?
One last point I want to make, Ryan. The other piece of that too is, right, is like when you're cross-correlating two data sources, right? So in the plane case, it's ADSB in the image of the plane, right? We did some work on AIS and in like hydrophone acoustic signatures of boats, right? ADSB, pretty well regulated, like most of those messages are what they are. AIS is not like that. It is a mess. So you are it's like lowest common denominator when it comes to like data quality of like, if you're, whichever one of those is worse, it's going to pollute the heck out of your data set and make it very difficult to train models.
All right. Well, thank you guys.
Thanks.
And ladies, don't mean to be